Chapter 528. Not only that, but his body was also constantly exuding an evil energy. This absorption and release of energy caused the energy in his body to strangely reach a state of equilibrium. Everyone present paled, secretly shocked. None of them could figure out how a mere yuan-chi cultivator breaking through to the immortal ascension boundary could cause such a magnificent phenomenon. Good seedling, good seedling. The fat old man's eyes lit up as he muttered to himself, seemingly very annoyed that such a character had never appeared in his family. But when he thought about Yang Li-Ting's previous attitude and actions, the fat old man couldn't help feeling a little sorry for Yang Kai. The indifference of the Yang family's affection. He didn't know if this little brat would be bitterly disappointed. If this little brat was one of his descendants, he would definitely take good care of him, teaching him everything he had learned in his life and providing him with all the family's resources. The patriarch of the Yang family was nothing but a fart. Looking at this little brat's momentum, he would definitely grow to the peak of this world in the future. At that time, the patriarchs of the 8 great families, grand elders, and above immortal ascension boundary cultivators would all be nothing in front of him. Yang Li-Ting, you're really stupid. The fat old man couldn't help cursing in his heart. Yang Kai's consciousness was immersed in his sea of consciousness, surrounded by darkness, as if War City was shrouded in demonic chi and dark clouds. It was even darker than War City at this moment, as if there was no light at all, just like before the heavens and earth opened. In this darkness, there was nothing. However, some strange changes were quietly taking place. In the darkness, there seemed to be some kind of power gathering, like a seed buried in the soil, about to germinate and grow. After an unknown amount of time, a ray of light suddenly burst out from the darkness, as weak as a firefly's light, like a candle in the wind and rain, flashing and disappearing. However, this sudden flash of light dispelled all the darkness at this moment. Kai Ying's attention was focused on that spot, and he felt like there was something there that was attracting his attention. Concentrating on that spot, he could vaguely make out a vague outline of something. Another ray of light burst out, but the color of this light was slightly different from the previous one. The next moment, the light was annihilated, and Yang Kai's soul was no longer calm. With the appearance of this light, some mysterious fluctuations appeared. A third color appeared, followed by a fourth color, a fifth color. When all 5 types of light appeared, this process was repeated endlessly. Subtle and weak lights, like newly born spores after the rain, used their fragile bodies to push open the cover of the soil, wanting to tear apart the chaotic darkness. The frequency at which the 5 colored lights burst out became faster and more intense, and Yang Kai's soul fluctuations also grew stronger. The entire chaotic dark space seemed to be unable to support itself any longer as the 5 colored lights continued to illuminate the surrounding space. Suddenly, 5 different lights lit up at the same time. A 5-colored lotus flower, emitting a gentle light, appeared in front of Yang Kai out of thin air and spun around. Yang Kai was shocked. 5 colors soul-warming lotus. This supreme treasure that nourished the soul finally revealed its full appearance, spinning around. As it spun, strands of gossamer-like energy were released from its interior and spread around at an incredible speed. Soon, it filled the entire dark space, making this space no longer chaotic and empty, but filled with countless exuberant vitality. These gossamer-like energy were his own soul power. Yang Kai understood. When he was promoted to the Yuan Qi stage, Yang Kai had already cultivated soul power. But soul power was invisible and formless. Like Yuan Qi, it needed a place and carrier to store it. Yuan Qi was stored in the Dantian and meridians, while soul power was stored in the Sea of Consciousness. But Yang Kai's Sea of Consciousness had not yet been formed, so the 5-colored soul-warming lotus served as the carrier. Now, Yang Kai was relying on the soul power that he had cultivated over the years to open up his Sea of Consciousness. A series of subtle, almost imperceptible threads of soul power were being released in a steady stream. With the release of these threads of soul power, Yang Kai felt as if he had broken free from some of his shackles and his soul power was growing several times faster. Although the soul-warming lotus was rare, in the end, it was only a foreign object, a carrier that carried Yang Kai's soul. Through this carrier, Yang Kai could also use his soul, but he couldn't display its full power. Now that this carrier had completed its task as a transition station, Yang Kai's soul power could be fully improved. Extremely strong spiritual energy fluctuations suddenly spread out from Yang Kai's sea of consciousness and instantly filled the entire war city. The masters gathered around him all paled as they felt the strength of this divine sense, all of them raising their eyebrows. The masters from the 8 great families all wore dignified expressions while Meng Wuya and Ling Taisu were both surprised and excited. The fluctuations of Yang Kai's soul power had completely exceeded the level of his current cultivation, leaving behind any other cultivator in the same realm. Inside Yang Kai's mind, the 5-colored soul-warming lotus was still rotating, and the spiritual energy stored inside it was constantly being released into the outside world. Time passed by. At a certain moment, the spiritual energy stored inside the soul-warming lotus finally burst out. The originally chaotic and dark space was now filled with threads that exuded a soft light, as thick and viscous as a swamp. Yang Kai clearly saw that these spiritual energy threads, under the influence of some kind of mysterious force, were suddenly changing. The spiritual energy threads began to shine brightly and gradually converged into a more powerful one, then converged again, gradually becoming stronger and stronger. This cycle repeated over and over again, never stopping. Yang Kai couldn't help but recall the scene in Tang Yuxian's knowledge sea when he saw her display the opening of her knowledge sea. Compared to his current situation, it was very different. Tang Yuxian's opening of her knowledge sea had been done bit by bit, step by step, difficult, but slow. But at this moment, Yang Kai's knowledge sea was blossoming rapidly and fiercely. In the entire chaotic space, spiritual energy was converging in every corner, causing a qualitative change to occur at an extremely rapid pace. Asterisk walala. Asterisk suddenly, the sound of flowing water could be heard. Looking around, Kai Yang saw that from all directions, there was a clear stream of water that was gathering towards the center of the cave. That was the position of the soul-warming lotus. The converging water turned into a small stream, which in the blink of an eye became a river, and soon, a lake, and then a sea. The wind rose, rolling up waves 3 meters high. Inside this sea, Yang Kai's terrifying spiritual energy was hidden. The soul-warming lotus floated quietly above the sea, exuding a soft, multicolored light that enveloped the entire sea. The sea was so clear that one could see the bottom. With a single thought from Yang Kai, many reefs suddenly appeared in the monotonous sea. The waves hit the reefs and scattered into spray. In the sea, a variety of strange fish suddenly appeared and swam freely. Birds flew across the sky, and this world suddenly became wonderful. The sea breeze brushed against his face, refreshing his mind. Yang Kai's soul avatar floated midair, quietly watching all this, unable to help his mood fluctuating. Stretching out his hand, the soul-warming lotus suddenly became an isolated island in the sea, its whole body exuding a multicolored light, as eye-catching as a treasure island. Everything here could be transformed at will by Yang Kai, as they were all created by his spiritual energy. In the next moment, Yang Kai suddenly felt that in the depths of his soul, something was immersed in the sea. Secretly examining it, Yang Kai discovered that it was actually the memories in his mind. Inside his knowledge sea, there was Yang Kai's entire life, filled with traces of his life, his experiences and insights, his cultivation methods and martial skills, as well as the tribulations he had suffered. Everything, big or small, was recorded here. Glancing around casually, Yang Kai saw several past events, as if they were replaying in front of his eyes, as if he was experiencing them again. A cultivator's knowledge sea contained all their secrets, so unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would open their defenses to others and allow others to enter their knowledge sea to spy on them. That was tantamount to presenting oneself completely naked in front of the other party. Shanqing Luo had let Yang Kai see it that day, so it could be seen that she really did not put up any defenses against Yang Kai. His knowledge sea had been formed. At this moment, Yang Kai's heart gave birth to a strange feeling. In the dark, he seemed to see himself climbing up the rugged mountain road of the martial Tao by a large margin. Suddenly opening his eyes were shining brightly, as sharp as an eagle's. Everyone was shocked, their expressions dignified. At first glance, Yang Kai saw Ling Tai-su and Ming Wuya looking at him with gentle eyes, smiling with gratification. Nodding to them, Yang Kai's face was full of gratitude. Although he had just broken through, Yang Kai could still feel their arrival and knew what kind of efforts they had made for him. His heart was filled with warmth. Sure enough, Grandmaster supported him unconditionally and believed in him. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai withdrew the fluctuations of his divine sense. His whole person suddenly became ordinary, like an ordinary person who had not cultivated at all, except for the evil energy that was still emitting from his body. The dark clouds in the sky had not yet dispersed, and the terrifying power of heaven and earth continued to baptize Yang Kai's body. Although his knowledge sea had been formed, the baptism of his body had not yet ended. "Are you a human or a demon now?" Yang Li-ting asked in a deep voice. Yang Kai glanced at him faintly and answered his question with practical actions. After taking control of his body, under Yang Kai's guidance, the unyielding golden skeleton's devouring ability had become countless times stronger than before. All of War City was suddenly swept up by a gust of wind. With Yang Kai's body as the center, a huge suction force spread out, sucking in all the evil energy that had been released. Even the power of heaven and earth hidden in the thick, dark clouds in the sky couldn't escape. A violent tornado took shape, with Kai Yang standing in the center of it all. The dark clouds in the sky swirled and were sucked into the vortex, disappearing into Kai Yang's body. After a quarter of an hour, War City suddenly became clear. The sky was clear and the evil aura that had been suppressing everyone's heart had disappeared. An invisible shockwave rushed out from Yang Kai's feet, rolling up a cloud of dust. Chapter 529. Countless pairs of eyes stared at Yang Kai, their expressions extremely strange. The shock Yang Kai's breakthrough this time was simply indescribable. Everyone's heart was filled with great doubts as they stared at Yang Kai in a daze. Could breaking through to the immortal ascension boundary cause such a terrifying heavenly manifestation? How could a cultivator who had just broken through to the immortal ascension boundary and opened up his own knowledge possess such a powerful spiritual energy? Those who witnessed all of this were almost unable to comprehend it. The central capital's first young lord, Lu Qingyao, who had always been as calm as an ancient well, finally smiled bitterly. He found that at this moment, Yang Kai was giving him a tremendous pressure, making him feel as if he couldn't stand up to him. It was as if with his current strength, he wasn't even qualified to touch the corner of this young man's clothes. With a bitter expression, Lu Qingyao whispered to Yang Wei, who was standing next to him, "Eldest young lord, you were right. Your ninth brother's achievements are much greater than mine." Saying so, he shook his head. "He's really a monster." Yang Wei's face filled with pride. The masters from the 8 great families all frowned, their expressions extremely dignified. If they hadn't known that Yang Kai had just broken through to the immortal ascension boundary first stage, they wouldn't have been able to see through his depths. His tyrannical spiritual energy had completely isolated them from prying eyes. This discovery made all of them tremble. Being able to isolate them from prying eyes meant that Yang Kai's spiritual energy at this moment wasn't any worse than theirs, at least on par with them, possibly even stronger. How did he do it? How did he cultivate? Each of them was over 100 years old and had cultivated their spiritual energy for countless years. Yet now their spiritual energy was actually comparable to that of a 20-year-old boy. No matter who it was, all of them couldn't help feeling a sense of shame. Whether this little brat is a cultivator or a demon, I think Big Brother Yang should be able to tell, right? Ling Tai-su smiled and said to Yang Li-ting. At this moment, Yang Kai's aura was very ordinary. There was no sign of Yuan Qi flowing out, nor was there the previous state of being full of evil. His eyes were clear, black and white clearly distinguished. He couldn't be more normal, except for his abnormal power. Yang Li-ting was truly blind if he still wanted to force the misfire to become the demon race on his head. Coldly snorting, Yang Li-ting said, "I'm afraid the fact that he was able to regain his consciousness now is only due to luck. There will be a day when he can't control his own strength. At that time, don't blame this old master for not showing mercy." After saying that, He turned into a streak of light and rushed toward the conferred god temple. He didn't want to stay here any longer. As the Yang family's grand elder, this time he felt like he had become a villain. He was only thinking about the honor of his family. He didn't want the Yang family to have an evil disciple appear. However, not only did he fail to clean up the family, he was also hated by many. No matter how good Yang Liting's mentality was, he was still somewhat unbalanced. As soon as Yang Liting left, the other 7 elders also had no reason to remain and quickly left. Before leaving, Qiu Daoren frowned at Yang Kai and said lightly, "Don't cultivate that evil secret art anymore." The fat old man also reminded Yang Kai, "Listen to me, cultivating that evil secret art is not good for you. With your aptitude, no matter what secret art you cultivate, you will have a great future. There is no need to pursue some kind of quick method." The fat old man obviously thought that the reason Yang Kai was so strong at such a young age was because he cultivated that evil secret art. Although this wasn't the case in the end, he was just being kind. So Yang Kai could only nod gently and not explain anything. He had never cultivated an evil secret art, and the evil qi in his body was only because of the unyielding golden skeleton. What's more, he didn't want to distinguish between good and evil so clearly. It was just that everyone followed a different path. Strength was always cultivated by oneself, and where this strength was used was the most important. "Yang Kai, congratulations." Qiu Yiming stepped forward with a smile and said. The other blood warriors also quickly stepped forward and congratulated Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled at the crowd and said sincerely, "Thank you all." Even though he was still in the process of breaking through and his consciousness wasn't very clear, Yang Kai could still feel how much effort these people had put in for him. Facing Yang Kai's thanks, everyone felt at ease. Looking across the crowd, Yang Kai also nodded gently to the 8 blood warriors. The 8 blood warriors, who were originally awe-inspiring and insufferably arrogant, now all looked pale and weak. This was the price they had to pay for using their mad tyrant blood skill. Although they had paid a great price and were unable to fight with Yang Liting and the others in the end, their unwavering determination to protect Yang Kai to the end had played a big role in their success. If they hadn't acted so tough, Yang Liting and the others would not have backed down. Although they were weak, the 8 blood warriors still smiled happily. Finally, Yang Kai turned to Ling Taisu and Meng Wuya and respectfully bowed. "Grandmaster, Treasurer Meng." "Rise, rise." Ling Taisu stretched out his hand and stroked his long beard. "It's good that you're safe." Treasurer Meng snorted, "Smelly brat. Don't cause this old master any more trouble in the future." Of course, of course." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. During this time, he had also troubled Meng Wuya many times, making him feel a little guilty. Turning to Ling Taisu, Yang Kai asked, "Grandmaster won't be leaving, right?" Yang Kai didn't know that Ling Taisu was hiding in War City, nor did he know when he had arrived. It was likely that only Meng Wuya knew a little about this matter. After such a long time, there had been no news from him. Seeing him now, Kai Yang felt relieved. Ling Taisu nodded. "I don't plan to leave for the time being." "Good." Yang Kai smiled. "Disciple has already found Su Yin and the others. I'm afraid they will arrive in War City soon. With Grandmaster here, I can rest assured. The disciples of High Heaven Pavilion will need Grandmaster's guidance. Don't be afraid of my flattery. This old master will stay behind to accompany Brother Meng." Ling Taisu smiled lightly, turning his head to look at Qiu Yiming and suddenly saying, "I remember your aura. It was you who set fire to my sect." Qiu Yiming was so embarrassed that she couldn't wait to find a hole to crawl into. In a moment of desperation, she pulled Luo Xiaoman over and blushed. She also had a part in it. Luo Xiaoman was about to cry, and for a moment she didn't know what to do. Ling Taisu just laughed and didn't continue to pursue the matter. Qiu Yiming finally understood that the other party didn't intend to settle accounts with her at all and was just casually speaking. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully before turning his head and glancing off into the distance, taking a deep breath and saying, "Second brother, I'll be taking my leave." On the other side, Yang Zhao's face was completely ashen, as if he had lost his soul. Even after Yang Kai and the others had all left, he still didn't show any reaction. Yang Wei glanced over at him and slowly shook his head. knowing in his heart that his second brother had suffered a terrible blow this time and probably wouldn't be able to accept such a result in a short time. Nanshang and Xiangchu, he couldn't protect them. Yang Kai had killed them right in front of his mansion, right in front of his eyes. This was secondary. The charm and potential that Old Ninth had displayed this time was what made people feel the most terrified. Once someone fell into trouble, countless people would stand up for them. But who could do such a thing? Even when facing an above immortal ascension boundary master, no one had taken a single step back from beginning to end. The cultivator in Yang Zhao's mansion wouldn't do such a thing for Yang Zhao, and Yang Wei felt that the people in his mansion wouldn't either. This time, it wasn't just Yang Zhao who had suffered a blow. Yang Wei had also suffered a severe blow, but in comparison, his ability to withstand such a blow wasn't bad. At least he hadn't collapsed directly. This inheritance war. Is it really necessary to continue? Yang Wei's expression, which had always been firm, suddenly became confused. After 8 to 9 months, from the looks of it, Old Ninth is far ahead in terms of methods, strength, aptitude, and connections. None of his other brothers were qualified to be compared to him. Perhaps, in the early days, his brothers were still ahead of Yang Kai and had more cultivator allies than him. But as time passed, his mansion had grown into a behemoth, and under his leadership, his cultivator allies had an unparalleled cohesive force. The Yang family needed such a person to be its patriarch. In the current environment and contrast in strength, there was really no need to continue the inheritance war. With a sigh, Yang Wei suddenly felt a little disheartened, saying goodbye to Lu Qingyao before hurriedly leaving with his blood warrior. Second young lord, let's go back. The blood warrior who had fought with Tang Yuxian before pursed his lips and tried to persuade him. Yang Zhao remained motionless, his face extremely pale. Second young lord, please forgive my sect for not being able to participate in this inheritance war. A young blood warrior walked up to Yang Zhao and said with a look of shame on his face. Nanshang and Xiangchu had only wounded one of Yang Kai's subordinates before being killed. What was the point of participating in this inheritance war? Who would dare become an enemy of Yang Kai again? The two blood warriors' expression became cold, but just as they were about to open their mouths and shout, they suddenly restrained themselves. From their standpoint, the two blood warriors could understand how difficult it was for them to make such a choice. After such a long time of hard work, withdrawing at the last moment, not only would they not obtain any benefits, they would also be forced to bear the consequences of their actions. However, compared to their own lives, what did this matter? The two blood warriors could look down on them for being weak, but they couldn't accuse them of adding insult to injury. In Yang Zhao's current situation, they had chosen to leave. Goodbye. After the young blood warrior finished speaking, he didn't have the face to remain and hurriedly led his subordinates away. Second young lord, I'm sorry, we won't be able to participate. Another blood warrior stepped forward, apologized, and immediately left. In less than a cup of tea's worth of time, Yang Zhao's cultivator force had shrunk significantly, about half of them leaving. Before each of these forces left, they would inform Yang Zhao, but he didn't say a word, as if he hadn't heard them at all. Who else wants to leave? If you want to leave, then leave quickly. One of the blood warriors suppressed his anger and shouted coldly. Immediately, a few more forces who had been hesitating left. Is there no one else who wants to leave? The two blood warriors swept their eyes over the crowd coldly. Everyone stood ramrod straight. Good. The two blood warriors nodded lightly, a look of satisfaction appearing on their faces as they looked at those who were willing to stay with a new light. However, Yang Zhao still had a dazed look on his face. Chapter 530. Today he had to go out and wouldn't be able to return at noon, so there was no need to wait. Among the crowd, Yi Xian Ro's eyes were filled with disappointment as she stared at Yang Zhao. She hadn't expected that the Yang family's second young lord would become like this after experiencing such a setback. For no apparent reason, she couldn't help feeling a burst of irritation and resentment. In order to win Yang Zhao's favor, she had paid a lot, but now she couldn't see any hope of him winning the inheritance war. Looking up in the direction of Yang Kai's mansion, Yi Xian Ro's eyes flashed a strange light. Her pretty face filled with excitement as she bit her thin lip. Seemingly thinking of something, her cheeks blushing slightly. In Yang Kai's mansion, less than half a day after everyone returned, someone came to report that more than 100 people from High Heaven Pavilion had arrived. Yang Kai was overjoyed and quickly went out to greet them. Su Yin and the others had already arrived. After Xiaoning Chang received the news, her face flushed red with excitement as she ran out of the pill room. The two girls hadn't seen each other for a long time, and now that they were reunited, they naturally had a lot to talk about, especially since there was a common man between them. As they talked, the topic gradually shifted to Yang Kai, whispering and laughing while pointing at Yang Kai. Qin Zhe of Medicine King's Valley quickly chased after them. He wanted to grab Xiaoning Chang and take her back for alchemy, but after seeing her happy expression, he decided to go back alone. He also didn't have the heart to disturb Xiaoning Chang's conversation with her acquaintances. In his memory, this young martial aunt of his seemed to have few friends. Besides spending her days in the pill room performing alchemy, she had nothing else to do. Such a young girl, in addition to alchemy, she should have more important things to do. Qin Zhe sighed. The mansion was lively, and the people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall were familiar with High Heaven Pavilion, so everyone quickly became friends. Yang Kai secretly glanced at Su Yin and Xiaoning Chang, who were standing nearby and talking, suddenly feeling a little pleased and satisfied. Brother-in-law. Sassafras rushed over. After taking the myriad drug milk, his injuries were quickly healed. Quietly approaching Yang Kai, he asked in a low voice, "Why do I feel like senior sister Xia's relationship with you isn't ordinary?" Yang Kai snorted and cast a sidelong glance at him. Children shouldn't ask about these things. This is the master's world. Sassafras pursed his lips. "You're not that much older than me." Yang Kai straightened his face and said lightly, "The people who hurt you are all dead. If you encounter this kind of thing again in the future, bear with it as much as you can. Do you understand?" Sassafras chuckled. "Got it." Shaking his head, he said, "It's a pity. Originally, I wanted to cultivate hard and personally find them to take revenge, but now it seems that there is no chance. Those two guys don't look very powerful. Did you obtain some kind of opportunity in the Heaven's Cave inheritance?" Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him with a smile on his face. He and Su Yin obtained the final inheritance in the Heaven's Cave inheritance. The Hu sisters also obtained the twin spirit shared spirit divine art. Even Lan Chudai had some gains. If Sassafras didn't obtain any kind of opportunity there, Yang Kai wouldn't believe it. His cultivation speed in the past few years had been very fast, making him seem like a completely different person. Sassafras chuckled a few times, scratching his head and nodding. "A little. I also told elder sister about it." Yang Kai nodded lightly, but didn't inquire too much. "Work hard. Don't waste your opportunities. The opportunities in the Heaven's Cave inheritance are not ordinary." "What do you mean?" Sassafras didn't understand. "It's nothing. Just remember it." Yang Kai shook his head and didn't explain. He also faintly felt that the things in the Heaven's Cave inheritance seemed to have transcended the level of this world. Whether it was his and Su Yan's joyous unification art, or the Hu sisters' twin spirit shared spirit divine art, they shouldn't have been created by this world's cultivator. Moreover, during this time, Yang Kai had also seen a lot of unexpected things, greatly broadening his horizons. Naturally, he was able to judge some extraordinary information. The people from High Heaven Pavilion were arranged to stay in Yang Kai's house by Chiu Yiming. In War City, Ling Tai Su wasn't the only one. The remaining 4 great elders of the sect were also in War City. Under Ling Tai Su's protection, they had not been discovered. After Ling Tai Su's appearance, the 4 great elders also came to Yang Kai's house. After 2 or 3 days of hustle and bustle, Yang Kai's house gradually calmed down and everyone went about their duties in an orderly manner. After experiencing the hardships of a few days ago, the forces in Yang Kai's house had become more and more cohesive. Even though they belonged to different sects, they all got along peacefully like brothers and sisters. There was no such thing as unequal distribution of benefits. In some situations, such as when a new batch of pills came out, everyone would give in to each other and the atmosphere would be harmonious. In the past few days, Kaiyang had only done one thing: clean up the bamboo knot gang. The news of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples' hiding place was leaked by the Bamboo Knot Gang. After Pang Chi returned to the central capital, he immediately found the culprit, Mu Nando. The next day, Mu Nando's head was personally delivered to Yang Kai's house by Pang Chi. According to Pang Chi, the reason why Mu Nando had sold out was only because the Yi family's Yi Xi and Ro had promised him some benefits and sent him 2 young and beautiful maidservants. Because the 2 maidservants were from the Yi family, Pang Chi didn't dare act rashly and simply sent them over for Yang Kai to deal with. For a short-sighted person like Mu Nando, Yang Kai didn't want to waste too much effort. Since he had already killed him, naturally there was nothing to say. As for the 2 maidservants, Yang Kai didn't kill them and simply kept them in the house. After all, they had no choice but to be used as a bargaining chip for Mu Nando in this whirlpool of right and wrong. Pang Chi immediately returned to the central capital to gather supplies for Yang Kai. After Pang Chi left, Xiao Yiming found Yang Kai, pulled him into his room, closed the doors and windows, and wore a dignified expression. Looking at her nervous expression, Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. If this was seen by others, they might misunderstand. Xiao Yiming had also been busy for several days. After the war, there were many things that had to be dealt with, such as counting the casualties, comforting the injured, arranging accommodations for the High Heaven Pavilion members, and so on. After the 2 of them sat down in her room, Yang Kai reached out and poured a cup of tea for his niece. Xiao Yiming gulped it down and let out a sigh of relief, seeming to relax a lot. "What do you want to say?" Yang Kai asked softly as he sipped his tea. Xiao Yiming sighed and said, "About Nansheng and Xiang, do you think I went too far?" Yang Kai interrupted her. Xiao Yiming nodded gently and said truthfully, "After all, they are the future heirs of first-class families. If you kill them so carelessly, how do you plan to clean up this mess? Do you think the Xiang and Nan families will give up?" "They won't." Yang Kai shook his head. Before killing Xiang Chu and Nansheng, he had already expected this, but he still killed them. "But the Xiang and Nan families can't do anything to me." Yang Kai chuckled. "If they really dared to take action against me, I would admire their courage, but they don't dare." Not to mention that the Yang family was a behemoth that the Xiang and Nan families could not compete with. Even with so many masters gathered in Yang Kai's house, the Xiang and Nan families were no match for him. 8 blood warriors, an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, and 2 peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Even if the Xiang and Nan families wanted to avenge their dead heirs, they still had to consider whether they had enough weight. "You." Xiao Yiming stared at Yang Kai with a look of both love and hatred, smiling lightly. "But to tell you the truth, Xiang Chu and Nansheng were killed by you. I also feel very good about it. Those 2 were truly insidious and despicable. If the Xiang and Nan families had really been inherited by them, they would never have been able to rise again." Yang Kai snorted, "Those 2, even if I didn't kill them this time, they would have been killed by others in the future." That's true, but the problem is that the Xiang and Nan families absolutely won't compromise now. The Yang family will probably be put under some pressure. In the inheritance war, there has never been a loss of a first-class family's heir, so this matter could be a big deal. However, in my opinion, with the Yang family's domineering arrogance, they may not care about them, but it's also impossible for them to cover up for you. In other words, the Yang family will not intervene in the grievances between you and those 2 families. "I naturally understand that." Xiao Yiming's expression became dignified. "If I were them, I would wait for an opportunity to strike. When you're down, I'll hit you when you're down. Do you think you'll fall?" "That's hard to say." Yang Kai shook his head. Xiao Yiming raised her head and stared directly into the depths of Yang Kai's eyes, whispering softly, "It looks like we're both worried about the same problem." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Women who are too smart aren't very likable." "Do you like stupid women?" Xiao Yiming stood up and turned around. "Xiaoman is stupid, but that doesn't mean you like her." "I like her. Her breasts are so big, twice as big as yours," Yang Kai said without hesitation. As he spoke, he stared at Xiao Yiming's chest, suddenly sinking into contemplation, rubbing his chin and muttering, "If I bury my head in there, I wonder if I'll suffocate." Xiao Yiming's face went black as she hurriedly crossed her arms in front of her chest, angrily shouting, "Be serious." Yang Kai's expression suddenly became solemn as he helplessly said, "This time's matter was beyond my expectations. I didn't expect that breaking through to the immortal ascension boundary would cause such a big commotion." Exposing some of his strength and heritage was one thing, but the key point was that he had also aroused the vigilance of the 8 Grand Elders from the Seal Temple. This was not something Yang Kai wanted to see happen. "Ha, you're too careless." Qiu Ming also smiled bitterly. She and Yang Kai were both worried about this matter. The 8 great families and the demon race were like fire and water, so Yang Kai's evil side naturally made them fear him. Once someone from the 8 great families cultivated an evil secret art, they would either be directly destroyed or have their cultivation crippled. This time, Yang Kai being able to survive was thanks to Ling Tai-su and the others, not because Yang Li Ting cared about blood ties. It can't be hidden. Yang Kai shook his head. There are no walls in this world that don't let the wind out. Being able to hide for so long, Yang Kai was already very satisfied. According to the situation at that time, even if he hadn't become the demon race before, when he broke through to the immortal ascension boundary, the energy inside his unyielding golden skeleton would have erupted uncontrollably. At that time, the 8 Grand Elders would also know about this. Chapter 531. Unless Yang Kai could find a place far away from War City and avoid their eyes and ears. Now that the situation had developed to this point, whether or not the inheritance war would be affected, Yang Kai didn't know. If because of this, the family decided to deprive him of the right to participate in the inheritance war, it wasn't impossible. Qiu Ming was worried about this, so she pulled Yang Kai close the door and quietly discussed this matter. However, no matter how worried she was now, the family's decision wasn't something Yang Kai could interfere with. Just like with the issue of the Blood Warriors before, if the family said he couldn't participate, then he couldn't. No matter how Yang Kai resisted or argued, in the end he had to compromise. Although he had obtained a lot of benefits at that time, things didn't develop as he had expected, which was really annoying. Discussing with Qiu Ming and Qiu Ming was fruitless, so he could only take precautions. "Is there anything else?" "If there's nothing else, I'll go first." Yang Kai hurriedly stood up and prepared to leave. Qiu Ming stared at him for a moment before suddenly snorting, "Are you in a hurry to find that icy beauty?" Her words were full of jealousy. Ignoring her, Kai Yang stepped out of the room. "Pay attention to your body. Don't overwork yourself." The Chiu family's first young lady said sarcastically, "Why do you care so much about me?" Yang Kai grinned wickedly, pausing his steps, staring at Qiu Ming with a burning gaze. "You don't really like me, do you?" Qiu Ming blushed and snorted, "So what?" Yang Kai was stunned, not having expected her to admit it so bluntly. Suddenly, he didn't know what to do. Although he had repeatedly flirted with Qiu Ming before, that was only a verbal tease. Now that he had suddenly received such an answer, Yang Kai suddenly felt a little uneasy. Standing in place, he didn't know what to say. Qiu Ming, on the other hand, wore an indifferent expression and snorted, "Liking you doesn't mean I want to be with you. Unless you can marry into the Chiu family, then I can give up everything and follow you." "Do you think you can marry into the Chiu family by being a good wife and loving mother?" Yang Kai shook his head. "That's right. So between the two of us, I only like you to this extent. In the future, I will marry one of the young lords of the central capital, and then my Chiu family will form a marriage alliance with his family so that we can help each other. We'll support each other and work together to bring down your Yang clan and trample it under our feet. At that time, we might become enemies." Qiu Ming said calmly, as if she was talking about someone else. "Perhaps she will marry someone like Stars Hua, En, Gaorang Feng, Kang Zhan, Lu Qing Yao, Meng Shan Yi. Anything is possible." "They don't deserve you." Yang Kai shook his head, suddenly feeling a little bored. Qiu Ming giggled. The corners of her eyes overflowed with tears, but she didn't wipe them away, instead turning her head and whispering softly, "What does it matter if they don't deserve you? I'm not worthy of you, am I? You're so powerful, your future is bright, you have means, you have charm, and you're so strong. There is almost no woman who can match you. Before, I was a man who looked down on the world, but now, I can only look up to you." Yang Kai suddenly felt that he couldn't continue talking to her. If he did, this strong and wise woman would really cry. Grinning, he said, "Let's not talk about feelings. We can just play around." These words were worse than a beast, so Yang Kai couldn't help but despise himself for it. "Not now. Wait until the day I get married. I'll find you." Qiu Yimeng shook her head solemnly. Yang Kai stared at her blankly. "Are you kidding me?" Qiu Yimeng smiled charmingly. "What do you think?" "I'll take my leave first." Yang Kai broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly fled. In the corridor, a crisp sound rang out, and under the moonlight, a graceful figure reclined on the handrail of the corridor, looking up at the star field, holding some hazelnuts in her hands and chewing them with relish. A head of light blue hair that caused Yang Kai to be a little dazed, a beautiful but slightly charming face that was captivating, a small red mouth that opened up and down, revealing her pearly white teeth, a pair of slender legs that were mostly exposed to the air, and her skin as white as jade, an eye-catching sight. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he stared at the woman in front of him. "Do you want some?" Shui Ling stretched out her hand, but her mouth didn't stay idle, still chewing the hazelnuts skillfully. "No need." Yang Kai shook his head. "Why are you here?" "I live next door." Shui Ling pointed to the room next door. "I was bored at night, so I came out to look at the stars." "I asked you why you're in my house." Yang Kai coldly snorted. "What's wrong? Your house is so big. What's wrong with me living here?" Shui Ling pouted, whispering softly, "You can't be so stingy, right? Don't try to play tricks with me. It doesn't matter if you live here, but if I find out you have any ulterior motives, you'll die." "Aya, I'm so scared." Shui Ling bit her thin lip, staring at Yang Kai in horror, her two big eyes filled with fear. "Humph." Knowing that she was just putting on an act, Yang Kai didn't probe further, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Did you hear what I said just now?" Shui Ling continued chewing the hazelnuts and giggled. "I didn't hear the first half, but I heard the second half. Go accompany her." Yang Kai signaled with his eyes. The hazelnuts in Shui Ling's mouth slid down silently as she cried out, "Are you serious? Either go accompany her, or get the hell out of here right now." "You." Shui Ling ground her teeth and quickly rolled over, stuffing the hazelnuts in her hand into her sleeve, puffing out her chest and glaring at Yang Kai, hatefully saying, "I'll remember you." Saying so, she stormed into Qiu Yimeng's room. A moment later, the sound of two young girls chatting came from inside the room, Yang Kai leaving with a satisfied expression. Shui Ling had returned to the house with everyone 3 days ago. Yang Kai knew about it, but didn't bother with her. This woman's origins were mysterious, and her cultivation was not in line with her age. Furthermore, she had a head of light blue hair that stood out from the rest. No matter how he looked at her, she didn't look like an ordinary woman. She said she came from Water Spirit Temple, but Yang Kai had never heard of this sect. While he had asked the old demon to pay attention to her movements, Yang Kai also wanted to investigate her secrets. He could feel that Shui Ling had no malicious intentions towards the people in the house. As such, he had acquiesced to her living here. However, he hadn't expected that Qiu Yimeng would arrange for her to live in the room next to his, obviously intending to personally monitor her. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse, the night wind blurred. Yang Kai came to his little senior sister's room. Su Yin was also here. In the middle of the night, suddenly seeing Yang Kai visit, the two young girls were a little shy. Su Yin was fine, but Xianing Cheng's face was red to the neck. During the time that Su Yin wasn't here, she had often shared a bed with Kai Yang and Kai Yang. Although she had never done anything out of line, at this moment, Xianing Cheng still felt ashamed. Lowering her head, she didn't say a word. Su Yin glanced at Yang Kai and asked softly, "Why are you here?" "I've always lived here," Yang Kai replied frankly. Su Yin suddenly had a look of understanding on her face as she pursed her lips and giggled. She didn't oppose the relationship between Yang Kai and Xianing Cheng. It could even be said that in terms of relationships, she had never restricted Yang Kai or asked him to do anything. If it weren't for the joyous unification art, with Su Yan's cold temperament, she wouldn't have such needs. On the contrary, Yang Kai cultivated a young attribute secret art and was a hot-blooded young man, so his needs were definitely stronger than hers. Yang Kai's status wasn't low, so it could be said that he could have as many women as he wanted, especially in the house. Now that there were so many beautiful women, there were many who had a good impression of him. However, as far as Su Yin knew, Yang Kai had only had one woman, and that was her. For such a man, Su Yin wouldn't ask him to do anything. Do you want to rest? Su Yin looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Dual cultivation? We didn't dual cultivate last time, Yang Kai said. Oh, Su Yin blushed as she also remembered this. I'm going to rest, Xia Ning Chang suddenly said, falling directly onto the bed and covering his face with the quilt, motionless, as if he had fallen asleep in an instant. Yang Kai and Su Yin glanced at each other and couldn't help laughing, recalling that Xianing Chong had often acted like this in the cave mansion under High Heaven Pavilion's coiling dragon stream. Shaking their heads, they didn't explain too much. Yang Kai and Su Yin sat down cross-legged facing each other and stretched out their palms. The joyous unification art had already reached the second stage, so there was no need for them to dual cultivate. The Yuan Qi in their bodies merged in a strange way in an instant, flowing from Yang Kai's body to Su Yan's body, then from Su Yan's body back to Yang Kai's body, an endless cycle. A few days ago, a great battle had caused the entire war city to boil over, and even now it had not completely calmed down. The Yang family's ninth brother, Yang Kai, had suddenly displayed his unparalleled strength, killing Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng in front of Yang Zhao's house and openly breaking through to the immortal ascension boundary. This evil energy had spread throughout War City and finally attracted the attention of the 8 masters from the Seal Temple to stop it. But in front of Yang Kai's incredible connections and strength, the 8 masters had no choice but to compromise. After that, Yang Kai successfully broke through to the immortal ascension boundary and the 8 masters from the Seal Temple retreated. The front of Yang Zhao's house was in ruins. The next day, eldest brother Yang Wei announced that until the end of the inheritance war, he would not make any more moves. When this news came out, War City was in an uproar. Yang Wei's meaning was obviously that he felt he couldn't win the inheritance war, so he had taken such passive measures. However, everyone understood and didn't blame or despise him. In the face of Yang Kai's overwhelming power, even if Yang Wei resisted, it would be useless. As long as Yang Kai wanted to, he could instantly defeat Yang Wei and eliminate him. Chapter 532. News of Yang Wei's passive response spread. Although there was no news from Yang Zhao's house, in the eyes of those with discerning eyes, his situation was undoubtedly the worst. Masters like Nan Sheng and Xiang Chu had been killed in front of Yang Zhao's house. After that battle, the forces in Yang Zhao's house had shrunk significantly. Many forces withdrew from the inheritance war and left Yang Zhao's house. After only half an hour, Yang Zhao's house was completely deserted. At this moment, the remaining forces in Yang Zhao's house were less than half of what they had been at their peak. In terms of number of cultivator, Yang Zhao's house had instantly fallen from the most powerful to the last. Moreover, in terms of overall strength, Yang Zhao's house couldn't be compared with Yang Kai's house. There were even rumors that Yang Zhao himself had lost all of his former glory since that day, spending his days in a daze, almost like a walking corpse, a tragic sight to behold. The remaining cultivator in Yang Zhao's house were also listless and had no fighting spirit. The inheritance war had lasted until now, and the outcome had basically been decided. Just as Yang Wei thought that day, there was no need to continue this battle for the position of future patriarch of the Yang family. Most people in War City, including those in the central capital, felt that Yang Kai would definitely be the next patriarch of the Yang family, leading the 8 great families and holding great power in his hands. These days, Yang Kai's mansion could be said to be bustling with noise and excitement. Guests came and went like a river, countless of them. These people all wanted to use this final moment to establish a relationship with Yang Kai. Although they hadn't helped much in the inheritance war, and some of them were even former enemies of Yang Kai's house, seeing that the inheritance war was about to end, they naturally wanted to take advantage of this final opportunity. They didn't really expect to reach an agreement with Yang Kai or form an alliance, but at the very least, they wanted to be acquainted with him. This way, when Yang Kai became the patriarch of the Yang family in the future, it would be easier to negotiate. These people all brought a lot of gifts, hoping to see Yang Kai and exchange a few words with him. There were also many people who came to act as matchmakers. Of these large and small forces, which one of them didn't have a few young ladies? Yang Kai was also a man. Men liked beautiful women. This was an eternal truth. If Yang Kai were to take a fancy to one of her daughters, she would become the mistress of the Yang family when she marries him. Who wouldn't be jealous of such an honor? The threshold of Yang Kai's mansion was almost broken. In the face of these people's visits, Chiu Yiming was once again overwhelmed with work. Originally, she wasn't prepared to entertain these people. Towards these opportunistic people who changed faces faster than flipping the pages of a book, Chiu Yiming abhorred them. However, after Yang Kai heard the news, he actually asked her to entertain him. Although Chiu Yiming didn't understand why, she could only comply. All the great forces who came with gifts were personally welcomed into the house by Chiu Yiming. After a few words, they would leave their gifts behind and scram. As for the matchmakers, the Chiu family's eldest young miss had rudely blocked them outside the door and refused to receive them. In just a few days, the Yang Kai prefecture had welcomed more than 100 forces and gathered a large amount of wealth and materials at an incredible speed. Chiu Yiming was deeply shocked. Even if she was the Chiu family's eldest young lady, she was still shocked by the quantity and quality of these materials. 5 days later, Yang Kai's mansion gradually calmed down. Everyone who was busy suddenly felt a tyrannical aura spread out from the depths of the mansion. This aura was mixed with energy fluctuations that caused everyone's heart to palpitate. All of them couldn't help but look towards the source of the aura with a slightly changed expression. A moment later, many people had gathered together. "What's going on?" Huixing shouted. He had just obtained a new artifact from Treasure Instrument Sect and hadn't had time to refine it before encountering this situation, so he couldn't help feeling a little surprised. "It seems that someone has broken through." Chiu Yiming frowned slightly, "And it's not just one person. I also felt it. 2 people broke through at the same time." Dong Dong nodded gently. The aura that had spread out was intertwined and didn't belong to just one person. "But why do I feel young Lord Kai's aura?" Huixing didn't understand. Yang Kai had just broken through to the immortal ascension boundary a few days ago, so even if his aptitude was outstanding, it was impossible for him to break through again in just a few days, right? How could others still survive? "Let's go take a look." Chiu Yiming couldn't help feeling curious and led a group of young people over. After walking for a short time, they arrived at Xianing Chang's room, but before they could reach out and knock, the door opened. Yang Kai walked out from inside, followed by Su Yin. Although the two of them looked calm, anyone could see the joy and excitement in their eyes. "What's going on? Why are there so many people here?" Yang Kai frowned. "Who broke through here?" Chiu Yiming peeked into the room but didn't see anything, so she couldn't help using her weak divine sense to sweep Yang Kai, her beautiful face suddenly changing color. "You actually..." Among this group of young people, in addition to Chiu Yiming, there were also a few who had broken through to the immortal ascension boundary. Noticing the abnormality in Chiu Yiming's tone, they also used their divine senses to investigate and were immediately shocked. Yang Kai had actually broken through to the immortal ascension boundary second stage. In other words, the aura that had spread out when he broke through was indeed caused by him. Pairs of eyes instantly bulged as everyone stared at Yang Kai incredulously, their faces filled with shock. "Breaking through a minor realm. What's all the fuss about?" Yang Kai snorted. "Fuss about nothing?" Huixing screamed, "Young Lord Kai, do you know when you last broke through?" Who didn't know this question? The last time Yang Kai broke through, Dongming had been there to protect him and had even contradicted 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters. That was something that happened 7 days ago. 7 days, in just 7 days, he had broken through another minor realm. This kind of cultivation speed could no longer be described as abnormal. It was simply monstrous. "She broke through with you?" Chiu Yiming stared at Su Yin. Yang Kai nodded. This time's dual cultivation had allowed both of them to make significant progress. Yang Kai had broken through to the immortal ascension boundary second stage, while Su Yin had broken through to the immortal ascension boundary fourth stage. Moreover, both of their cultivations had directly stabilized. In terms of gains, Su Yan's was even greater than Yang Kai's. After all, Yang Kai had just broken through a great realm not long ago. Huixing suddenly said, You've been staying in your room these past few days. Shouldn't you be? Before he could finish his words, Su Yan's cold eyes stared towards him. The Hua family young lord suddenly went silent. Although he was quite interested in women with cold temperaments and noble appearances, towards this Su Yan, Hua Xing instinctively felt some fear. This woman was extraordinary. Perhaps even the Lu family's Lu Qingyao was not her opponent. For some reason, Hua Xing was extremely confident in his guess. What's more, she was Yang Kai's woman. Towards Yang Kai's women, even those who had a good impression of Yang Kai, Hua Xing had always consciously avoided them, never daring to have any improper thoughts. If you have time to ask this and that, just go and cultivate. Yang Kai scolded. Although his breakthrough this time was too abrupt, it was the result of a long period of preparation. Everyone was embarrassed by this, and they hurriedly scattered like birds and beasts. All of them hardened their hearts and swore to enter into closed-door cultivation to break through their current bottlenecks. Qiu Yiming also blushed slightly. She had the heart to cultivate, but after all, she had many things to do and didn't have much time. Little Lord, I have something to say. Xiang Tianxiao didn't leave, and instead stared at Yang Kai with a serious expression. Since the end of that day's battle, Xiang Tianxiao had been looking for an opportunity, but Yang Kai had been so busy that it wasn't until now that he had a chance to speak. Glancing at him, Yang Kai nodded gently. I'm going to find junior sister Xia, Su Yin said, turning around and leaving. Su Yin didn't want to intervene in Yang Kai's affairs. Only Yang Kai, Qiu Yiming, and Xiang Tianxiao remained. The atmosphere suddenly became a little dignified. Qiu Yiming seemed to realize what Xiang Tianxiao wanted to say and quickly said, Second young master Xiang, I hope you can carefully consider what you are about to say. Xiang Tianxiao's expression was indifferent as he nodded slightly. What is it? Speak. Yang Kai looked at him. Xiang Tianxiao took a deep breath and said concisely, I want to leave here and withdraw from the inheritance war. Qiu Yiming sighed deeply. Although she had already warned Xiang Tianxiao, he still said this sentence, making her feel a little sad. Have you thought about it? Yang Kai didn't seem too surprised, as if he had already known. And, since you've thought about it, then go. Yang Kai didn't try to persuade him to stay. Qiu Yiming was shocked and stamped her foot. Yang Kai. Yang Kai turned to look at her and said lightly, No matter what, I killed his eldest brother. If second young master Xiang still stays in my house and works for me, I'm afraid he will be criticized. Leaving here is the best choice. Xiang Tianxiao's expression changed, and he couldn't help showing a trace of gratitude. Although Xiang Chu was his eldest brother, the struggle between the two brothers was no secret. In order to get rid of his younger brother, Xiang Chu had done everything in his power, but in the end, the two were still brothers. Xiang Chu died at the hands of Yang Kai, so it was really inappropriate for Xiang Tianxiao to remain here. Even if the people in the house understood him, and those who knew what happened to him understood him, with so many people in the world, how could they all understand him? Listening to Yang Kai's words, Qiu Yiming's expression froze, not knowing how to persuade him to stay. Others were now desperately trying to squeeze into Yang Kai's house, but none of them had the opportunity to do so, nor could they. However, at the critical moment when victory was imminent in the inheritance war, Xiang Tianxiao chose to leave. At first glance, such a choice was quite irrational. However, Yang Kai knew that Xiang Tianxiao had his own principles and wasn't the kind of person who was driven by personal gain. If he was such a person, he wouldn't have joined him when he was at his lowest. The number of people Xiang Tianxiao had brought with him was indeed not many, and their strength wasn't high, but after many battles, they had put in all of their efforts. Many thanks for this half a year. Yang Kai nodded gently to Xiang Tianxiao. Xiang Tianxiao's face, which had always been expressionless, suddenly showed a smile. During this time, I was also indebted to Little Lord for taking care of me. The pills in the pill room and the artifacts refined by Treasure Instrument Sect had also been divided among the Xiang family cultivator. Thanks to such good fortune, the standards of the Xiang family cultivators had risen by several levels. Xiang Tianxiao's smile gradually converged and he restored his usual cold expression, his voice becoming low. Little Lord, when we meet again, we will be enemies. When that time comes, I won't show any mercy. Farewell. I'll send you off. Chapter 533. Outside the mansion, Xiang Tian Xiao led his family's cultivator to bid farewell to Yang Kai and Qiu Yimeng. As the sun set, Xiang's second young lord's back was straight as he strode forward. He had a clear conscience. Behind him, there were less than 10 people following. When he came to Yang Kai that day, he had brought 4 boxes full of supplies and more than 20 cultivator, but after so many battles, his number had dwindled. Everyone else had died in battle, using their own flesh and blood to forge Yang Kai's glorious victories. Watching his second young lord and the Xiang family disappear, Yang Kai withdrew his gaze. Of those people, he only knew the name of Xiang Tian Xiao. As for the others, he hadn't even spoken a word to them, but this still couldn't erase the respect and gratitude in his heart, not only for the Xiang family, but also for the cultivator from the other forces in the mansion. Yang Kai was very grateful to all of them. If these people hadn't gathered together, even if he was strong, he wouldn't have been able to make any waves in the inheritance war. Qiu Yimeng suddenly felt a little sad. This was the first group of cultivator to leave Yang Kai's mansion, not because of a dispute of interest, not because of a life or death grudge, but because of morality and family constraints. With Xiang Tian Xiao leading the Xiang family, things should be much better. Yang Kai took a deep breath. At the very least, he was more reliable than someone like Xiang Chu. If he were to inherit the Xiang family in the future, Yang Kai wouldn't mind forming an alliance with the Xiang family and turning weapons of war into gifts of jade and silk. Qiu Yimeng brushed her hair back behind her ear and chuckled. So you're right. You've done a good deed for the Xiang family. Unfortunately, the Xiang family won't appreciate it. Yang Kai laughed self-deprecatingly. Let's go back. Turning around. But before she could enter the mansion, her expression suddenly became cold and she reached out to the side. That hand seemed to have unknowingly lengthened, and an energy invisible to the naked eye shot out like a rope. A soft cry rang out, causing Qiu Yimeng to be startled. Qiu Yimeng couldn't help frowning. Dozens of feet away, there was a person wrapped in a black robe. Her body was suspended in the air, and she was struggling. Her neck seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand, and her legs were flailing wildly. However, she couldn't escape Yang Kai's grasp. Qiu Yimeng was surprised. Just now, when this person's exclamation entered her ears, she felt a sense of familiarity, but when she couldn't see her face, she couldn't help feeling curious. Yang Kai coldly snorted. With a wave of his hand, he sent out a beam of energy that blew away the bamboo hat that covered the face of the captive. After seeing her true face, Kai Yang couldn't help but narrow his eyes, a cold light flashing across them. However, Qiu Yimeng's expression, she calmly looked at the struggling posture of the person in front of her and giggled. Why is it you? Meng Ji, Meng, ignoring Qiu Yimeng's teasing, she glared at Yang Kai, her face flushed red, her towering chest heaving up and down violently, sending out waves of seduction. Yang Kai frowned. He didn't want to go too far, he just felt someone approaching him without warning, so he suddenly acted. Waving his hand, Yang Kai released the woman, causing her to cry out in alarm and fall to the ground. After standing up, she glared hatefully at Yang Kai. There was a trace of hidden resentment in her eyes. She had never been treated like this before. Eldest young lady Yi. Qiu Yimeng gracefully stood beside Yang Kai, looking at Yi Xian row across from her and saying in a strange tone, Why aren't you staying in Yang Zhao's house and serving the second young lord? What are you doing here? Hearing her words, Yi Xian Ro's heart was filled with resentment, but she didn't show it on her face, simply smiling softly and saying, Elder sister Qiu, what are you saying? Little sister is just an ally of second young lord. How could I serve him? That's a matter for the servants. There's no need for me to intervene. Really? Qiu Yimeng looked surprised. I heard that since little sister and second young lord formed an alliance, your relationship has been getting better and better, to the point of even discussing marriage. Yi Xian Ro giggled, covering her mouth as she said, Elder sister must have misheard. Little sister isn't someone who casually marries off. Elder sister, on the other hand, you're not young anymore. Shouldn't you consider finding a good home? If elder sister is interested, little sister can speak a few words on behalf of elder sister to second young lord. Recently, second young lord has been quite depressed. If he hears this news, won't he be able to cheer up? No need. Qiu Yiming chuckled, turning her head to look at Yang Kai. If I want to marry, I already have a candidate by my side. Yi Xianro was stunned. She hadn't expected Qiu Yiming to be so bold, directly expressing her love in front of Yang Kai. After a moment of silence, she said with a look of admiration, "Elder sister is really extraordinary." Little sister is too embarrassed to say such words. Little sister's face is quite thin. Qiu Yiming's expression was warm, and Yi Xianro smiled faintly. The two women's eyes met, creating a series of invisible sparks. At the entrance of the mansion, there were two guards from an unknown faction standing there. Hearing the two of them calling each other elder sister and younger sister, they were more affectionate than anyone else. Their tone was also very gentle, as if they were really harmonious sisters. However, for some reason, they still felt an illusion of swords and blades. They couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. If you have something to say, then say it. I don't have time to listen to you bickering here. Yang Kai impatiently interrupted their verbal confrontation. He had something on his mind but didn't have time to deal with it, so naturally he was a bit anxious. Why is little lord so cold? Yi Xianro said with some dissatisfaction, but since I've come here, I must have something to say. Yang Kai just stared straight at her without saying anything. Yi Xianro was stunned. You wouldn't want me to say it here, would you? What's inconvenient about that? Of course it's inconvenient. Yi Xianro said with a depressed expression. She had come here in secret, so if someone really saw her contacting Yang Kai here, it wouldn't be a good thing for her. After all, she was on Yang Zhao's side. Qiu Yiming obviously also considered this point and stood on her tiptoes, whispering something into Yang Kai's ear. She was worried that if news of her meeting with Yi Xianro were to spread, she would be used by others. If that happened, not only would it be bad for Yi Xianro, but it would also be bad for Yang Kai's reputation. After listening to Qiu Yiming's words, even though Yang Kai was somewhat reluctant, he could only say, "Then let's talk inside." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xianro, wrapped in a fragrant wind, rushed into the house, and when she passed by Yang Kai, she giggled and threw him a flirtatious glance. Yang Kai's expression became strange, suddenly feeling that this Yi Xianro was completely different from what he had imagined. "Do you think she's a pure woman?" Qiu Yiming coldly snorted. "I think so," Yang Kai nodded. Whether it was Yi Xianro's name, appearance, or the few times he had met her, Yang Kai felt that although she was an enemy, she wasn't bad at all. Now it seemed that he had misjudged her. "Hemph, be careful. Don't let her eat you until there's nothing left of you," Qiu Yiming warned with a sour tone. "Am I that kind of person?" Yang Kai glanced at her indifferently. Qiu Yiming couldn't help laughing, feeling that she was overthinking things. If Yang Kai was really a perverted hooligan like Starshua, she might have to worry about being unable to resist the temptation of Yi Xianro. But although Yang Kai was somewhat hateful and lecherous, in the end, he was still a very principled person. If she tried to seduce Yang Kai, she estimated that Yang Kai would not refuse and would eat her up, but Yi Xianro, she didn't have that ability. Qiu Yiming's heart suddenly filled with pride. Walking into the house, outside the side hall, Qiu Yiming stopped and chuckled. "You can talk to her yourself? I don't get along well with her. If we meet, we'll definitely quarrel, so it's better not to see her." Yang Kai nodded lightly. He had just experienced this and knew that what Qiu Yiming said was not false. The two of them were both young ladies from the central capital's 8 great families, so naturally, they would compete with each other. But Qiu Yiming's fame was undoubtedly overwhelming, so Yi Xianro simply couldn't compare. Inside the side hall, Yi Xianro had already taken off her disguise and was gasping for breath, her face relaxed. It was clear that she had put in a lot of effort to dress herself up. She was beautiful to begin with, so at this moment, she gave off a radiant feeling. Her 2 snow-white arms were exposed, her skin white as snow, her chest full, not too big nor too small, just right. Her waist was graceful, her buttocks were round and perky, and her legs were long and slender. At the ankles of her 2 jade feet, there were also some bell-like ornaments, and although they didn't make any sound, they were small and lovely. Moreover, the first impression she gave off was that of a little bird, docile, and delicate. However, when Yang Kai looked at her at this moment, he could see the charm hidden in her clear eyes. If you have something to say, just say it. Yang Kai said impatiently. Little Lord really is an indifferent person. Yi Xian Rose smiled sweetly. Then you're wrong. Yang Kai grinned wickedly. I'm not an indifferent person. I'm also interested in beautiful women, but I have something to do right now, so I don't want to waste time. Is Little Lord praising me as a beautiful woman? Yi Xian Rose's face lit up as she bit her lip and asked. Everyone has their own preferences. In my opinion, you're a beautiful woman. Yang Kai nodded. But even if you're a beautiful woman, you can't waste my time. If that's the case, then I'll speak frankly. Yi Xian Rose didn't want to be entangled. She understood Yang Kai's character and knew that he was a strong person. Strong people didn't like to be led by the nose by others, so if she tried to change the subject, she was afraid the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Yang Kai put on an expression of listening attentively. In the battle 7 days ago, Second Young Lord has completely lost his will to fight. Although I am Second Young Lord's ally and should support him at this time to restore his confidence, I think that even if I try, there is nothing I can do. In other words, Second Young Lord is destined to be eliminated from the inheritance war. What do you mean? Yang Kai smiled playfully. Could it be you want to abandon my second brother and join me? Chapter 534. Inside the main hall, Yi Xian Rose blinked her big eyes and stared at Yang Kai for a moment before suddenly covering her mouth and giggling. As she laughed, she said, Little Lord is looking down on me too much. How could I possibly betray Second Young Lord and seek refuge with you? If I really did so, what kind of person would I, Yi Xian Rose, be? What would the world think of my Yi family then? It's just a joke. Don't take it seriously. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. He also knew that it was impossible for Yi Xian Rose to do such a thing. The inheritance war was hosted by the Yang family in order to select the next patriarch. Many forces in the world, large and small, were participating, most of them wanting to take this opportunity to latch onto the Yang family's thighs. However, the other 7 great families of the central capital didn't have such intentions. They had a strong heritage and powerful strength. Even if they weren't as strong as the Yang family, they weren't far behind. Moreover, they shared an inextricable connection with the Yang family in the central capital, so there was no need for them to curry favor with the Yang family. The young lords and young ladies of the 7 great families participating in the inheritance war were mainly honing themselves and honing their abilities. They didn't care much about winning or losing the inheritance war. If they won, they would be happy, but if they lost, it wouldn't be a big loss. Therefore, although the current situation in Yang Kai's house wasn't very optimistic, Yi Xian Rose couldn't betray him and instead seek refuge with him. Doing so would cause a great loss to her Yi family's reputation. Then what do you want to do? Yang Kai stared at Yi Xian Rose with burning eyes. If I'm not mistaken, you should have been waiting outside for a few days, right? It didn't make sense that she would find him so soon after he left the house. The only explanation was that this woman was waiting for him to show up. Actually, I don't want to do anything. Yi Xian Rose shook her head. It's just that the current situation is clear. It's only a matter of time before Little Lord wins. It can even be said that if you want, you can defeat the other 2 opponents right now. Yang Kai remained silent, but a trace of vigilance flashed across his eyes. He didn't know if this Yi Xian Rose was here to inquire about information. The future patriarch of the Yang family will undoubtedly be Little Lord. Yi Xian Rose's beautiful eyes flashed as if she could already see Yang Kai's domineering demeanor. Her breathing quickened slightly as an intoxicating blush appeared on her face. It just so happens that I'm more interested in the strong. The Little Lord is such a person. You're really boring. Yang Kai curled his lips, his face full of disdain. A cold light flashed across Yi Xian Rose's eyes, but she quickly restrained herself and giggled. Let's get straight to the point. This time, I only came to ask for one thing. What is it? When the little young lord becomes the head of the Yang family, please take care of my Yi family. Yang Kai's expression became strange, squinting at Yi Xian Rose. Your Yi family is still one of the 8 great families. You don't need me to look after you, do you? Yi Xian Rose slowly shook her head and said with a sad expression, Little Lord may not know, But the 8 great families are now going downhill. Many of the family's masters are nearing the end of their lives, and the strength of the new generation of young lords is mixed. Most of them are domineering and incompetent. In the last battle with the ash-gray cloud evil land, our side suffered heavy losses but was unable to eradicate the evil land. The prestige of the 8 great families was also greatly damaged. I don't know how long this kind of glory will last. I have always felt that Little Lord is a person who can bring about miracles. The entire inheritance war is a battlefield where you repeatedly create miracles. The Yang family, under your leadership in the future, is very likely to become even stronger than it is now. As for the other 7 great families, I don't think anyone has this ability. When that time comes, your Yang family may really dominate the central capital and control the world, not just in name like it is now. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, suddenly realizing that he had underestimated this woman's ability to see far into the future. Worthy of being a descendant of the 8 great families, regardless of her character, she was still quite perceptive. Although the current 8 great families were led by the Yang family, the other 7 great families weren't weak either. Each of them wanted to replace the Yang family. Unfortunately, there was no such opportunity. However, no matter which family it was, they were all going downhill. The problem Ro mentioned was something Yang Kai had occasionally thought about, but he didn't think too much about it because he felt that this kind of thing had nothing to do with him. Now that he listened to her analysis, he suddenly felt that it made sense. The 8 great families had been enjoying prosperity for far too long. The so-called riches could not last more than 3 generations, and sooner or later they would decline. Now, there were already signs of this. Each of the young lords and young ladies of the central capital thought they were superior to others, forgetting the hardships and dangers their ancestors had faced in order to create such a prosperous world. A person like Qiu Zirua might become the Qiu family's leader in the future. So what hope did the Qiu family have? Gao Rangfeng, Kang Zhan, Meng Shan Yi, Lu Qingyao, and the others all had some ability, but under their leadership, wouldn't their families decline? This was something no one could predict. Perhaps we won't be able to see this happen in our lifetime, but I'm just preparing for a rainy day. It's always better to be prepared than not, right? Yi Xianro looked at Yang Kai confidently. Yang Kai gently nodded. In any case, I feel that Little Lord isn't an ordinary person. Under your leadership, the Yang family will definitely be better off than it is now. If I don't take advantage of this opportunity to establish a good relationship with you, I'm afraid I won't have another chance in the future. Yi Xianro spoke the truth, her expression and tone not the slightest bit of falsehood. It was obvious that she really was sincere. I admit that what you said makes sense. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Kai looked up at her and grinned. But what benefits do I get from doing this? Yi Xianro bit her lip and said softly, "What benefits does Little Lord want?" When she said this sentence, her eyes became blurred and her face filled with a seductive light. Her meaning was self-evident. Yang Kai looked at her calmly and slowly shook his head. "I don't know. It depends on what you can offer." Yi Xianro giggled, got up, and walked towards Yang Kai step by step. When she was half a foot away from Yang Kai, she stood still, turned around, and sat down on Yang Kai's lap, her arms around Yang Kai's neck as she whispered, "Little Lord, whatever you want me to do, I'll do it." "Really?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up, a look of fascination appearing on his face as he stretched out his hand and pinched Yi Xianro's plump breasts. With a soft snort, Yi Xianro stared towards Yang Kai and pouted, "Little Lord, be gentle. You're going to break my skin." Her lips were bright red and extremely seductive. Seeing this, a trace of pride flashed across Yi Xianro's eyes. Even if Yang Kai was outstanding in the end, he was still just an 18-year-old boy. Yang Zhao had already been reduced to a subject under her skirt, conquered by her with his body. How could Yang Kai be spared? Yi Xianro coldly snorted. Saying so, she quickly left Yang Kai's arms. Yi Xianro was an expert at playing hard to get. She knew that if she wanted to whet a man's appetite, she couldn't let him get what he wanted too easily. She wasn't a pure woman. How could she not understand what a man was thinking? Yang Kai didn't try to stop her and just stared at her with a smile, his face full of expectation. Although his eyes were lustful, There was no sign of him being aroused. Just as she stood firmly, Yi Xianruo's clothes suddenly turned to shreds. Her perfectly proportioned snow-white body was suddenly exposed to the air. It was as exquisite as silk, and it flickered with an alluring luster. It was a breathtaking sight. Yi Xianruo exclaimed, never having expected such a thing to happen. Suddenly, she realized that when Yang Kai had pinched her a moment ago, he had used some kind of trick, but she hadn't noticed it at all. Panicking and frightened, Yi Xianruo hurriedly raised her jade arm to protect herself while covering her lower body with her other hand. Her face flushed red as she glared at Yang Kai. You. Spitting out a single word, Yi Xianruo quickly suppressed her anger and stamped her foot. Little lord, how can you be like this? You delivered yourself to my doorstep. Yang Kai snorted, slightly raising his head and saying in an arrogant tone, take your hands off me. Yi Xianruo suddenly wore an embarrassed expression and hesitated. Didn't you just say you could pay any price? Yang Kai sneered, what, were you just joking? Of course I was serious. Yi Xianruo's heart was filled with resentment as she bit her thin lip. She really didn't care about her relationship with Yang Kai. In fact, she even longed for it. But before she obtained any tangible benefits and Yang Kai's promise, she didn't want to let Yang Kai take advantage of her. But now, she had no choice but to do so. Hardening her heart, Yi Xianruo said softly, then, little lord, please don't laugh at me. Yang Kai didn't comment, still looking down at her with a somewhat superior expression. Yi Xianruo slowly released her hands and lowered her head, looking very shy. Yang Kai's eyes were full of aggression, not bothering to hide it as he stared at her with a burning gaze. Her plump, flat, and smooth lower abdomen without a trace of excess fat. Her private area was covered in fragrant grass. Her snow-white body exuded an alluring light that would make any man's blood boil. She was so beautiful that it made people linger and forget to return, making them drool. Yi Xianruo was completely naked, standing in front of Yang Kai like a work of art, allowing him to appreciate her exquisite curves and body. Yang Kai had to admit, this woman really did have a lot of capital, especially with her current shy appearance. It made him want to push her to the ground and savor her futile struggle. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's gaze, Yi Xianruo's pure white body gradually glowed with a strange red light and her breathing gradually quickened. Although she wasn't pure, she was still a woman. Standing in front of a man like this, she was somewhat shy. Am I beautiful? Yi Xianruo allowed his eyes to wander over her body as she raised her head and asked softly. Yang Kai nodded heavily, breathing heavily. As long as you give me a promise, this is all yours. At this point, Yi Xianruo could no longer play hard to get and could only throw out the bait. Moreover, looking at Yang Kai's appearance and state, it was obvious he couldn't refuse such a temptation, so she was full of confidence. Chapter 535. Inside the side hall, facing Yi Xianruo's blatant seduction, Yang Kai stood up and walked straight towards her. Yi Xianruo raised her eyes and glanced at him shyly, her heart beating violently as a faint trace of expectation appeared on her face. Towards Yang Kai, Yi Xianruo was indeed quite interested in him. Being able to share the pleasures of fish and water with such a young overlord would certainly be a joyous occasion. As Yang Kai approached, Yi Xianruo's breathing gradually quickened. A moment later, Yang Kai brushed past her and a low voice filled with sarcasm entered her ears. Sorry, I'm not interested in broken shoes. The expectation on Yi Xianruo's face quickly converged and her charming face suddenly became gloomy, her tender body trembling as she turned her head and shouted, Yang Kai, stop right there. Yang Kai ignored her and continued to walk out. Yi Xianruo was furious and quickly chased after him, but before she could get close to Yang Kai, she was blown away by an invisible wave of qi. When she landed on the ground, Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai, you dare treat me like this, I'll make you die a horrible death. Yi Xianruo roared hysterically like a madwoman. Outside the side hall, Qiu Yiming stared at Yang Kai strangely, her face flushed red as she said, Aren't you going too far? Treating a woman like this? What's too far? Yang Kai snorted lightly, Not calling Hua Xingchen over is already the most benevolent thing she can do. I've always been kind to women. And she's yours now. Hee hee. Qiu Yiming giggled, a look of expectation appearing on her face. Although with Yi Xian Ro's status, Qiu Yiming couldn't do anything to her, but she could still make her suffer a little. The two women were already at odds with each other, and now Yi Xian Ro was brazenly seducing Yang Kai, causing Qiu Yiming's heart to burn with anger. After Yang Kai left, Qiu Yiming gently clapped her hands. Immediately, a few bodyguard-like cultivator rushed over, respectfully asking, "Sister Qiu Xiaoyu, what orders do you have?" Qiu Yiming's lips curled into a devilish grin as she shouted, "Stand guard outside the hall. Without my permission, no one is allowed to enter." Yes. Inside the side hall, Yi Xian Ro's beautiful face turned pale. She couldn't help but cry out, Elder Sister Qiu, please spare younger sister this time." Younger sister was wrong. Elder Sister Qiu. Qiu Yiming muttered to herself, "Ha, I'm getting old. My ears aren't that good. Did you hear anything?" The guards outside the side hall shook their heads solemnly. "Then I must have misheard. I thought someone was calling out to me." Qiu Yiming giggled and walked away. The guards immediately felt a chill run down their spines. All of them suddenly discovered that Qiu Yiming also had such a black-bellied side to her. Glancing towards the side hall, they couldn't help showing a look of sympathy. Inside, there was also a fully clothed Yi Xian Ro. Inside the room, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, his mood fluctuating slightly. Not because of Yi Xian Ro, but because of what he was about to do next. 7 days ago, when he had just broken through to the immortal ascension boundary, Yang Kai hadn't noticed, and by the time he did, there were many things he had to do, so he hadn't had time to deal with them until now. The wordless black book had reacted. With a single thought, the wordless black book made from soul-calming stone appeared in Yang Kai's hand. Since obtaining this wordless black book, Yang Kai had made great strides on the road of martial Tao, his momentum unstoppable. This was partly because of the wordless black book's help each time it was unsealed, but more importantly, Yang Kai's own efforts were the result. Even now, Yang Kai still remembered it clearly. On the first page of the wordless black book, he obtained the unyielding golden skeleton. On the second page, he obtained the unyielding golden skeleton secret art. On the third page, he obtained the magical incense burner. On the fourth page, he obtained the true yang secret art, which established his Yuan Qi secret art. On the fifth page, he was guided to Medicine King's Valley, where he obtained the peerless treasures under the myriad drug pond. At the same time, the sixth page was unsealed, opening up the wordless black book space. Until now, the wordless black book hadn't shown any signs of activity, but after breaking through to the immortal ascension boundary, Yang Kai felt that the seventh page's restrictions could now be explored. Being able to explore meant that with his current strength and cultivation, he could break through its restrictions, unseal it, and unearth the secrets hidden on the seventh page. It could be said that every page of the wordless black book that was unsealed had greatly benefited Yang Kai. Now that he had reached this point, how could Yang Kai not be excited? Taking a deep breath, calming his fluctuating mood, Yang Kai held the wordless black book in his hand, opened it, and poured his Yuan Qi into it. But soon, Yang Kai discovered an unusual situation. In the past, whenever Yang Kai poured his true Qi into the wordless black book, the wordless black book would completely swallow it, and once it reached a certain point, the restrictions would be undone. However, this time, the wordless black book refused to accept Yang Kai's true Qi and instead rebounded it all back. Yang Kai fell into contemplation. Was the way he poured his Yuan Qi in was wrong? Or was the amount of Yuan Qi he poured in not enough? Or perhaps it wasn't done that way at all. The seventh page's restrictions were only discovered after he broke through to the immortal ascension boundary and opened up his knowledge sea. In other words, his knowledge sea and divine sense were the biggest keys. Considering all this, Yang Kai suddenly had an idea. No longer pouring his Yuan Qi into the wordless black book, he instead condensed his own spiritual energy and sent it towards the seventh page. The moment his spiritual energy entered the wordless black book, a faint light appeared, and at the same time, his spiritual energy was completely swallowed up. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai immediately affirmed his own inference. In order to unlock the 7th page's restrictions, he must use his spiritual energy. In for a penny, in for a pound. Yang Kai madly condensed his divine sense and continuously attacked the wordless black book. Every time his divine sense attacked, it would be completely swallowed up by the wordless black book. But Yang Kai could clearly perceive that the wordless black book's restrictions were gradually becoming weaker and weaker, like an iceberg that had been exposed to the scorching sun, slowly melting away. It was slow, but it was noticeable. Time passed, and the sun rose faintly. Yang Kai didn't know how much time had passed, but after taking several pills to replenish his spiritual energy, he finally broke through the wordless black book's restrictions. On the 7th page, a series of flickering lines appeared, crisscrossing each other, giving off a complex and mysterious aura. It seemed to be a spirit array. When all the lines on the spirit array were lit up, in the center of the page, a small vortex appeared. This vortex seemed to have the ability to swallow everything, slowly rotating. As it rotated, something emerged from the wordless black book. Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of panic. His knowledge sea soul seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, wanting to rush out of his knowledge sea. Kai Yang was shocked, but he quickly held his breath and stabilized his state of mind. Only then was he able to resist. If a person's soul was sucked away, they would definitely become a senseless idiot. At this moment, everyone in the mansion, including Meng Wuya and Ling Tai-su, felt a sense of unease. This feeling only lasted for a moment, coming quickly and leaving quickly, but it aroused the vigilance of the two masters. At the same time, they tried to sense the direction of Yang Kai, but there was nothing there, as if there was something blocking their divine sense. This made the two of them suspicious. They didn't know why such a situation would occur. Inside the room, Yang Kai stared at the thing that emerged from the 7th page of the wordless black book, a strange expression on his face. This thing was about the size of an egg, with 2 pointed ends, a round middle, and flat edges. There were many lines on it, like the wrinkles of a human, like the crisscrossing gullies on the back of a 10,000-year-old turtle. At first glance, this thing looked like some kind of fruit, but no matter how Yang Kai looked at it, he felt it was more like a closed eye. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a chill in his heart, and countless goosebumps appeared all over his body. He didn't know what this thing was. In the past, when the wordless black book was unsealed, a message would spread, letting him know what benefits he had obtained, but this time it didn't. The difficulty of unsealing this wordless black book was beyond Yang Kai's expectations. Faintly, Yang Kai felt that this thing was an incredible thing, but no matter how hard he thought about it, he couldn't figure out its purpose. He could only feel that it had some kind of connection with his soul. With a thought, the thing in his hand that looked like a closed eye or a fruit disappeared. At the same time, Yang Kai noticed that there were some new traces in his knowledge sea. Immersing himself in his knowledge sea, Yang Kai examined it. Sure enough, that thing had already entered his knowledge sea and was now quietly floating above the island, transformed from the 5-colored soul-warming lotus, without the slightest sign of disharmony, as if he had already refined it. Inside his knowledge sea, in addition to that thing and the soul-warming lotus, there was also a small sword. It was the soul-type artifact he had used to kill Nanshang. In order to refine this small sword, Yang Kai had spent a lot of effort, but that unknown thing had actually entered his knowledge sea on its own. Shaking his head, Yang Kai couldn't understand the deeper meaning behind this. Hearing a sound in his ear, Yang Kai quickly withdrew from his knowledge sea. The door opened and outside, Ling Tai-su and Meng Wuya walked in with dignified expressions. Both of them stared at Yang Kai for a moment before using their huge divine senses to sweep him, but after failing to find anything, the two of them exchanged a puzzled glance before walking out without saying a word. "Young master, are you all right?" Immediately after, the old demon also poked his head out and asked. "I'm fine." Yang Kai shook his head, knowing that these people were worried about him. His heart couldn't help feeling warm. "It's good that you're fine." The old demon breathed a sigh of relief and retracted his head. "Wait," Yang Kai suddenly called out. "What other orders does young master have?" "Go call Longshan over." "Yes." A moment later, Long Shan of Ghost King Valley was led into the room by the old demon. Looking at Yang Kai curiously, Long Shan asked, "What's the matter?" "Sit." Yang Kai didn't get up and simply motioned to her. Long Shan froze for a moment, not understanding Yang Kai's intentions. Chapter 536. I said, "When I break through to the immortal ascension boundary one day, I will give you back your freedom." Looking at the suspicious look on Long Shan's face, Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Now, it's time to fulfill this promise." Long Shan's eyes lit up, her eyes suddenly filled with expectation. A few years ago, when she was in that isolated world, she and Tianlang Dynasty's ZMO had been implanted with a soul brand by Yang Kai. At the beginning, Long Shan and ZMO had tried every possible means to escape from Yang Kai's control, but after going through trials and tribulations together, Long Shan gradually changed her opinion and attitude towards Yang Kai. Later, in the Evil Cavern, Yang Kai had single-handedly saved 7 or 8 Ghost King Valley disciples, causing Long Shan to shed tears of gratitude. During the Inheritance War, when the Ghost King Valley disciples had come to help, Long Shan had only wanted to return the favor and thank Yang Kai for his kindness to them. She no longer cared about the soul brand that Yang Kai had planted in her sea. It didn't matter whether it was removed or not. After all, it was impossible for Yang Kai to harm her and use that brand to order her to do things she didn't like. Although she didn't care, when she heard Yang Kai say so, Long Shan was still a little happy. This man was a man who kept his promises. Nodding gently to Yang Kai, Long Shan walked over to him and sat down cross-legged. "Relax." Yang Kai chuckled, seeing that she was a little nervous. The next moment, a huge amount of pure divine sense condensed and rushed directly into Long Shan's mind. Long Shan had now broken through to the Yuan Qi boundary 9th stage, and although she hadn't yet reached the immortal ascension boundary or opened her knowledge sea, as a living being, her soul was innate. After his divine sense swept through Long Shan's mind, Yang Kai immediately found a wisp of energy that was exactly the same as his own aura. It was the soul brand that had been implanted in Long Shan's body for several years. Yang Kai carefully pulled the brand, using his own origin aura to attract it and make it return. For Yang Kai, who had already broken through to the immortal ascension boundary, this wasn't a difficult task at all. In less than half a cup of tea's time, Yang Kai withdrew his divine sense and said with a smile, "It's done." Long Shan slowly opened her eyes, staring at Yang Kai in a daze, her mood incomparably subtle. Regaining her freedom was a joyous occasion worthy of celebration, but Long Shan kept feeling as if she was suddenly missing something, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. "Thank you." Long Shan stood up and thanked him softly. From then on, she no longer had any contact with Yang Kai. After the end of the Inheritance War, she may take her disciples back to Ghost King Valley and never set foot in the central capital or War City again. Of course. Yang Kai nodded. Long Shan smiled silently, turned around, and walked out. Outside, the old demon grinned meaningfully and said, "Young Lady Long, congratulations." But unexpectedly, Long Shan actually glared at him, causing the old demon to suddenly feel confused, wondering what he had done to offend her. "Old demon, come in." Yang Kai's voice called out from inside the room. The old demon quickly walked in, bowed, and asked, "What other instructions does young master have?" "Sit down." "Ah." The old demon was startled, suddenly realizing what Yang Kai was going to do. His face flushed with excitement as he stared at him and muttered, "Young master, if I tell you to sit, then sit, don't talk nonsense." The old demon quickly sat down in front of Yang Kai, his expression solemn, nervous, and expectant. "Release your knowledge sea's defenses," Yang Kai said lightly. The old demon quickly did as he was told. In the next moment, Yang Kai's divine sense invaded the old demon's knowledge sea, searching for a soul thread that belonged to him. A moment later, Yang Kai and the old demon opened their eyes at the same time, the former with a strange expression and the latter with a look of embarrassment. "Heh." Yang Kai looked at the old demon with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "I seem to have seen something incredible." Just now, when he invaded the old demon's knowledge sea, all he saw was a blood-red color. The old demon's knowledge sea was formed from blood, and was filled with an incomparable evil chi and demonic chi. Even with Yang Kai's current strength, he still felt a little uneasy inside. While shuttling through the blood-red knowledge sea, Yang Kai faintly saw some of the old demon's distracting thoughts, including his previous thoughts of harming him. However, they were both men after all, so Yang Kai didn't dare to pry too much. Otherwise, it would be too disgusting. So after finding his own soul thread, he hurriedly withdrew. The old demon was embarrassed to death. "Young master, please calm your anger. Those were old servant's thoughts a long time ago. Now, old servant is loyal to young master. Heaven and earth can testify to this." "Enough." Yang Kai stood up. "You don't need to show your loyalty to me. If I didn't trust you, I wouldn't have let you go free. Young master is wise." The old demon was moved. "From now on, old servant will still serve young master without any disloyalty." Yang Kai nodded lightly and said no more. The old demon didn't show any intention of leaving immediately, rubbing his big hands as if he had something to say. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at him, waiting for him to continue. "Young master, old servant must apologize to you." The old demon chuckled awkwardly. "If you're referring to your previous thoughts, there's no need to say anything." "No." The old demon shook his head. "It's about your methods of controlling others." "That's your method?" Yes, it's old servant's method." The old demon nodded repeatedly. Whether it was himself, Longshan, or Zmo, it was the old demon's doing that allowed Yang Kai to control the three of them. During this process, Yang Kai was only responsible for providing his own soul thread and reaping the fruits of others' labor. The old demon did all the work. At that time, Yang Kai's strength was still relatively low, so he couldn't use his spiritual energy to plant a brand in others' minds. How should I describe old servant's method? There are advantages and disadvantages. Old demon quietly glanced over at Yang Kai, but seeing him remain silent, he couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. Continuing, "The good side of this is that it's much more convenient. Young master has probably already experienced this. With old servant's help, all you need to do is release a thread of your soul to easily control others." And the disadvantage? Yang Kai felt that this was the main point. He had never heard the old demon mention this before. The old demon awkwardly scratched his head for a long time before saying, "The disadvantage is that if one is damaged, everyone is damaged." "Speak clearly." Yang Kai frowned. "If the controlled person's soul is destroyed, young master may also be injured." The old demon gritted his teeth and explained. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before he understood. "Because my soul thread is still in someone else's mind, right?" "Exactly, but fortunately, whether it's old servant or Miss Longshan, both of us have been safe these past few days." The old demon wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and whispered, "But, it seems, there is also a little girl called Zmo." Yang Kai grinned, knowing what the old demon wanted to say. "If young master is still worried, old servant will immediately go to Tianlang Dynasty and bring her here," the old demon quickly said. "Do you have such ability?" Yang Kai glared at him. Although Tianlang Dynasty's territory was not as vast as the great Han dynasties, it was still a place where cultivators gathered. Sun Luo Temple, where Zmo was located, was a super force in Tianlang Dynasty with an above-immortal ascension boundary master presiding over it. Even if the old demon was powerful, he couldn't snatch someone from San Luo Temple. The reason he hadn't told him this before was probably because he wanted to use it to bring him down. Yang Kai understood and didn't pursue the matter further. The fact that old demon was willing to tell him this already showed his sincerity and loyalty. Moreover, in Yang Kai's opinion, this wasn't a big deal. As long as Zmo didn't die, he wouldn't be harmed. "When I have time in the future, I'll make a trip there," Yang Kai sighed. "Yes, young master." The old demon looked guilty and could only nod. His divine sense thread being planted in someone else's mind wasn't a good idea. Yang Kai could only wait until the inheritance war was over and see if he had free time to find Zmo. Thinking of that bold woman, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling strange. In that isolated world, she had almost been plucked by him. Young and inexperienced, Yang Kai shook his head again and again. 2 days later, early in the morning, a group of uninvited guests arrived at Yang Kai's house. The guard outside the house hurriedly reported, and when young Kai rushed to the main hall, he found that Elder Young Jean of the Young Family Elder Hall had actually arrived in person and was sitting at the head of the table. Along with him were a number of people Young Kai had never seen before, all of them possessing extraordinary strength, at least at the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage. There were about 4 or 5 people in total. Frowning, Young Kai stepped forward and saluted. "Greetings, Elder." Young Jean nodded lightly, his expression solemn. "Elder, these are?" Young Kai looked at the other people and asked. "They are all elders of my Young family," Young Jean explained. The members of the Young Family Elder Hall weren't just the few old men Young Kai had seen before. These people had worked hard and made great contributions to the Young family. As they grew older, they had been arranged to sit in the Elder Hall, and in addition to dealing with some chores, they spent the rest of their lives enjoying themselves. There was another group of elders who really managed the affairs of the Young family. These people were the ones who held the most power in the Young family. Just like the people in front of him, Young Kai nodded slightly and greeted them one by one. Those people all had lofty expressions on their faces and did not respond. Young Kai didn't care. Most of the Young family's elders were like this. Not only the Young family, but the 8 great families were also like this. "May I ask why Elder has come to my house this time?" Young Kai asked in a deep voice, a bad premonition in his heart. Last time, because of the Blood Warrior issue, Young Kai had been summoned back by the family, but this time, several elders had come in person. Obviously, the problem was more serious than last time. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. "You already know the answer." Yang Jin coldly snorted and shouted majestically. "In front of tens of thousands of people in War City, you killed the heirs of the Nan family and Xiang family. Do you really think you're some kind of character? Just because of this?" Yang Kai stared at Yang Zhan in amazement, chuckling lightly. "Aren't elders making too much of a fuss over nothing?" "Making too much of a fuss over nothing?" A man in a blue robe on the left suddenly shouted coldly. Those were the heirs of 2 first-class families, not some random cat or dog you could kill. Chapter 537. To me, they're no different from cats and dogs. Yang Kai turned to look at the man who spoke, a sneer on his face. "Arrogant." The man coldly snorted, the others also slowly shaking their heads, disappointment filling their faces. They had been in the central capital all this time, but they had also been paying attention to the situation in War City every day. From Yang Kai's performance in the past, these people had regarded him as a reliable candidate to inherit the position of patriarch. But now that they had met him, they suddenly discovered that he was actually a little brat who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. It was inevitable that they would feel disappointed. Although the Yang family was arrogant and domineering, they wouldn't do anything that would provoke public anger. Yang Kai killing the heirs of 2 first-class families in the inheritance war was undoubtedly a violation of this taboo. As a result, when the Yang family hosted the inheritance war in the future, which family would dare send someone to participate? It was precisely because the young lords and young ladies of great families participating in the inheritance war that there was no danger to their lives, and they could hone themselves as well as have investment value. So every time the inheritance war was held, countless forces would rush to participate. Now that Yang Kai had done this, if the Yang family didn't give the world an explanation, no one would dare to participate in the inheritance war in the future. Relying on your status as a Yang family direct descendant, you dared to kill the heirs of other families. Your approach has made the family very disappointed and passive. A middle-aged woman who looked to be in her 40s or 50s stared coldly at Yang Kai and said in a hoarse voice. She wasn't ugly, and although she was a middle-aged woman, she was still quite charming, but her voice, for some reason, made those who heard it feel particularly uncomfortable. "Even if I'm not a Yang family direct descendant, if those 2 had provoked me, they would have died." Yang Kai's eyes flashed a cold light. The several elders kept shaking their heads, the middle-aged woman saying, "It seems that you can't be reasoned with at all. Elder Jin, you speak." Yang Jin nodded gently and said, "Yang Kai, you really went too far this time. You're young and impetuous, I understand. This old master also had such an experience, so I'm not going to criticize you, but as a man, you must be responsible for what you've done." "How do you want me to take responsibility?" Yang Kai laughed. Don't tell me those two families want me to pay with my life? Yang Zhen nodded lightly. The people from the Nan family and Xiang family arrived in the central capital a few days ago and entered the Yang family's residence. What's the family's opinion? Yang Kai's lips curled into a playful smile. Naturally, the family will not agree to such a rude request. Yang Zhen coldly snorted. They don't even know their own weight, actually wanting my Yang family's young lords to pay with their lives. What a joke. Yang Kai was expressionless. His family did not reject their request to protect him. It was about the honor of the family. How could Yang Kai not know this? If it wasn't him, but another Yang family junior who committed such a crime, the Yang family would also protect him. Therefore, Yang Kai had no intention of thanking him. However, this matter still has to be dealt with, otherwise the Yang family won't be able to maintain a foothold in the outside world. Yang Zhen quickly said, "The family orders you to apologize to those two families." Apologize? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Not bad. What if I refuse? This is the family's order. The man in blue shouted in a deep voice, "You dare refuse? So what if it's the family's order?" Yang Kai cast a sidelong glance at him. "You're rebelling." The man sneered again and again. "I've long heard that you're arrogant and unruly, but I didn't expect you to be even worse than the rumors. We've already given you enough face by specially coming here today, so don't play with fire." While speaking, his aura suddenly spread out as he glared at Yang Kai. In the next moment, countless divine senses and powerful auras attacked from all directions. The entire side hall was enveloped. Walala. The side hall shook, and a lot of mud and sand fell from the roof. The aura emitted by the man in blue was instantly shattered under these divine senses and pressure, like spring snow under the scorching sun. The several elders' faces paled. They seemed to suddenly remember that Yang Kai had gathered many powerful cultivator in his house. Using force to demonstrate their strength here was a bit like showing off one's slight skill in front of an expert. "All of you, back down!" Yang Kai shouted angrily. The terrifying pressure dissipated in an instant, and the divine senses were all withdrawn. The man in blue couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat as he looked at Yang Kai with a complicated expression. He was an elder of the Yang family and held great power in his hands. His status could almost be described as second only to one person and above tens of thousands. He thought that coming to Yang Kai's house to deliver his orders would be an easy task, but now it seemed that it was a very dangerous thing. The prestige of this boy in front of him in the hearts of the masters in the house seemed to have reached a level that no one could match. No wonder the patriarch ordered several elders to come together. Originally, he thought it was a bit of a fuss, but now it seemed that the patriarch was far-sighted. If he had come alone to deliver the order, this boy might not have paid attention to him. "How should I address you, elder?" Yang Kai stared at him and asked. "Wei Qing." Unconsciously, the elder followed up with Yang Kai's words, but after regaining his composure, his face suddenly flushed red. The other elders couldn't help rolling their eyes, their evaluation of Wei Qing greatly reduced. "Elder Wei." Yang Kai's eyes flashed a trace of disdain as he coldly said, "Please don't show your subtle strength in my house. The people in my house are all dangerous, you know that." Wei Qing's expression kept changing, a particularly interesting one. "Enough." Yang Zhen shouted angrily as he stared coldly at Yang Kai. "Although Elder Wei is not from my Yang family, he has made many great contributions over the years. Otherwise, he would not have been able to sit in the position of elder. It is not up to you to slander and despise him. Slandering and despising him is tantamount to slandering and despising the elder hall. Can you bear this responsibility?" Yang Kai no longer spoke, his expression indifferent. "Let's get to the point," the woman hurriedly reminded. Originally, on the way here, everyone had already discussed how to put pressure on Yang Kai. Some people were playing the role of the good cop. Others were playing the role of the bad cop. So with several elders acting at the same time, how could they not achieve their intended goal? She hadn't expected that after 2 or 3 sentences, Kai Yang would change the topic to another direction. If this continued, it would be difficult to wrap things up. This little brat really knows how to lead others by the nose. The woman couldn't help glancing over at Yang Kai with some interest, but his attitude was really irritating. No wonder Wei Qing couldn't hold back. As a young family disciple, he actually dared to ignore the family's orders. Daring to contradict an elder of the family. Was he still a young family disciple? Yes, let's get to the point. Yang Zhen was also shocked and immediately became vigilant, calmly saying, "Let's not talk about the Xiang and Nan families first. Yang Kai, let me ask you, is there a powerful demon lord in your house?" "Yes." "Is he from the ash-gray cloud evil land?" "No, that's not it. I've already informed that Supreme Elder of the God Conferment Hall." Yang Zhen nodded. "I naturally know this. We have also sent people to the ash-gray cloud evil land to inquire about this matter, although from the information we received, it seems that he is not a true demon lord." "You say he is not from the ash-gray cloud evil land, but information can be falsified and cannot be taken seriously. If you say he is not from the ash-gray cloud evil land, where does he come from?" "I don't know." Yang Kai shook his head. Wei Qing no longer said anything, but another man in yellow robes coldly snorted. "You don't know? Yet you still accepted him? I heard that you and he have a master-servant relationship." "I don't like to pry into others' secrets. Everyone has secrets in their heart. Do you think Elder doesn't? If I were to ask you now, would you be willing to tell me everything about yourself?" "Impudence!" The man roared angrily. He slapped his chair angrily. Yang Zhen stretched out his hand and gestured. He could see that none of these elders were Yang Kai's opponent in a verbal confrontation. As long as this little brat said one or two words, he would be able to cause these young family elders to lose their composure. "Let's not talk about this for the time being. Yang Kai, are you really from High Heaven Pavilion?"
Yes.
Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Now he realized what Yang Zhen wanted to do. "The remnants of High Heaven Pavilion. Cough. Are those people in your house now?" "Yes." "High Heaven Pavilion is an evil sect, and there are so many evil sect members gathered in your house, including some from Ghost King Valley, but I won't mention them for the time being. Let me ask you again. Have you ever cultivated an evil secret art?" As he finished speaking, Yang Zhen's eyes gradually became dangerous as he stared at Yang Kai aggressively. Yang Kai's mouth curled into a smile as he playfully asked, "If I said I had never cultivated an evil secret art, would elders believe me?" All the elders slowly shook their heads. Less than 10 days ago, when Yang Kai broke through to the immortal ascension boundary, the evil energy that burst out from his body had spread throughout War City, causing countless people to tremble in fear. Everyone believed that Yang Kai had cultivated an evil secret art, so even if he denied it now, it would have no effect. Then I don't need to answer. They had already determined that he cultivated an evil secret art, so saying anything more would only be a waste of saliva. I'll take it as your acquiescence. Yang Zhen took a deep breath, his expression somewhat gloomy as he said, "Yang Kai, to be honest, in the Inheritance War, this old master wasn't very optimistic about you at first because the strength you showed was too little, but you have repeatedly created inspiring miracles. This old master is more and more convinced that the next patriarch of the Yang family should be inherited by you. The Yang family is huge, but it is also bloated. Only in the hands of outstanding people can it go further, and you are such a person. Elder's praise is too high." Yang Kai nodded slightly. "But now, this old master has to ask." Yang Zhen took a deep breath and asked, "Yang Kai, what exactly do you want to do?" Yang Kai looked at him calmly, not saying a word. Yang Zhen stood up and walked towards Yang Kai step by step, saying, "You took in a disciple of High Heaven Pavilion, have a close relationship with Ghost King Valley, and have an unknown demon servant by your side. You cultivate an evil secret art that nearly caused you to become the demon race, but you still remain stubborn. A few days ago, you just broke through, but now you've already reached the immortal ascension boundary second stage. Your evil secret art is truly amazing. Yang Kai, tell this old master, what exactly are you trying to do? Do you want to turn the central capital upside down and overthrow the 8 great families?" Yang Zhen walked over step by step, counting one by one, and when he arrived in front of Yang Kai, his eyes flashed like a hawk's as he stared at him. Chapter 538. Turning the central capital upside down, turning the 8 great families upside down. Yang Kai had never considered this. Although he didn't have much of a sense of belonging to the family and had participated in the inheritance war simply because he wanted to restore the sect's reputation, he hadn't thought to rebel to such an extent. Listening to Yang Zhan's harsh questioning, Yang Kai quickly realized something. Does the family think of me like this? Yang Kai stared at Yang Zhan in front of him and asked in a deep voice. Yang Zhan's face filled with grief as he shook his head. Don't blame the family for thinking too highly of you. It's your performance these past few years that made the family think in such a way. It's undeniable that you are indeed a good seedling, but if such a good seedling were to become an evil monster, the family wouldn't mind purging you to maintain the family's purity. After a pause, Yang Zhan sighed again. If it's just the family's concern, it's easy to discuss. At worst, we can ask the family's elders to use their secret arts to help you resolve the demonic qi in your body. However, do you know that it's not just my Yang family that's worried about this? Yang Kai's expression became cold. I might as well tell you directly, after you broke through, the 7 great families all sent people to contact the Yang family. They are all very worried that you will become like the demon lord. Yang Zhan sighed deeply. Learning from the past is a good lesson for the future. The sect you came from is High Heaven Pavilion. You cultivate an evil secret art. Your aptitude defies the heavens. But before that, High Heaven Pavilion produced a demon lord. That demon lord is still roaming the ash-gray cloud evil land. His strength is unfathomable and his secret arts are profound. In this world, no above immortal ascension boundary master is his opponent. You and the demon lord come from the same source, so your relationship with him is that of martial uncle and martial nephew. A single demon lord is enough to make the 8 great families somewhat helpless if a second one appears. Yang Zhan slowly shook his head, a deep sense of dread filling his face as he stared at Yang Kai. With all these factors combined, how could they not be worried? Worried that I will become a second demon lord? Yang Kai's expression became cold. Yes, and your aptitude is even greater than that so-called evil lord. If you really reach that step, haha. Yang Zhan smiled bitterly, his eyes filled with confusion. If things really came to that point, with 2 demon lords descending upon the central capital, how could the 8 great families resist? The other elders present were also filled with dread and fear, as if they could already see the central capital being destroyed and the earth groaning. At the end of the day, this is merely your own conjecture. Yang Kai suddenly lost interest in defending himself as he calmly replied. The members of the 8 great families were all inflexible and stubborn, living high and mighty all year round, making them think that they were always right. No matter what he said, he would never be able to change their views and suspicions. Even if they could change the minds of the 1 to 2 teams, it would not affect the overall situation. Prevention is better than cure. This is how the 8 great families have been able to stand in the central capital for so many years without falling. Yang Zhan said frankly, the 8 great families must guard against you. My path, I will walk it myself. Yang Kai's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. Back then, my innate talent was lacking and I had no strength to even truss a chicken, let alone cultivate. My father wanted me to enter the Yang family's dragon transformation pond, hoping that its miraculous effects would be able to cleanse my body, but even after so many years of hard work and submitting so many applications to the Elder Hall, none of them were accepted. Even if he had made enough contributions to the family, the Elder Hall only gave my father one response, a waste. Not qualified to waste the efficacy of the dragon transformation pond. Yang Zhan's expression suddenly became awkward. He was the one who had rejected the application submitted by the 4th Master Yang. So now that Yang Kai had brought it up again, he naturally felt a little embarrassed. Now, with my current achievements in cultivation, the family actually wants to point fingers at me. Elder Zhan, don't you think it's ridiculous? Yang Zhan's face went pale, too embarrassed to answer. Yang Kai continued, a few days ago, when I broke through to the immortal ascension boundary, if not for the help of my friends and elders, I would have been crippled by the Grand Elder on the spot. Even if I didn't die, I'm afraid I would have been reduced to an ordinary elder. Does the family want to prevent me from entering the immortal ascension boundary? Elder, don't you think the family has gone too far? Impudence. Yang Zhan couldn't help becoming angry. The family is supreme. For the sake of the family, what does it matter if you sacrifice yourself? Elder's sense of righteousness and noble character is something this disciple cannot compare to. This disciple is a relatively selfish person. Yang Kai suddenly took a step forward, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he coldly declared, "Since this is the case, this disciple will fulfill the wishes of several elders. After killing several elders, this disciple will ask for forgiveness from the family and allow the family to deal with him. This way, all of you will be sacrificing yourselves for the family." Everyone present suddenly stood up and stared at Yang Kai in horror, secretly condensing their strength. Yang Kai laughed loudly. The elders seemed to be quite selfish. The elders couldn't help blushing, feeling ashamed of their performance just now. It was easy to say these words, but when it came to doing them, they found that they were not as simple as they seemed. "Let's get down to business. Get down to business." The woman with the hoarse voice quickly changed the subject. Yang Jin stared at Yang Kai and smiled bitterly, shaking his head. "Dealing with you is very tiring. This old master won't beat around the bush. Asking you to apologize to the Xiang and Nan families is just a pretense. My Yang family's young lords have never bowed to anyone before. Even if you want to do this, the family will not agree and will even try to stop you." "Then what does the family want me to do?" "When we return to the central capital, several of the family's grand elders will work together to dispel the demonic qi in your body. From now on, you will no longer have to worry about falling into the devil's path. The family and the 7 great families will no longer guard against you." Yang Kai remained silent. He didn't think that the grand elders would be able to expel the demonic qi from his unyielding golden skeleton. If he didn't use this demonic qi, no one would be able to detect it. Moreover, this demonic qi wasn't harmful to him at all, so Yang Kai didn't feel the need to expel it. "You can continue with the inheritance war, but the Yang family's future patriarch position cannot be inherited by you. The patriarch said that after this inheritance war is over, he will come forward to rectify High Heaven Pavilion's name. I hope you can understand the family's painstaking efforts." The family was already wary of Yang Kai, so naturally they wouldn't allow him to sit on the patriarch's seat. If one day Yang Kai were to become the demon lord, wouldn't the Yang family lose all face? Don't be in such a hurry to refuse. The family has another reason for doing this. Yang Zhen took a deep breath. "What reason?" "It's related to the secret of your cultivator's rapid increase in strength," Yang Zhen said in a low voice as he stared towards Yang Kai. The breathing of the other elders also quickened a lot. "Do you think you can hide it from us?" Yang Zhen smiled. "Although no one knows why your cultivator's strength can increase so quickly, everyone knows it has something to do with you. The Blood Warrior Hall's disciples actually breaking through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage, one after another. This phenomenon is too unusual and has attracted a lot of attention. In addition, there's also your parents." A cold light flashed across the depths of Yang Kai's eyes. Yang Yingfeng has a chronic illness and his strength has been stuck at the Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd stage for many years. But now, he's already an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage cultivator. And all of this happened after you returned to the central capital. In less than a year, his strength has increased so rapidly. Do you dare say it has nothing to do with you? Although the growth of Dong Suju's strength is not as terrifying as Yang Yingfeng's, it is still many times faster than before. Do you really think our Yang family is blind? Yang Kai remained indifferent. Before giving his parents the myriad drug liquid and myriad drug liquid, he had already considered this issue, but he had still given it to them because they were his own parents. What you cultivate is an evil technique. It's a quick way to increase your strength. We can understand that. But what method did you use to make those who follow you, including those who are close to you, increase their strength so quickly? This is not something we can understand. My Yang family cares about this, but so do the other 7 families. Yang Zhen said thoughtfully. Why else do you think those 7 families would join forces to put pressure on my Yang family to deal with you? You only have the potential to become a demon lord. Your strength isn't too high. They aren't idle enough to target you. The central capital's 8 great families had a keen sense of smell. When they made a move, it meant there were benefits to be had. As for the myriad drug liquid, it was what attracted all of them. What family wouldn't be jealous of a method that could rapidly improve a cultivator's strength? Letting you return to the central capital is also the family's consideration. Only when you return to the Yang family, under the protection of the family's masters, can you sit back and relax. What the family wants most is that secret, right? I won't deny that. Yang Zhen nodded calmly, but this time, the family has done its utmost, because we came to find you, not to send you a letter to return. The difference between these two approaches, you should understand. Yang Kai nodded gently. They had come to find him and told him all this, obviously hoping he would cooperate and obediently return to the Yang family to hide, offering up the secret and bringing good news to the family. If they sent him a letter to return and directly used force to suppress him and imprison him, it would be absolutely impossible for him to compromise. At that time, it would only be a matter of life and death. The Yang family was also aware of Yang Kai's temperament, so naturally they hoped to resolve this matter peacefully. Think about it clearly. Yang Zhen finished and no longer said anything, waiting quietly. Yang Kai shook his head. Since I know this, it's even more impossible for me to return to the central capital. The family wanting the myriad drug liquid didn't matter. There was so much of it. Yang Kai could just casually take out some. Although he didn't have much of a sense of belonging to the Yang family, it was the Yang family who provided him with a stage to display his talents in the inheritance war. So giving the family some myriad drug liquid would be considered a thank you gift. However, after returning to the central capital's Yang family, he was afraid he would never be able to leave again, and his strength would certainly be crippled. This was a consequence Yang Kai couldn't accept. Chapter 539. After listening to Yang Kai's answer, Yang Zhen didn't take it seriously, as if he had already expected it, simply nodding gently. Since this is your choice, this old master won't say anything more. Take care of yourself. But this old master must remind you that since the 7 great families have smelled something fishy, it is impossible for them to give up. My Yang family will not break off relations with the other 7 families because of you. If you don't return to the family and accept its protection, you cannot be content. After saying that, Yang Zhen stood up and left with the other elders. Before leaving, the woman glanced back at Yang Kai and whispered, "You should think about it again. There is no harm in doing so. Even if your strength is crippled, you can still live in the Yang family. The family is willing to meet all your needs." Yang Kai stared at her coldly, his eyes flashing a cold light. The woman slowly shook her head and no longer said anything, quickly following the others and leaving. After they left, Yang Kai let out a light breath, a trace of exhaustion appearing on his face. An ordinary man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring will arouse the envy of others. This was the best way to describe the myriad drug liquid. This was why he had always kept the myriad drug liquid a secret, and besides a few of his most trusted people who knew about its existence, he had never told anyone else. However, the 8 great families had seen through some suspicious points, and this was not something Yang Kai could stop. After all, he couldn't just say that he had such a good thing and didn't even care about his parents, right? The rapid improvement of the strength of the people in his house was also due to Xianing Chong using the myriad drug liquid in alchemy. The medicinal efficacies of the myriad drug liquid seeped into the pills and stimulated their functions, imperceptibly helping them cleanse their bodies and optimize their aptitude. However, the speed of their strength improvement was relatively slow. After all, they hadn't taken the myriad drug liquid directly. Judging from the tyrannical strength of the 8 great families and the degree to which they coveted the myriad drug liquid, this time's matter was very tricky and was very likely to develop into a very bad situation. Walking out of the side hall, Yang Kai ran into a panicked Qiu Yiming. Yang Kai had rarely seen Qiu Yiming show such a helpless expression. The Qiu family's first young lady had always been calm and composed, so even if she encountered a dangerous situation, she would never lose her composure. But now, her anxiety and fear were written all over her face. As long as one wasn't blind, anyone could see it. Yang Kai. Qiu Yiming called out softly, her voice trembling slightly. Yang Kai's expression was calm as he looked straight at her. "What happened?" "My father sent a message to me, telling me to return to the family as soon as possible," Qiu Yiming hurriedly replied. "You're so fast." Yang Kai smiled, but his eyes were as cold as a blade. As soon as Yang Zhen left, The Chiu family sent a message to Chiu Yiming asking her to quickly return to the central capital. Sure enough, the 8 great families were all grasshoppers on the same rope. What do you mean? Chiu Yiming looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. When she received the message just now, Chiu Yiming didn't know what had happened, but she panicked and hurried over to see Yang Kai, only to hear him say such inexplicable words, causing her heart to become even more uneasy. Nothing. Yang Kai adjusted his expression and asked with a smile, "When do you plan to leave?" "I'm leaving soon." Chiu Yiming bit her red lips. "Also, Father sent a message telling me to take the people from the Autumn Rain Hall back with me." The Autumn Rain Hall was the only group of people Chiu Yiming had brought with her when she moved into Yang Kai's house. "I know." Chiu Yiming gently shook her head, her expression pained. "I don't know why, but I always feel uneasy, as if something big is about to happen. Also, if I leave here, I'm afraid. I'm afraid I won't be able to come back." Chiu Shoucheng asking Chiu Yiming to take the people from the Autumn Rain Hall back with her explained a lot. Chiu Yiming wasn't a fool, on the contrary, she was quite shrewd, so how could she not smell the mystery in this situation? However, she didn't understand why all of this was happening. She had come to help Yang Kai participate in the inheritance war, temporarily leaving the family, not representing the Chiu family, but herself. The Chiu family's true ally was the Yang family's 6th brother, Yang Shi. The inheritance war was still not over, so it didn't make sense for the Chiu family to suddenly call her back. "You think too much." Yang Kai grinned at her. Chiu Yiming nervously grabbed Yang Kai's arm and looked at him with a pleading look, whispering, "Do you know something?" Yang Kai shook his head. "How could I know about your Chiu family's matters?" "Is it related to the people from the Yang family elder hall?" Chiu Yiming asked. The Chiu family's first young lady's insight was as amazing as ever. "No." Yang Kai still shook his head. "It's probably because Uncle Chiu hasn't seen you for so long and misses you, so he summoned you back to see him." Chiu Yiming stared at Yang Kai in a daze, slowly loosening her grip on his arm, smiling bitterly. "You've always been like this, refusing to tell me anything." Yang Kai opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. "Since that's the case..." Chiu Yiming took a deep breath. "Then I won't ask. Take care of yourself. You've worked hard this time. I'll see you off," Yang Kai said in a low voice. Outside the house, the people from the Autumn Rain Hall were all ready to go. Chiu Yiming and Yang Kai stared at each other, neither of them speaking, one with eyes full of expectation and longing while the other with a dull expression. The atmosphere was strange. After a long time, Chiu Yiming's eyes gradually dimmed as she smiled bitterly, turned around, and led the people from the Autumn Rain Hall towards the central capital. Until the end, she didn't hear a single word from Yang Kai to persuade her to stay. If Yang Kai had asked her to stay, she would have ignored the Chiu family's invitation and stayed here. Yang Kai watched her leave. Both of them knew that this time, Chiu Yiming really wouldn't be able to come back. Suddenly, a group of 3 people approached them, the leader of which was a man whose steps were steady and whose eyes flashed like lightning. Beside him were 2 peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, all of whom had restrained their auras. This was the attitude that only a truly powerful person would have. Chiu Yiming immediately stopped and stared at the approaching people in amazement, bowing respectfully. Uncle Hua, the Hua family patriarch, Hua Zhang, stopped and smiled at Chiu Yiming, nodding gently. "Eldest niece, are you going back to the central capital?" "Yes." Chiu Yiming nodded gently and smiled. "It's good that you're going back. Go back quickly, your father is waiting." Saying so, he led the 2 masters from the Hua family and strode towards Yang Kai's house. Chiu Yiming turned around, her face filled with shock. She hadn't expected that not only would she be summoned back by the Chiu family, but even Hua Xing would be taken back. Hua Zhang appearing here was obviously to capture Hua Xing's young lord. If Hua Zhang didn't take action, no one in the Hua family could do anything to Hua Xing, so he had to come in person. Outside the house, Yang Kai looked at the newcomers indifferently and, like Chiu Yiming, also greeted Hua Zhang. Hua Zhang nodded gently and stared at Yang Kai with a complicated look. "If you're looking for young Lord Hua, he's inside the house," Yang Kai said calmly. "Good. I'll go myself." Hua Zhang nodded and didn't say much, leading the two masters from his family into Yang Kai's house. A moment later, Yang Kai heard Hua Xingchen's pitiful howls like a pig being slaughtered. Soon, Hua Zheng came out again. The central capital wolf young Lord Hua was currently being held under the armpit of an immortal ascension boundary 9th stage master, completely unable to resist. "Old man, put me down," Hua Xing struggled and shouted, but to no avail. The old man simply ignored him. "You've offended father. You're dead? Do you believe father won't castrate you, chop you up and feed you to the dogs?" Hua Xing continued to shout. "Who do you think you are? How dare you call yourself father in front of father?" Hua Zheng glared at his son. Hua Xing suddenly shut up and smiled. "Father, I'm not talking to you. But what do you want to do? In front of so many people, it's so embarrassing. You shut up and come back with me to the central capital." "Why?" Hua Xing was confused. "If I tell you to shut up, then shut up. Be careful or father won't slap you." "Father, father, let's talk things out. Gentlemen use their mouths and not their fists." "Fine, fine. I'll go back to the central capital with you, but you have to let me say goodbye to young Master Kai. We've been through thick and thin together for so long. Young Master Kai and I have developed feelings for each other." Hua Zheng paused and frowned at him, then turned to Yang Kai and nodded gently. The Hua family master immediately released Hua Xing. "I'll wait for you over there," Hua Zheng said solemnly. "Understood." Hua Xing nodded firmly. After the Hua family trio left, Hua Xingchen grinned meaningfully, tilting his head as he stared at Yang Kai and muttered, "It seems something extraordinary happened." He saw Qiu Yiming also standing there, preparing to leave, and couldn't help but feel his heart clench. Coupled with the fact that his father had personally come to arrest him, Hua Xing also realized something was wrong. "Is it inconvenient to say?" Hua Xing shrugged his shoulders. "Forget it. Just pretend I didn't ask. In any case, since my father is here, I can't stay. Knowing too much won't do me any good." His expression suddenly became serious again as Hua Xing whispered, "Young Master Kai, you are destined to do great things. I don't want you to die early. This time, I don't know what happened, but it is definitely a difficult situation. You have to get through it. No matter what others think of you, I will firmly support you. If you die earlier than me, I will dig up your corpse and whip it a few hundred times a day. I, Hua Xing, have never worshipped anyone in my life, so don't waste my respect." Yang Kai's lips curled into a wicked grin. "Farewell. I won't see you out." "Farewell." Hua Xing laughed and stepped forward. The two young lords and young ladies of the two great families left Yang Kai's house at the same time, one of which was Yang Kai's right-hand man. Outside the house, the several young leaders who had heard the commotion were all shocked, completely unable to understand what had happened. The changes had come so quickly, like a violent storm, not giving anyone the slightest time to prepare. Even after Qiu Yiming and Hua Xing's figures disappeared, no one had recovered. After a while, all of them suddenly turned to Yang Kai and began asking him questions. "Don't be so noisy." Han Shaoqi of 10,000 Flower Palace stood up. "You're all so noisy. How is Yang Kai supposed to answer?" The group of people suddenly fell silent, all of them staring at Yang Kai, expecting him to give them an answer. "Come in and talk." Yang Kai took a deep breath, turned around, and walked into the house. Everyone hurriedly followed. Chapter 540. In the same hall as before, Yang Kai sat at the head of the table and waited quietly. All the representatives and leaders of the various forces in the mansion continued to arrive. After a while, everyone had arrived. Han Shaoqi informed Yang Kai before finding a place to sit down. Yang Kai finally recovered from his contemplation and raised his head to look at the crowd. Sweeping his gaze across the crowd, familiar faces entered his eyes one after another. Dong family's Dong Qing Han, Purple Fern Valley's Fan Hong and Luo Xiaoman, Reflecting Moon Sect's Chen Shui Shu and Su Xiaoyu, Pure Heart Palace's Zhuo Fong, Soaring Feather Pavilion's Chu Jing Shan, 10,000 Flower Palace's 4 young girls, the 5 seniors of the Duanmu family, Blood Battle Gangs Hu Jiao Air and Hu Mei Air, Storm Hall's Fang Ziki, Ghost King Valley's Long Shan and Chen Yi, Tian Yuan City's Lu Fei Shang, 11 forces. 11 forces. With the exception of High Heaven Pavilion, all the forces had arrived. Not only that, but Medicine King's Valley's Qin Zhe, treasure instrument sects Wu Yin and Tao Yang had also arrived, and all the blood warriors had gathered here. This lineup was unprecedentedly luxurious and powerful. However, it was precisely because Yang Kai had summoned everyone here that everyone realized the seriousness of the situation. Even if he had summoned people before, it was impossible for him to summon people from Medicine King's Valley and Treasure Instrument Sect. They couldn't help feeling that something was wrong and silently waited for Yang Kai to speak. Junior brother Yang, if you have something to say, just say it quickly. I'm waiting to perform alchemy. Qin Zhe impatiently shouted. During this time, he had been studying the alchemic way with Xianing Chong, and the alchemy skills of the people from Medicine King's Valley had greatly improved. Qin Zhe spent almost every day in the pill room, wishing he could live here for the rest of his life and never return to Medicine King's Valley again. Compared to Medicine King's Valley, this was the holy land in the hearts of all alchemists. Yang Kai stood up and smiled. Many people have seen the situation just now and must be wondering why Chiu Yiming and Stars was suddenly left. Everyone nodded in unison. Yang Kai continued, "It's not convenient for me to tell you the specific reason, but I can tell you one thing." Everyone suddenly held their breaths. "There's going to be trouble in the manor, and it's going to be a lot of trouble," Yang Kai said in a low voice, his expression turning serious. Everyone was stunned for a moment before they burst into laughter. Fatty Dong said, "Ever since I came to your residence, I haven't had much free time." Which incident wasn't troublesome? Yes. Zhuofang also nodded. "But no matter how many troubles there are, we've all worked together to get through it. Tell me, what kind of trouble is it this time?" Everyone's expression was relaxed, and there was no sign of nervousness. Clearly, they did not realize the seriousness of the problem. Something that could endanger your life, or even the rise and fall of your family or sect. Yang Kai glanced at the crowd. "Can you still laugh?" The noise came to an abrupt end as everyone looked at Yang Kai in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. "I'm not exaggerating. Maybe the situation isn't as bad as I said, but it's not that far off. That can't be, right?" Chu Jingshan shook his head repeatedly. "How could this be? We didn't do anything wrong. We just came here to help you participate in the inheritance war. How could our lives, or even the rise and fall of our sects, be threatened?" "It's because you're helping me." Yang Kai looked at the crowd apologetically. "The problem lies with me." Han Shaoqi suddenly interjected. "Is it related to your breakthrough to the immortal ascension boundary some time ago?" Everyone couldn't help shivering, suddenly remembering the terrifying demonic aura and the scene of 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters acting together. Even now, they still felt a lingering fear. That can't be considered the entire reason, but at the very least, it's related. Yang Kai nodded and said, "It's very likely that because of this, I will become an enemy of the central capital's 8 great families." The audience was in an uproar. Becoming an enemy of the central capital's 8 great families was something no one had ever dared to imagine. The world's great forces participated in the inheritance war in order to establish a good relationship with the 8 great families. Gathering in Yang Kai's mansion was not for this purpose, but they had never thought that one day they would have to confront the 8 great families. It was tantamount to striking a stone with an egg. Everyone's eyes trembled as they stared at Yang Kai, seemingly trying to see if he was joking. Unfortunately, they were disappointed as Yang Kai's expression was extremely serious. So Chiu Yiming and Hua Stars were taken away. Yang Kai took a deep breath. "Today, I called all of you here for no other reason than to tell you that during this time, I thank all of you for your help. If fate wills it, we will meet again." "Yang Kai, what do you mean?" Hu Jiao suddenly stood up, her charming face filled with anger. "Are you trying to drive us away?" Yang Kai nodded and quickly said, "Yes, continuing to stay here is not good for you." "You bastard." Hu Jiao ground her teeth and glared at him, laughing sarcastically. "What kind of person do you think I am? At your beck and call, at your beck and call? It was you who insisted on pulling us sisters into the house, and now you want to drive us away. Why should I listen to you?" "Elder sister." Hu Meier looked anxious and quickly pulled on her sister's sleeve. "Yang Kai is just being kind." "I'm not blind," Hu Jiao muttered, glaring at Yang Kai with hatred. but I just can't get used to seeing him act so arbitrarily. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. I thought it was something serious. Qin Zhe curled his lips in disdain. So it's just this. Junior brother Yang, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. What kind of birds are the 8 great families? Do they dare hurt my Medicine King's Valley's people? Even if you lent them several guts, they wouldn't dare. Saying so, he valiantly left, not putting the 8 great families in his eyes at all. Everyone laughed involuntarily. Qin Zhe was indeed qualified to say so. Although Medicine King's Valley was only a second-class sect, because of its special characteristics, the 8 great families wouldn't act against them. Yang Kai, how serious is the situation? Han Shaoqi asked calmly. Yang Kai shook his head. I can't say for sure. If I say I will become an enemy of the 8 great families, it is very likely. For some reason, the 8 great families want me to submit, but I refuse, so there is a contradiction. But this matter is really hard to say, so it's best if you leave as soon as possible and don't get involved with me. Pausing for a moment, he continued, the same goes for the Blood Warriors. Tu Feng and the other elders' expressions became solemn as they exchanged glances and chuckled. Tang Yuxian said, Little Lord, I'll say something disrespectful, but don't look down on us. Since we have decided to follow you, we will live and die together. We will never shrink back. Little Lord, have you forgotten that the Blood Warriors are synonymous with loyalty? Even if we die, we won't leave. Ingzio said coolly. We pledge our lives to follow Little Lord. Everyone roared in unison. Since that's the case, I won't try to dissuade you. Saying too much would be an insult to all of you. Yang Kai nodded firmly. If the Blood Warriors don't want to leave, naturally I won't either. Dong Qinghan smiled. You're my cousin. How could a cousin not care about his own? Yang Kai, you've shown us kindness, so when you're in trouble, we won't leave. Han Shaoqi looked towards Yang Kai with some distress. She also knew how difficult it was for Yang Kai to make such a decision. Kindness must be repaid with kindness. Hatred must be avenged. My pure heart palace will not leave. Zuofeng quickly said, without even mentioning that Yang Kai had saved his life in the isolated world. Some time ago, Xianing Chong had refined a heaven-mending pill for Zuofeng's brotherly Exine Yuan to repair his damaged Dantian. Zuofeng was extremely grateful to Yang Kai, so how could he leave at this time? After coming to this house, my strength has improved so quickly. Every day there is an endless supply of pills and artifacts. In any case, I'm reluctant to leave. Fang Ziki grinned meaningfully. Useless. Hu Jiao Er looked at him contemptuously. I'm telling the truth. Fang Ziki shrugged his shoulders. Yang Kai, as long as you don't drive us away, we won't leave. The cultivator in the house echoed one by one, stretching their necks and shouting. Yang Kai smiled as he swept his eyes over the crowd. He could feel that these people were speaking from the bottom of their hearts, without the slightest bit of falsehood. It was just that they were still holding on to some kind of fluke mentality and hadn't really realized the seriousness of the problem. But after saying so much, Yang Kai couldn't say anything more. He couldn't really drive out everyone here. That would be too cruel. So, he could only say, many thanks for your kindness, but I will say what I want to say today. I will not stop you from making your own decisions. If one day you feel that it is no longer appropriate for you to stay, you can leave at any time. I, Yang Kai, will not criticize you. Good enough. Don't say any more. It will only hurt our feelings. Dong Qinghan mediated, and the atmosphere suddenly became harmonious. Everyone began asking Yang Kai questions. Since this matter was related to everyone's interests, Yang Kai couldn't conceal anything and simply conveyed the intentions of Yang Zhan and the others, not mentioning a single word about the myriad drug liquid. After listening, everyone's brow furrowed, only now understanding how awkward Yang Kai's situation was. Because he cultivated a demonic secret art, took in evil sect disciples, and had the same origin as the demon lord, the 8 great families were suspicious of him. The situation was indeed not optimistic. In the Inheritance War, another change occurred. Originally Yang Kai's allies, the Qiu family's Qiu Yimeng was recalled to the central capital, while the Hua family's Hua Xing was personally captured by the Hua family patriarch and imprisoned. Before this, the Xiang family's Xiang Tian Shao also left Yang Kai's house. At the same time, news of young Kai colluding with evil demons spread throughout War City. Gathered in his house were the remnants of the evil sect's High Heaven Pavilion and the disciples of the evil sect's Ghost King Valley, who cultivated a demonic secret art that nearly became the demon race, who broke through to the immortal ascension boundary and caused chaos in War City, contradicting the 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters, brutally killing 2 of the heirs of first-class families, and even coming from the same sect as the Demon Lord. All kinds of news spread, causing people to imagine what was going on. Suddenly, everyone felt that this young Kai really had a problem. There were even rumors that the Yang family wanted to ban young Kai from participating in the inheritance war and compete for the position of the next patriarch. The entire War City instantly became turbulent. The course of the inheritance war was also full of twists and turns, making it difficult to unravel. Kai Yang had been in the lead twice, but each time, for various reasons, he was unable to win in one fell swoop. It was inevitable that some people would feel pity for him, but at the same time, they would also take pleasure in his misfortune. Fortunately, he didn't win. Otherwise, if an evil demon became the patriarch of the Yang family in the future, what kind of scandal would that be? Chapter 541. Public opinion spread like a tide, and within half a day, this news had spread throughout War City and the central capital. Everyone was talking about it, and those who had high expectations for Yang Kai also inadvertently changed their attitudes. Qiu Yiming and Stars Hua, who were forced to leave, also became the protagonists of public opinion. It was rumored that because these 2 young lords and young ladies saw the evil nature of Yang Kai, they couldn't persuade him otherwise and left Yang Kai. If not for this, it would have been impossible for them to leave Yang Kai's mansion. When the news came out, the whole city was in an uproar. Qiu Yiming and Stars was sacrificed for so long was not worth it, and Yang Kai's actions and attitude were deeply disgusted. Yang Wei Mansion. Since Yang Kai broke through to the immortal ascension boundary, Yang Wei's mansion had not taken any action. All the cultivators of the various forces were diligently cultivating, not caring about the inheritance war at all. Because even Yang Wei didn't have the confidence to win, what could these cultivators do? It was more important to improve their strength as soon as possible, and after the end of the inheritance war, they would leave War City. In the quiet mansion, not a single sound could be heard. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps broke the silence. The sound of footsteps came from afar and quickly arrived in front of Yang Wei's room. The person didn't even knock on the door and directly rushed in and shouted, "Eldest young master! Eldest young master!" Yang Wei, who was meditating, slowly opened his eyes and looked at Ming Shani, who was both shocked and excited, his straight brow rising as he quickly said, "Shan Yi, how many times have I told you not to be so flustered when something happens? You're always like this." Saying so, he slowly shook his head, a helpless look on his face. "First young lord, this time it's different." Ming Shanyi's face was flushed red, as if he had encountered a great event, but if one looked carefully, there was a trace of sadness on his brow and his expression was complicated. What happened? Yang Wei had been in retreat these days, not caring about the outside world, so he really didn't know about the public opinion in the city. Ming Shani said, "Yang Kai is probably going to be eliminated." Yang Wei's expression became cold as he asked, "Where did you hear this gossip?" "It's not gossip." Ming Shan-yi shook his head, his expression solemn as he briefly recounted what had happened in the city that day. Hearing this, Yang Wei's expression became strange. Qiu Yiming and Hua Xing's departure from Yang Kai's mansion was beyond his expectations. On top of that, the public opinion in War City was extremely fierce. Obviously, someone was adding fuel to the fire behind the scenes. As for who this person was, there was no need to guess. Besides the 8 great families, no one else had the means to influence public opinion. He hadn't expected that his 9th brother, whose methods reached the heavens, would actually attract such attention from the 8 great families. Vaguely, he felt that something was not right. Even if 9th brother had the potential to become a demon lord, with the status of the 8 great families, it was impossible for them to openly make things difficult for a junior. Why was that so? What was the deeper meaning behind this? Furthermore, he had swayed the tide of public opinion first, causing OL 9th to fall into a passive situation in terms of righteousness. Then, Yang Wei seemed to have thought of something extraordinary and couldn't help but frown. First, young lord, there's one more thing I need to tell you. Meng Shani frowned and said hesitantly. What is it? The Meng family sent a letter asking us to cooperate with second young lord to defeat Yang Kai. When Meng Shani said this, his expression was extremely bitter. A letter from the Meng family? Yang Wei raised his brow. What about my Yang family? The messenger said, the Yang family will not intervene in this matter, so we can act boldly. He had also received this letter while in retreat and hurriedly inquired about it in War City. After understanding the current situation, he had come to inform Yang Wei. Cooperate with second young lord, haha. Yang Wei suddenly laughed. Even if all the people in our two mansions were gathered together, I'm afraid we still wouldn't be ninth brother's opponent, right? Is there some other arrangement? Meng Shani smiled bitterly. First young lord's insight is as clear as day. The messenger said that we don't need to worry. All we need to do is show up and express our stance. As for the rest, second young lord will handle it properly. Yang Wei fell silent, a sharp light flashing across his eyes. First young lord. Meng Shan pursed his lips. Although this time it was my Meng family who sent the message, it seems that your Yang family has also acquiesced. Yang Wei nodded gently. If not for the Yang family's acquiescence, how could the Meng family act like this? They didn't have the guts to do so. Second young lord has lost all fighting spirit since that day, and the number of people in his mansion has also shrunk significantly. He is no match for the little lord. Meng Shanyi's expression became gloomy, but listening to the messenger's tone, second young lord is now fully confident he can swallow up Yang Kai's mansion. How could he have such confidence? Reinforcements, the 8 great families' reinforcements. Yang Wei's words broke the mystery. Meng Shanyi's face was filled with horror, Yang Wei speaking out the guess in his heart, causing his expression to become bitter. First young lord, by doing this, does it mean that they have already designated second young lord as the next patriarch of the Yang family? Reinforcements had not come to the first young lord's mansion, but instead to Yang Zhao's. The Yang family obviously hoped that Yang Zhao could inherit the position of patriarch, so they had gathered reinforcements to him so that he could defeat Yang Kai and win the inheritance war. Yang Wei smiled and nodded gently. Let's not talk about ninth brother for now. According to the current situation, the Yang family really does hope so. First young lord, aren't you disheartened at all? Meng Shan suddenly asked. Up until now, the winner of the inheritance war was Yang Kai, but the one who had suffered the most was undoubtedly Yang Zhao. How could such a person be suitable to inherit the Yang family's patriarch's position? In terms of temperament, Yang Wei was undoubtedly more suitable. Why did reinforcements go to Yang Zhao's mansion? Yang Wei smiled and shook his head. Why should I be disheartened? In fact, I don't want to be the patriarch of the Yang family. I think ninth brother also has the same intention. How could that be? Meng Shan was stunned. Yang Kai's performance in the inheritance war could be said to be extremely strong, vowing to win. Ninth brother and I both hope to reach the peak of the martial Tao. Those who pursue their own achievements generally don't want to be the patriarch. The patriarch of the Yang family, although it seems to have infinite glory, in fact, it's filled with trivial matters. After reaching that point, how could one have time to cultivate? As far as I know, the biggest reason ninth brother participated in the inheritance war was to restore the name of his sect, High Heaven Pavilion. He seems to have reached an agreement with the patriarch that as long as he wins, High Heaven Pavilion's evil sect title will be removed and its former reputation restored. Just for this? Meng Shan was dumbfounded. No matter how he thought about it, there was actually someone in this world who wasn't interested in power. That's right. Yang Wei nodded. I participated in the inheritance war because of the family's rules, but also because I wanted to hone myself. The position of patriarch isn't very important to me. Meng Shan remained silent. From this point of view, the family choosing to support second brother is a wise decision. Although second brother's mentality has fluctuated greatly compared to others, there is no doubt that he is more suitable to pursue power and sit on the patriarch's seat. Yang Wei smiled, not showing the slightest care. Are you disappointed that your efforts so far have not been rewarded? Yang Wei glanced over at the silent Meng Shan. Meng Shan shook his head gently. Being able to hear First Young Lord's thoughts is already an honor. Since First Young Lord doesn't want to be patriarch, Shan Yi must change his mentality. After a pause, he asked, then, should we cooperate with Second Young Lord? Yang Wei smiled. Since the Ming family sent a message, the 8 great families joining forces and the Yang family acquiescing, how can I refuse? You go and show your face, that's enough. From now on, this is no longer the inheritance war. It could be said that from the moment Yang Kai broke through to the immortal ascension boundary, the inheritance war should have come to an end. Now, with the inheritance war as the stage, the 8 great families would carry out some secret schemes. I understand. Meng Shanyi nodded slightly, turned around, and prepared to go to Yang Zhao's house to contact his people. After Meng Shanyi left, Yang Wei's expression became solemn. After thinking about it for a long time, he still couldn't figure out why his 9th brother was targeted to such an extent. In his heart, he couldn't help feeling sad for him. At the same time, in Yang Zhao's house, batch after batch of masters quickly gathered. These people had never shown up in the inheritance war before, but today, as if they had all agreed beforehand, they had all arrived. When the cultivator of Yang Zhao's forces saw these people, all of them were stunned. They found that many of these people were immortal ascension boundary 9th stage masters, with 7th or 8th stage masters abound. There were a total of 7 groups of people, each of them with a luxurious lineup. Those with good eyesight were able to see where these 7 groups of people came from. These people were all from the central capital's 8 great families. Except for the Yang family, who hadn't sent anyone, the other 7 families had all sent people. Among the 7 groups of people, a man and a woman glanced at each other and saw the helplessness and pain in each other's eyes. After a while, the man slowly walked over to the woman and nodded to her. The two of them found a secluded corner and looked at the scene of experts gathering together with a helpless expression. Of these 2 people, one was Hua Stars and the other was Chiu Yiming. In the morning, the 2 of them had left War City and returned in the evening. In just one day, the 2 of them had been forced to change from Yang Kai's allies to Yang Zhao's. The speed at which their identities changed was extremely ironic. What conditions did your father give you? Hua Stars turned to look at Chiu Yiming and asked softly. In the future, as a daughter, I will inherit the Chiu family. Chiu Yiming took a deep breath. Congratulations. Isn't this what you've always dreamed of? Hua Stars smiled. Yes. Chiu Yiming brushed her hair back behind her ear. Her beautiful eyes filled with confusion as she asked, what about you? Old man said that if I didn't come, he would expel me from the Hua family and never let me set foot in the Hua family again. Old man is serious, but this young master can't afford it. Hua Stars smiled helplessly. It looks like we've all compromised. N. Chapter 542. Of the 7 families' reinforcements, the Chiu family was led by Chiu Yiming while the Hua family was led by Hua Stars. The Kong family's Kong Zhan and the Gao family's Gao Rangfeng were also present. Even the central capital's first young lord, Lu Qingyao, was here, leading a group of masters from the Lu family, standing silently in a corner, not communicating with anyone. Looking at this spectacular scene, Hua Stars couldn't help curling his lips. Ridiculous. It's quite ridiculous. Chiu Yiming gently nodded. The 7 families are targeting Yang Kai, but they still sent their younger generation to lead them. Obviously, they want to use the stage of the Yang family inheritance war to fool the world. Hua Xingchen shrugged his shoulders. There's nothing that can be done about it. Those who know the inside story know that the 7 great families are here to deal with Yang Kai, but for those who don't know the inside story, the inheritance war isn't over yet. The Yang family's inheritance war needs to come to a perfect conclusion. We can't just say that Yang Kai was knocked out of the inheritance war without knowing what was going on. Just as Yang Wei saw the situation clearly, Chiu Yiming and Hua Stars also saw the situation clearly. What happened next couldn't be called the inheritance war anymore. Instead, with the help of the inheritance war, the 7 families would join forces to perform a shocking show. The secret conversation between Chiu Yiming and Hua Stars didn't escape the eyes of the other young lords. Kong Zhan and Gao Rangfeng hesitated for a long time before approaching Chiu Yiming and Hua Stars. Hua Xingchen stared at the 2 people who were walking over and chuckled lightly. Young Master Kong, How are your injuries? Many thanks for Brotherhood's concern. My injuries are no longer a problem. The little lord's actions were very discreet. He didn't hurt my bones. Kang Zhan looked indifferent and nodded lightly, not showing any resentment towards Yang Kai for injuring him. That's good, heh. Stars was smiled wryly. Seeing his rejection, Gao Rangfeng and Kang Zhan also felt helpless, the former saying, Brother Hua, although Brother Kang and I were enemies with the little lord before, that was only because the situation forced us to. The two of us still admire the little lord's methods and personal strength. If possible, we would like to make friends with him. Is that so? Hua Stars looked surprised. I really didn't expect young Master Gao and young Master Kong to be such generous people. Yang Kai treated you so badly, and you still want to be friends with him. Haha, is this sincere or not? Brother Hua, if you're still wary of us, then I have nothing to say to Brother Kong, Gao Rangfeng said with a serious expression. Hua Stars stared at him. Gradually, his smile faded and he became serious. The latter looked at him with a calm expression. What do you want to say? Qiu Yiming, who had been observing from the sidelines, suddenly asked. Gao Rangfeng frowned and asked in a low voice, Brother Kong and I are very puzzled as to why the 7 great families want to deal with the little lord while the Yang family hasn't done anything. The two of you have always been with the little lord, so you should know more than we do, right? Yes. Kang Zhan also nodded. This time's matter is really confusing. I was still recovering at home when I was sent out by my father. When I asked him, he wouldn't tell me anything. Young Lady Qiu and Brother Hua, if you know something and it's convenient for you to reveal it, you might as well tell us. If it's not convenient, just pretend we didn't ask. Hua Stars remained silent and just stared at Qiu Yiming. Although he had spent as much time in Yang Kai's house as Qiu Yiming, he didn't intervene in Yang Kai's affairs and didn't have much contact with the Yang family. On the other hand, Qiu Yiming often discussed matters with Yang Kai in private and knew a lot about the house. The question Gao Rangfeng and Kang Zhan asked was exactly what he wanted to ask. Facing the three of them, Qiu Yiming gently shook her head. I don't know. You're asking the wrong person. Gao Rangfeng and Kang Zhan couldn't help showing a look of disappointment. However, although I don't know the exact reason, I can roughly guess. Qiu Yiming suddenly changed the subject. Oh, I'd like to hear the details. Kang Zhan and Gao Rangfeng's eyes lit up. For Yang Kai to be targeted like this, it must be because he has offended the public and violated some taboo of the 8 great families. Qiu Yiming's expression was indifferent as she calmly explained, for example, the information that has been circulating. Cultivating an evil secret art, coming from the same sect as the Demon Lord, taking in evil sect disciples, showing signs of becoming the demon race. These things could be big or small, but now that someone wanted to make a fuss about them, it was a big deal. We can also see that. The family sent us here to reinforce this place with the same reason, but we always felt that things weren't so simple. Gao Rangfeng frowned and said in confusion, Is there another reason? Kang Zhan hurriedly asked. If it's not because of this, then Yang Kai has something our 7 families want, Qiu Yiming sneered. After saying this, her eyes also lit up, her beautiful eyes trembling, suddenly realizing something important. Her brow furrowed deeply as she pondered. All of them suddenly felt enlightened. The world was bustling. It was all about profit. The world was bustling. It was all about profit. If this was the case, then it was reasonable. Looking at Qiu Yiming's expression, the 4 of them suddenly understood that she probably knew the reason. But since she didn't say anything, Kang Zhan and Gao Rangfeng didn't ask anymore. However, the actions of the 8 great families this time made them feel like they were playing the fool. Since they wanted to deal with Yang Kai, with the heritage and strength of the 8 great families, they could have just dealt with him in an open and above-board manner. But now they were actually using the inheritance war as a stage. All of them were young and full of vigor, so all of them suddenly had a subtle feeling. While these people were talking, Lu Qingyao had his eyes closed, seemingly not paying any attention to them. But no matter who it was, they all noticed that a faint divine sense had enveloped them. Obviously, Lu Qingyao was also paying attention to the conversation between the 4 of them. The 4 of them didn't guard against him. At the same time, inside the house. Inside Yang Zhao's room, second young Lord Yang Zhao sat motionless on the edge of his bed. In just a dozen days, the once high-spirited Yang Zhao had become haggard, his face devoid of blood, his eyes sunken and bloodshot, giving him a terrifying appearance. Yi Xianro gracefully walked back and forth in front of Yang Zhao, while explaining the current situation to him in detail. Gradually, Yang Zhao's seemingly lifeless face regained some color, and his two red eyes slowly began to move. Second young lord, now that the 7 great families have sent people here, each of them has sent at least 20 Immortal Ascension Boundary 6 Stage Masters, many of them peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. The 7 great families hope that you can take command and defeat Yangkai as quickly as possible and win the Inheritance War. Why did the 7 great families send so many people to participate in the Inheritance War? Yang Zhao asked. After not speaking for so long, Yang Zhao's voice had become hoarse and weak, as if he was terminally ill and on the verge of death. Yi Xianro giggled. Didn't I just tell you? Yang Kai is a dangerous person who is very likely to become the Demon Lord. The Yang family will not allow such a person to inherit the position of Patriarch. The 7 great families and the Yang family share life and death in the central capital. Naturally, they won't just stand by and watch. Right now, they are all gathered in the house, waiting for you to give the order. Second young lord, the position of Patriarch of the Yang family is beckoning to you. Is it really just for this reason? Yang Zhao's eyes became cold as he stared at the young woman in front of him. What other reason could there be? Yi Xianro asked. A look of impatience appeared on her face as she stepped forward and hugged Yang Zhao's arm, coquettishly saying, Second young lord, don't just sit there. Let's tidy up our clothes and go out. It's not good to keep those people waiting for too long. I'm not going. Yang Zhao still had a disheartened look on his face, not excited by this shocking news. Saying so, he shook off Yi Xianro's entanglement. Yi Xianro was startled, not having expected Yang Zhao to not be happy at all. She couldn't help wondering, Second young lord, what's wrong? Yang Zhao shook his head. The Inheritance War is a battle between my Yang family brothers, a battle of wits and courage, a battle of connections and personal charm. I've already lost this battle, a crushing defeat. There's no need to continue. How could that be? There are still many people in the house, and now there are even more masters. They're all here to assist you. Now is the time for you to make a comeback. Yi Xianro tried to persuade him. The 7 great families, huh? Yang Zhao sneered. If I use them to defeat Ninth Brother, even if I sit on the Patriarch's seat, I won't be able to rest in peace for the rest of my life. Second young lord, what are you saying? Yi Xianro couldn't help spitting disdainfully. If you only rely on the people in your house, you won't be able to defeat Yang Kai. Now that such a good opportunity has been placed in front of you, how can you not grasp it? Pausing for a moment, she sneered, could it be that Second young lord is afraid of the world's criticism? Second young lord, those who achieve great things don't bother with trifles. History books are written by the victors. Once you sit in the position of Patriarch of the Yang family, who will dare criticize you? Yang Zhao remained expressionless, not saying anything. Yi Xianro suddenly lost her patience and coldly said, Second young lord, I hope you can consider the overall situation. This is something the Yang family has tacitly agreed to. If you don't do it, it's the same as defying the family's will. Humph! The dignified second young lord of the Yang family is now acting like a stray dog. What a joke! Yang Zhao suddenly raised his head and stared towards Yi Xianro with his red eyes. Yi Xianro panicked, but before she could react, she felt her neck being gripped, causing her to feel dizzy. By the time she could react, she had already been thrown onto the bed by Yang Zhao. The two's faces were almost pressed together, and Yi Xianro could clearly smell the hot breath from Yang Zhao's nostrils. It wasn't because he was aroused, but rather because he was angry. His big hand was like an iron hoop, firmly gripping her neck. Yi Xianro suddenly panicked, suddenly remembering that she wasn't Yang Zhao's opponent at all. Second young lord, what do you want to do? Yi Xianro's expression was pained as she bit her red lips and looked towards Yang Zhao weakly. Chapter 543. Although I, Yang Zhao, am insidious and cunning, I will not use such disgraceful means to defeat Ninth Brother. In the Inheritance War, I fought a battle of wits and courage with Ninth Brother, using every conceivable means possible. Even if I lose, I have no complaints. Cheap slut, you're not qualified to judge me. If you dare say such words again, I don't mind making you the first young lady of a super family to die in the inheritance war. What ninth brother dares to do, I dare do too, and I'll do it even more ruthlessly than him. Yang Zhao's hoarse and low voice was like the summons of a demon from the depths of hell, causing Yi Xianrou's beautiful eyes to fill with panic and horror. Looking into Yang Zhao's eyes, Yi Xianrou was really afraid. She could see that Yang Zhao wasn't trying to intimidate her. If she continued to speak rudely and irritate him, she would most likely die here. This young lady was wrong. This young lady won't dare. Yi Xianrou immediately admitted defeat. As a woman, she wouldn't feel ashamed. Yang Zhao coldly snorted and released her. After getting up from the bed, Yang Zhao said, "Those people gathered in my house just to borrow my name. Without me, they can still borrow Big Brother's name. Since my Yang family allows them to do so, I can't resist. However, it's impossible to lead them to deal with Ninth Brother. Go, from this moment on, you will be in charge of all the affairs of the house." Yi Xianrou, who was still in a state of panic, heard this and couldn't help breathing rapidly, trembling as she said, "Second young lord, there's no need to doubt. From now on, this house is yours. The masters of the 7 great families will also be under your command. Aren't you also a woman who pursues power? If we weren't birds of a feather, it would have been impossible for us to get together. Now is your chance." Yi Xianrou didn't care about the sarcasm in Yang Zhao's words, her cheeks flushing red as she seemed extremely excited, hesitating for a moment before asking, "But how should I explain this to those people in the house? Do I need to explain? I'll agree to let them borrow my name. As for the explanation to the outside world, it's up to you." Yi Xianrou smiled like a blooming flower as she sweetly said, "Second young lord has suffered a blow. He's not discouraged, but now his aura is unstable and he's on the verge of a breakthrough. He needs to enter secluded retreat." "Very good." Yang Zhao sneered. "It looks like I'll have to thank you for giving me such a good excuse and taking care of my face. Families, Yi Xianrou, young lord, perhaps in the future, this young lady will be willing to submit to second young lord. I only hope that after second young master becomes the Yang family's patriarch in the future, he can take care of my Yi family." Yang Zhao sneered. "If you can survive against ninth brother, then we'll talk." Yi Xianrou. A trace of fear suddenly appeared in her eyes, but soon, she calmed down and said softly, "With the current lineup in your house, Yang Kai won't have a chance, right?" Yang Zhao closed his eyes and no longer spoke. Yang left. Walking out of the house, he raised his head to take a look. Yang, and Yang sky. Yang. 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 She hadn't expected Yang Zhao to make such a decision. However, since he had already handed over the command authority to him, he could really let loose and do whatever he wanted. Her face filled with excitement, Yi Xianrou's giggles quickly echoed, causing those who heard them to feel creepy. Not long after, the leaders of the 7 forces in Yang Zhao's house gathered in the main hall. Yi Xianrou sat at the head of the table. Below her was the Lu family's Lu Qingyao, Kong family's Kong Zhan, Gao family's Gao Rangfeng, Qiu family's Qiu Yimeng, and Hua family's Hua Stars. The Meng family's Meng Shan Yi all stared at her with complicated expressions. Yi Xianrou's expression was indifferent and graceful, without the slightest uneasiness. Sweeping her pair of peach blossom eyes around, Yi Xianrou spoke first. "Brother Meng, did eldest young lord not come?" Meng Shan Yi, who was called out, couldn't help getting goosebumps as he quickly replied, "Eldest young lord said he's likely to break through in the next few days and is currently in retreat. This time, this Meng will be fully responsible for representing the eldest young lord's mansion." Yi Xianrou looked surprised, covering her mouth as she giggled. "Ah, what a coincidence. Second young lord is also about to break through and is currently in retreat. I'm afraid he won't be able to come out for a long time. The Yang family is really interesting. 2 brothers breaking through together. Sure enough, they're both dragons among men. worthy of admiration. Hearing her say this, everyone's expression couldn't help changing. Hua Stars asked, Sister Yi, if second young lord doesn't come out, who will be in charge of the seven family coalition? It won't be you, right? That's right. Yi Xian Ro replied sweetly and changed her sitting position. It's me. Hua Stars grinned meaningfully. Second young lord said that before he comes out, I will be in charge of all matters in the house. Everyone must listen to my orders. Yi Xian Ro's expression became cold as she declared. The expressions of the other 6 people also became extremely strange. Elder brothers and elder sisters, are you questioning little sister's ability? Yi Xian Ro took in everyone's expressions and asked softly with a smile. We wouldn't dare. Kang Zhan shook his head. It's just that for such an important matter, second young lord not to come out personally and only young lady Yi to deliver it, it's a bit inappropriate. After all, we all obey the orders of our respective families and are here to assist second young lord. Brother Kong, are you suspecting that I am falsely informing second young lord? Yi Xian Ro chuckled. I don't have such courage. If you don't believe me, you can ask second young lord. He is currently in the house. Kang Zhan frowned. Although his expression was a little unhappy, it wasn't convenient for him to say anything more. Since Yi Xian Ro said so, she must have obtained Yang Zhao's permission. Hua Stars quickly added, second young lord may not come out personally, but I think Sister Ye's prestige is not enough to convince everyone. Oh? If young Master Hua thinks so, then in young Master Hua's opinion, who can convince everyone? As she spoke, her eyes flashed towards Qiu Yiming. The latter's expression was indifferent and expressionless. Not only was Yi Xian Ro looking at her, but most of the people present also cast their eyes towards Qiu Yiming. Compared with Yi Xian Ro, Qiu Yiming was undoubtedly more suitable to lead Yang Zhao's house. However, Qiu Yiming had just been forced to leave Yang Kai's house this morning, so it wasn't appropriate for her to lead it now. Not to mention whether she was willing or not, the masters of the 7 families would definitely not allow her to do so, let alone obey her orders. What does elder sister Qiu think? Yi Xian Ro stared at Qiu Yiming in a threatening manner. Being stared down by others, Qiu Yiming couldn't remain silent any longer and simply said, Little sister can. I believe in little sister's ability. Since elder sister says so, then little sister won't decline. Yi Xian Ro smiled knowingly and proudly. Hua Stars sighed. He could understand why Qiu Yiming didn't refute, but even so, his heart was still filled with anger. Yi Xian Ro's current appearance gave him the feeling of a villain who had achieved great success. She was a beautiful woman with an extremely graceful figure, but Hua Stars really couldn't bring himself to admire her beauty. This was probably the first woman the central capital Wolf young Lord Hua had ever hated. Let's end this topic here. Yi Xian Ro's expression became solemn as she established her authority in Yang Kai's house with just a few words. All of you have received orders from your respective families to gather here for only one purpose, and that is to bring down the current rampant Yang Kai. If we fail, what the consequences will be, I think all of you are very clear in your hearts. With our current strength, we are indeed above Yang Kai's house, so we fully meet the conditions. But what should we do? How can we defeat Yang Kai's defenses at the lowest cost? Everyone, please share your opinions. Little sister is still young, so I hope elder brothers and elder sisters can help. Sweeping her beautiful eyes around, Yi Xian Ro waited quietly. Lu Qingyao had his eyes closed and didn't express any opinion. Kang Zhan and Gao Rangfeng had their heads together and were whispering to each other, their expressions solemn as if they were seriously discussing something. The Hua family young lord looked up at the sky, as if a beautiful woman was flying by. Qiu Yiming's expression was indifferent and sad. Meng Shan scratched his head helplessly. The 6 people had different expressions, but none of them spoke. After waiting for a long time, Yi Xian Ro smiled and said, It looks like none of you have a good plan. If that's the case, why don't you listen to little sister's opinion? Saying so, he didn't wait for anyone to respond and continued. Although the masters of the 7 families have gathered in Yang Kai's mansion, and the number of top masters is endless, possessing an overwhelming advantage in strength, the power of Yang Kai's mansion cannot be ignored. He has an above-immortal ascension boundary master on his side, the evil sect Master Ling Tai-su. It is impossible for Ling Tai-su to be dispatched. After all, this is still the inheritance war. Yang Kai's blood warriors, because of the Yang family's restrictions, can only dispatch 2. However, Yang Kai also has an evil sect master and another peak immortal ascension boundary guard. These people are the biggest problem. If we attack rashly, it is very likely that there will be some unnecessary losses. The people from Yang Kai's house can't be taken lightly. They often make unexpected moves. I think young Master Hua and elder sister Chiu understand this better than any of us. Huixing chuckled, "Don't ask me. I don't know anything. In his house, I've done nothing but pick up girls. There are so many beautiful women in his house." Yi Exinro smiled. "Young Master Hua is too modest. Who doesn't know that your strength has increased so much that even Brother Gao isn't your opponent?" Gao Rangfeng's face went black as he silently cursed this cheap maid for touching his sore spot. When Yang Kai attacked Yang Kang's house that night, Gao Rangfeng had been defeated by Huixing. Gao Rangfeng regarded this as the greatest humiliation of his life and had been diligently cultivating these past few days, hoping that one day he would be able to regain his lost face. Now that Yi Xianro had brought this up, Gao Rangfeng suddenly felt annoyed. So he simply said, "Young Lady Yi, let's get down to business." Yi Xianro smiled at him and said apologetically, "Brother Gao doesn't need to take offense. Little sister didn't mean to offend you, so I'll just apologize." Gao Rangfeng's expression became slightly awkward. Yi Xianro continued, "In light of the above situation, I think we should send out a surprise attack and catch Yang Kai off guard." Chapter 544. The young lords and young ladies of the 7 great families gathered together. Yi Xianro sat at the head of the table and spoke with confidence and assurance. Her words were clear and concise, making everyone look at her with admiration. This woman doesn't only know how to act coquettishly with others, everyone thought secretly. When she sat in that high and mighty position, she could quickly adjust her mentality and make remarks that were in line with her identity. Her words were reasonable, and everyone couldn't help but pay attention to her. They all looked at her. Surprise attack? Gao Rangfeng couldn't help but ask, "What is a surprise attack?" Yi Xinro smiled and said, "What the little lord can't think of is a surprise attack." Gao Rangfeng frowned. Yi Xinro's actions made him feel a little uncomfortable, so he quickly said, "Be more specific." Yi Xinro chuckled and turned her eyes to Chiu Yiming, her beautiful eyes flashing. "Elder sister Chiu is the biggest surprise attack for the little lord." Chiu Yiming suddenly looked up and glared at Yi Xinro. Stars Hua also let out an evil laugh. The other young lords all wore strange expressions. Everyone suddenly understood what Yi Xinro was planning. Elder sister Chiu has been working with the little lord for a long time and is regarded as his right-hand woman. She knows many things about his house quite well. I'm afraid no one knows more than elder sister Chiu. On top of that, elder sister only left Yang Kai this morning. The little lord would never have thought that in just one day, elder sister Chiu would become his enemy and attack him, right? Yi Xinro, you'd better think carefully about what you're saying. Stars was stared at her, his eyes flashing a cold light. Yi Xinro sneered, "Washao, what do you mean?" "Of course, I know what I'm talking about, but your attitude, could it be you don't like me?" Stars was sneered. "Don't forget, I now represent the 2nd young lord. If you don't obey me, then you don't obey 2nd young master. I have the right to ask you to leave this mansion. A single rat can spoil a pot of porridge. 2nd young master's mansion cannot have a black sheep." Yi Xinro's words were filled with sarcasm and ridicule. Hua Stars's expression changed. She wanted to leave angrily, but when she thought of the old man's threat before she left, she had to suppress the restlessness in her heart. His mouth moved, but no sound could be heard. It seemed like he was cursing. Yi Xinro smiled again and said in a warm voice, "Actually, little sister has her own considerations for making such a proposal. What I said before was only one of them." "What other considerations do you have?" Gao Rangfeng asked. He suddenly realized that after experiencing the inheritance war, Yi Xinro's growth was simply terrifying. Before this, she didn't have such sharp thoughts and wasn't so strong. It was probably because she had been by the 2nd young master's side for too long and had been influenced by him. From the last time the little lord killed Nansheng and Xiangchu, it's clear that the little lord values his friends very much. Elder sister Qiu is also his friend, so I think with the little lord's personality, he wouldn't have the heart to kill elder sister Qiu. That's right. Kang Zhan nodded gently, thinking that Xin Ro's analysis was reasonable. Last time, Nansheng and Xiangchu, because they had injured a High Heaven Pavilion disciple, were chased down by Yang Kai for 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers. Even if they hid in Yang Zhao's mansion, they still couldn't escape their fate of death. Qiu Yiming and Yang Kai had been together for so long, the two of them having gone through thick and thin together. Qiu Yiming had also made great contributions to Yang Kai's mansion, so with Yang Kai's character, it would be strange if he dared to lay his hands on her. So, if elder sister Qiu goes out and casually brings some people with her, she can easily defeat the little lord without shedding a drop of blood. Xin Ro looked at Qiu Yiming with a smile and asked, Elder sister Qiu, what do you think? Qiu Yiming's expression was indifferent as she stared at him from afar, unhurriedly saying, You think too much. Although Yang Kai cares about friendship, he is also a selfish person. When there is a conflict between these two, he will choose to maintain his own interests. Xin Ro looked surprised. Elder sister Qiu really understands the little lord. I think this matter must be handled by you. If you don't try once, how can you know it won't work? Saying so, she shot a contemptuous look towards Qiu Yiming, as if she wouldn't give up until Qiu Yiming agreed. Good. Qiu Yiming suddenly smiled. Since little sister says so, elder sister will listen to you this time. Let's see if I can capture Yang Kai with my own means. Sister is indeed a heroine among women. You're straightforward enough. Many thanks to little sister for taking care of me. Elder sister will give this credit to elder sister. Qiu Yiming smiled gently. Xin Ro also smiled. Us sisters don't need to say such things. A few days ago, little sister also received elder sister's care. Hee. Little sister will remember it in her heart. She will never forget it for the rest of her life. Inside the side hall, the atmosphere suddenly became gloomy. Gao Rangfeng, Kang Zhan, and the others couldn't help shivering. They didn't know what these two women were talking about, but they could tell that something had happened between the two of them a few days ago. A few days ago, Xin Ro had secretly run to Yang Kai's house to seduce him, but as a result, Yang Kai had torn her clothes and left her alone in the side hall. Later, Qiu Yiming had sent a few guards to guard the door. The naked Xin Ro was imprisoned for 3 whole days. After 3 days, Qiu Yiming ordered a maidservant to deliver a set of clothes. How could Xin Ro forget such a great shame? The first thing the Seven Families Alliance did was to find fault with Qiu Yiming. It could be said that Qiu Yiming was using her power to avenge a personal grudge, but her excuses and means were quite clever. So clever that Qiu Yiming couldn't refute her and could only follow her lead by the nose. Then it's settled. Elder sister will act as the vanguard. I hope elder sister can win. Thank you for your kind words. There's no time to lose. Let's go now. Xin Ro said. Now? The others couldn't help being taken aback, never having expected Xin Ro to be so eager. Speed is crucial in war. Taking advantage of the darkness of the night, perhaps we can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Xin Ro smiled slightly. That makes sense. Then elder sister will set out. Qiu Yiming chuckled, stood up, and walked out. Qiu Yiming. Hua Xing stood up and called out. Qiu Yiming didn't look back, just slowly shaking her head as she walked out. After Qiu Yiming left, Hua Xing turned around and glared at Xin Ro coldly. Little girl, if something happens to Qiu Yiming, you can just wait to be sold to the cheapest brothel. At that time, anyone can taste your beauty, and within 3 or 5 months, you will become a pile of rotten meat that even wild dogs will disdain. Xin Ro's eyes flashed coldly, but surprisingly, she didn't get angry and instead giggled. Isn't young Lord Hua's worry unnecessary? How could elder sister Qiu have an accident? Do you really think the little lord would do anything to her? It seems that the little lord really has become the demon race and doesn't even recognize his own family. After a pause, she added, Since young Lord Hua is so worried, let's go out and take a look, just in case. Kang Zhan and Gao Rangfeng couldn't help nodding, feeling that Xin Ro's decision was the right one. None of them thought that Qiu Yiming alone could defeat Yang Kai. Even if Yang Kai cared about their friendship, he wasn't a fool. How could he allow himself to be captured without putting up a fight? If they followed, in case a fight broke out, they would be able to provide support. As they spoke, everyone stood up and walked out. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse, bathing the entire war city in a silver glow. In Yang Kai's mansion, the cultivator had calmed down from the shock of Qiu Yiming and Hua Xing's departure. The mansion's current advantage was great. Even if Qiu Yiming and Hua Xing had left, they still felt that in the inheritance war, Yang Kai would definitely win. However, Yang Kai had said during the day that he might become an enemy of the 8 great families, so they were a little worried. After all, they were all young people. Who would want to go against the 8 great families? This wasn't just a matter of themselves, but also a matter of the sect or family behind them. In the middle of the night, the mansion was quiet. Kai Yang, who was in the middle of meditating, suddenly opened his eyes shining brightly. Hurriedly getting up, he walked out. Just as he opened the door, the sound of fluttering clothes came from inside the mansion, and in the next moment, Ing Jiu, Old Demon, and Tang Yuxian appeared in front of him. "Little Lord," Tang Yuxian called out. "I know." Yang Kai's expression became cold. "Call everyone up." Tang Yuxian quickly released her spiritual energy and enveloped the entire house. Perceiving this divine sense as a reminder and summon, the forces in the house quickly gathered. "Ha!" A sigh came from the side as a faintly discernible figure slowly appeared, and a light blue-haired Shui Ling suddenly appeared. Ing Jia's eyes narrowed. Even now, he was extremely wary of this mysterious little girl. At such a young age, she had actually reached the immortal ascension boundary 8th stage and possessed a special constitution. If they were to fight one-on-one, Ing Jiu believed she wasn't his opponent, but he also had no way to keep her here, even if he used his mad tyrant blood skill. "It seems that Qiu Yiming has brought people here." Shui Ling sighed faintly. "What a pity. I got along quite well with her." "Yang Kai, how did you and her end up like this?" "I don't know. Don't ask me," Yang Kai said angrily. Since Shui Ling was aware of the identity of these people, how could Yang Kai not have noticed? The one leading this group was actually Qiu Yiming, who had just left this morning. Accompanying her were more than 20 masters at the Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th stage or above. Besides Qiu Yiming's aura, everyone else was filled with murderous intent. Obviously, they were here to cause trouble for Yang Kai's mansion. Yang Kai didn't think Qiu Yiming would do such a thing. After getting along with her for so long, Yang Kai understood her quite well. What kind of personality she had, Yang Kai knew best, but it was an indisputable fact that she had brought people here. "Let's go out and have a look." Yang Kai coldly snorted and took the lead. Ing Jiu, Tang Yuxian, and the old demon quickly followed. A short time later, the group arrived outside the mansion and the cultivator inside quickly and methodically gathered around Yang Kai. Chapter 545. Not far from the front of the house, Qiu Yiming stood alone. 20 meters behind her, more than 20 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters belonging to the Qiu family stood in a row. The pressure they exuded together was terrifying. After a moment of shock, Luo Xiaoman shouted in surprise, "Elder Sister Qiu." As she shouted, she rushed out of the crowd towards Qiu Yiming, her pair of large jade peaks bouncing up and down, a spectacular sight to behold. Of all the people present, she had the best relationship with Qiu Yiming. The two of them, one was smart and capable while the other was confused and delicate. Their personalities complemented each other. So Qiu Yiming was quite good to her, and the two of them had a very close relationship. When Qiu Yiming left this morning, Luo Xiaoman had cried for a long time, and even now her eyes were still red, her spirit still unable to recover. At this moment, seeing Qiu Yiming return, Luo Xiaoman was happier than anyone else, her beautiful eyes filled with joy, like a lost child who had finally found her way home, hurriedly rushing forward. Qiu Yiming's face held a trace of sadness, her expression indifferent. When the distance between the two of them was only about 5 meters, Qiu Yiming gently raised her hand. A burst of light shot out from her hand and landed in front of Luo Xiaoman's feet. A cloud of dust flew up. Luo Xiaoman froze and stared blankly at Qiu Yiming in front of her. "Don't come any closer," Otherwise, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Chiao Ming stared at Luo Xiaoman coldly, her tone cold, as if she was a stranger. Elder sister Chiao, Luo Xiaoman murmured, her eyes filled with confusion, seemingly unable to figure out what had just happened. Chiao Ming had never attacked her before, but just now, if she had run a little faster, or if Chiao Ming had hit her a little farther, her legs would have been directly crippled. Feeling Chiao Ming's indifference and rejection, Luo Xiaoman's heart instantly filled with great pain, her mouth filled with bitterness as she subconsciously felt a trace of panic. Just as she was at a loss for what to do, she felt a big hand on her shoulder. Turning around, she saw Yang Kai slowly shaking his head at her. "Go back," Yang Kai ordered lightly, not waiting for her to respond before tossing her back. After Luo Xiaoman landed on the ground, she suddenly found that the atmosphere was a bit different. Outside the mansion, Yang Kai and Chiao Ming stared at each other face to face, just like the scene when the Chiao family's first young lady left this morning, neither of them saying a word. But anyone could see that the situation now was completely different from when they had parted in the morning. Forced? Yang Kai tilted his head and stared at Chiao Ming. "No." Chiao Ming gently shook her head. "You didn't?" Yang Kai smiled. "If you weren't forced, why did you bring these people here? You can't possibly come and seek refuge with me, right? What I came here for, you know in your heart, why ask so many questions?" Chiao Ming's expression remained indifferent. "How would I know if you don't tell me? Aren't you the same? You won't tell me anything, so why should I tell you?" Chiao Ming retorted. Yang Kai shrugged helplessly. "First young lady, there's no need to talk nonsense with him." Suddenly, a voice called out from behind Chiao Ming. As these words were spoken, the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, who were originally 20 meters away from Chiao Ming, stepped forward and stood behind her, each of them exuding a tyrannical aura. "You are?" Yang Kai frowned. "Chiao family elder, Fallen Leaves Hall's Hall Master, Chen Xian." The man coldly snorted and raised his head slightly, saying arrogantly, "The first young lady wishes to speak a few words with you because of our old friendship. She should have finished by now." Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged as he nodded. "It's an honor to meet you. The Fallen Leaves Hall's Hall Master is indeed famous." The Chiao family's Fallen Leaves Hall was equivalent to the Yang family's Blood Warrior Hall. Each of the 8 great families had such an institution. The experts nurtured by these institutions were all extremely loyal to their families. However, because each family's heritage was different, their prestige was different, and their training methods were different. Therefore, among the 8 great families' institutions, the Blood Warrior Hall was the most famous, and the masters from the Blood Warrior Hall were much stronger than those from the other 7 families. This was especially true for the Blood Warrior Hall's Mad Tyrant Blood skill, a taboo martial skill that allowed the Blood Warrior Hall to stand above any other institution. The Chiao family's Fallen Leaves Hall was such an institution. The masters who came from it were all very powerful. Once they took action, it was as simple as the autumn wind sweeping up fallen leaves, never giving their enemy any time to breathe. It was because of this principle that the people of the Fallen Leaves Hall were generally impatient and hated others wasting their time. While Chiao Ming and Yang Kai were exchanging a few words, they were already unable to restrain themselves, a clear indication of their temperament. Chun Xian snorted, turning a blind eye to Yang Kai's flattery, and sneered, "Since you've finished speaking, I ask the first young lady to step back." Turning to Yang Kai, he coldly shouted, "Little brat, your time of death has come. Although you are a young lord of the Yang family, you cultivate a demonic secret art, collude with demons, and attempt to subvert the 8 great families. Today is the day you die." Chun Xian and the other masters from the Fallen Leaves Hall had all been in the central capital, so they didn't have a deep understanding of Yang Kai and the forces of Yang Kai's mansion. Although they had also been paying attention to the progress of the Inheritance War and had heard from others about how powerful Yang Kai and Yang Kai's forces were, Chun Xian had always thought that such news was simply exaggerated. As a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, how could he put a mere Immortal Ascension Boundary second stage cultivator in his eyes, especially one so young? It wasn't only Chun Xian who thought so. Most of the masters from the other 7 families also had the same thought. In their opinion, This time, the 7 families had dispatched so many masters to the inheritance war was simply making a mountain out of a molehill. So tonight, when Qiu Yiming brought them here to cause trouble for Yang Kai's mansion, Chun Xian and the other masters from the Fallen Leaves Hall were very excited, thinking that they could easily break through Yang Kai's defenses. Even Ling Tai-su, who was in charge of the mansion, wasn't put in their eyes. Although Ling Tai-su was an above Immortal Ascension boundary master, he was still the sect master of Evil Sect, the Demon Lord's master. If he dared to act casually, the 8 masters from the Seal Temple would definitely not sit idly by. Listening to Chen Xian's shameless boasting, Yang Kai's expression became cold. What a big hat. Hallmaster Chun, please wait a moment. Qiu Yiming suddenly interjected. I still have a few words to say to Yang Kai. Chun Xian coldly snorted, but he didn't refuse Qiu Yiming's request. Before they came here, Qiu Shoucheng had already told him that although this time's operation was taking advantage of the inheritance war and using the name of the 8 great families' young lords and young ladies, the one who really made decisions on the battlefield was Chen Xian. In other words, to a certain extent, Qiu Yiming had to listen to Chen Xian for the time being. If it was just a few words, he could tolerate it. Yang Kai glanced at him coldly before turning to Qiu Yiming and asking softly, why? Because my father said that as long as I defeat and capture you, I can inherit the Qiu family as a woman. You know how much I long for that day to come. Although we've been getting along quite well before, compared to my lifelong ambition, who do you think you are? Haha. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. I'm not much. But do you think you can convince yourself with your nonsense? When did I start talking nonsense? I'm telling the truth. Today, I came here to defeat you. Yang Kai, since I've been assisting you these past few days, why don't you obediently allow yourself to be captured? If we really fight, everyone's feelings will be hurt, and I'm definitely not your opponent. Good. Yang Kai nodded with a smile. On the other side, Chun Xian's eyes lit up, but he quickly became vigilant as he stared closely at Yang Kai's movements to prevent him from playing any tricks. The people from Yang Kai's mansion were all stunned. They hadn't expected that in just one day, Qiu Yiming would actually be willing to stand on the opposite side of Yang Kai and personally bring people to cause trouble for Yang Kai. Seeing her speak so calmly and indifferently, many people were filled with righteous indignation, but considering their previous friendship, they didn't curse her out loud. If it had been someone else who said this, how could they have just let it go? They would likely have already cursed all 18 generations of this person's ancestors. Even so, their expressions were not very good. Luo Xiaoman's eyes were filled with tears as she stared at Qiu Yiming incredulously. Are you really willing? Qiu Yiming was stunned. What's wrong with that? If you capture me, you can become the Qiu family's patriarch, right? Yang Kai smiled. You've done so much for me. Now it's my turn to do the same for you. What's wrong with that? Qiu Yiming's expression changed, a strange light flashing across her pair of beautiful eyes, as if she was moved to tears by these words. First young lady. Chen Xian saw that Qiu Yiming didn't seem to have any intention of fighting and couldn't help urging her. If they could really capture Yang Kai without shedding a single drop of blood, then his Qiu family would have made a great contribution. Qiu Shoucheng had said that once Yang Kai was captured, he would send him back to the central capital's Qiu family at all costs. Qiu Yiming turned a deaf ear to these words, her face still filled with gratitude, but suddenly she ground her teeth and shouted, You think saying such words will soften my heart and make me not attack you? You bastard, you're really despicable. Yang Kai grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, a look of embarrassment appearing on his face. You really think so? Qiu Yiming grumbled angrily. She had actually been moved by his words just a moment ago, but now her heart was filled with hatred as she shouted, No matter what you think, since I've come here today, I won't go back empty-handed. Saying so, Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand and summoned a foot-long dagger into his grasp. This dagger glowed with a silver light, obviously a high-grade artifact. Yuan Qi burst out fiercely, seemingly without mercy. Cries of alarm rang out as no one had expected the change to happen so quickly. Even Ingju didn't have time to react. Chun Xian and the many masters from the Qiu family's Fallen Leaves Hall all held their breaths, secretly anticipating what would happen next. Chapter 546. Facing Qiu Yiming's blade, Yang Kai was still smiling, as if he didn't know the difference between life and death. Staring at Qiu Yiming, who was so close to him, he didn't even condense his true qi, as if he really had no intention of fighting back. VIIX reading Qiu Yiming's beautiful eyes flashed with determination as her hands moved faster and faster. In the next moment, Yang Kai's face changed dramatically as he stared at her in shock, suddenly reaching out to grab her. Asterisk poo. Asterisk accompanied by a muffled groan. Blood splattered out. Cries of alarm rang out as the powerhouses behind the two of them rushed out and madly rushed towards the center. Qin Xian and the others' eyes were filled with fanaticism as they stared at the stunned Yang Kai, grinning widely. Ingjiu, Tang Yuxian, and the old demon simultaneously pushed their strength, leapt over Yang Kai and Qiu Yiming's heads, and charged towards Qin Xian and the others. The battle broke out in an instant, and no one below the immortal ascension boundary was able to intervene. The leaders of the younger generation didn't dare to approach and could only display their martial skills and artifacts from a distance. Brilliant light bloomed as energy raged. In the chaos, Luo Xiaoman stumbled over to Yang Kai and Qiu Yiming's side, but after seeing the situation clearly, she immediately covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes trembling. Qiu Yiming fell softly into Yang Kai's arms, her face pale and bloodless as she silently smiled towards Yang Kai. In her lower abdomen, there was a dagger, the same artifact she had taken out before. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was unscathed. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai shouted angrily. "I couldn't." Qiu Yiming smiled bitterly. "I could only come up with this method to temporarily eliminate myself." Just now, Qiu Yiming's attack had suddenly changed directions halfway through and stabbed towards him. Yang Kai had seen this and tried to stop her. However, Qiu Yiming's expression had been so serious that Yang Kai had been deceived by her for a moment, thinking she would really attack him. When he wanted to stop it, it was too late. Blood flowed from Qiu Yiming's lower abdomen and soon dyed her clothes red, giving her a sense of scarlet beauty. "Stop talking." Yang Kai frowned, but he wasn't very nervous. Qiu Yiming's wound wasn't fatal, and the dagger hadn't penetrated too deeply. With the efficacy of the myriad drug milk, it was likely that she would be healed in 1 to 2 days without leaving a scar. "I have a question to ask you." Qiu Yiming gasped for breath but stared stubbornly at Yang Kai. "If you have something to say, then say it." Yang Kai coldly snorted. Today, he was depressed because of Qiu Yiming. Qiu Yiming didn't care. Instead, her eyes filled with expectation as she asked softly, "If I really wanted to stab you, wouldn't you have resisted? What do you think?" Yang Kai glared at her. "I don't know. I never knew what you were thinking. I'm not an idiot. How could I just stand there and let you stab me?" "Sure enough." Qiu Yiming laughed. "You've always been a selfish person. But if you weren't like this, you wouldn't be you." Yang Kai smiled wickedly. "If you really had the intention to stab me just now, you'd be finished today. What would you do to me? Kill me? I wouldn't go that far. I would just strip off your clothes, and then, heh, spank your ass." Qiu Yiming suddenly blushed. No one had ever said such shameless words to her before. She didn't know why, but in her mind, the scene of her naked body being pressed down on the bed by Yang Kai suddenly appeared. She couldn't help feeling ashamed. "Don't talk about that." Luo Xiaoman stood to the side at a loss. "Hurry up and heal yourself." "I won't die." Yang Kai's expression was indifferent as he picked up Qiu Yiming by the waist, glancing over at the chaotic battlefield, a cold light flashing across his eyes before he stepped into the house. Luo Xiaoman followed closely behind him. A short time later, the three of them arrived at Su Yan's room. Pushing the door open, Yang Kai was greeted by an icy chill. Su Yan was sitting on the ice bed, seemingly cultivating, but in fact, her mind wasn't here at all. With the battle in Yang Kai's house, she naturally paid attention, but because she was from High Heaven Pavilion, it wasn't convenient for her to appear, so she could only wait quietly. "What happened? How did you get hurt like this?" Su Yan asked quickly when she saw Qiu Yiming. "This stupid woman stabbed herself," Yang Kai said as he put Qiu Yiming down on the ice bed. The cold air quickly invaded her body, causing her to shiver involuntarily. However, thanks to the cold, the bleeding from her wounds was quickly alleviated. "I'll leave her to you," Yang Kai said before turning around and walking out. The location of Qiu Yiming's wound was too delicate. If it had been anywhere else, Yang Kai could have dealt with it himself, but since it was her lower abdomen, he was too embarrassed to do so, so he could only send her to Su Yin. Su Yin also had some myriad drug milk, so she knew what to do. The sound of battle rang out one after another, and as far as the eye could see, half the sky seemed to be illuminated by a burst of light. When Yang Kai returned to the mansion, he found that the battle had reached a state of anxiety, and both sides were evenly matched. The Qiu family's Falling Leaves Hall had more than 20 Immortal Ascension Boundary 6 stage masters. On his side, there were 3 peak Immortal Ascension Boundary masters, Ing Jiao, Tang Yuxian, and Old Demon, each of them possessing heaven-defying strength. Shui Ling also used her special constitution to stir up trouble, disrupting the enemy's vision and hearing. The other Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were also numerous. In terms of numbers alone, Yang Kai's side undoubtedly had a great advantage, but the Falling Leaves Hall's Masters were not to be underestimated. So even if they had the advantage in numbers, they still couldn't gain any advantage. For a time, the two sides had fallen into a bitter struggle. Since the beginning of the Inheritance War, Yang Kai's mansion had never encountered such a situation. Every time they fought, they had defeated their enemies with overwhelming superiority. Qin Xian and the others also felt this was incredible. They were originally full of confidence, but after the battle really began, they discovered that the rumors they had heard were not exaggerated at all. In fact, they had even underestimated the strength of Yang Kai's cultivator. The Falling Leaves Hall's masters could be said to have been dispatched in full force, but now they couldn't do anything to a single Yang family young lord's mansion. Qin Xian inexplicably felt a sense of shame and humiliation, causing him to become even more ruthless and merciless. Yang Kai observed for a moment, but didn't enter the fray himself, instead casting his gaze towards the distance. He felt that there were many masters gathering in that direction. The cultivation of these masters wasn't any worse than the Falling Leaves Hall's masters, but their numbers were several times greater. If he wasn't mistaken, these masters should be from the other 6 families. Just as Yang Kai expected, a kilometer away, atop a 3-story pavilion, led by Yi Xian Rou, the young lords and young ladies of the 6 super families gathered, all of them watching the battle from a distance. Although it was late at night, the moon was still shining brightly, so they were still able to clearly see everything that happened in front of Yang Kai's mansion. Qiu Yiming's violent attack and the traces of Yang Kai's actions were all clearly visible to all of them. However, the final result shocked all of them. The one lying in a pool of blood was actually Qiu Yiming. Yi Xian Rou's delicate face flashed a gloating look as she coldly snorted. Yang Kai really has lost all humanity. Even after assisting him for so long and having such a good relationship with Qiu Yiming, he can still be so ruthless as to kill her. Kang Zhan and the others remained silent. Although they didn't like Yi Xian Rou's arrogant attitude, they still agreed with her current statement. Because they were too far away, they hadn't been able to clearly see what had happened, so they simply believed that Qiu Yiming had really been injured by Yang Kai. Since Qiu Yiming entered Yang Kai's house, she had worked hard without complaint, serving as Yang Kai's left and right hands, leading the entire mansion, paying a huge price. But in the end, she had actually been injured by him. If it were anyone else, wouldn't they be bitterly disappointed? Being able to do such a thing, how could Yang Kai still have any humanity left? Obviously, he was selfish to the extreme. Only Stars Hua, on the other hand, wore a ferocious expression as he sneered. Although he didn't see clearly what had just happened, he didn't agree with Yi Xian Rou's statement. "It looks like my plan has failed." Yi Xian Rou said so, but there wasn't the slightest trace of disappointment on her face. Instead, there was a trace of joy, as if she was quite happy to see Qiu Yiming suffer. "If I had known this would happen, I would never have let elder sister Qiu take such a risk alone." It seems we overestimated Yang Kai's moral standards. This person is beyond saving. Evil demons are generally like this. They don't even recognize their own family and friends. Their methods are cruel. What do we do now? Gao Rangfeng asked in a deep voice. Qiu Yiming, this so-called surprise attack, had not played the role she should have. This made him wonder if Yi Xianro had deliberately done this because she knew this would happen, causing him to feel a sense of revulsion. Let's wait and see. Yi Xianro didn't show the slightest trace of nervousness and instead wore a calm expression. Look, they're fighting. Shouldn't we send reinforcements? Kang Zhan frowned. If we just leave them be, I'm afraid the Qiu family will gossip. Let them fight for a while. Yi Xianro smiled lightly. Ingjiu and Tang Yuxian have both used their Mad Tyrant blood skill. I don't think anyone from your family is willing to face them at this time, right? Let's wait for the Mad Tyrant blood skill's effect to wear off, then we'll join in. Everyone's expression became extremely strange, but none of them refuted her words. No one wanted to see any of their family's masters suffer any losses. After he finished speaking, everyone waited quietly. The battle was getting more and more intense, and people were constantly being injured or killed. Yang Kai's mansion had suffered losses, and so did the Fallen Leaves Hall. Although the masters from the Fallen Leaves Hall were powerful, in this kind of melee, they couldn't guarantee their own safety. Especially when Yang Kai joined the battle, the balance was instantly broken, and the violent eruption of evil energy descended. Yang Kai, who was only at the Immortal Ascension Boundary 2nd stage, was able to single-handedly challenge a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. After cultivating his knowledge C, Yang Kai was able to display the full power of his soul skills. Coupled with his small sword-shaped artifact, he was often able to kill an enemy with a single blow. The Fallen Leaves Hall had suffered heavy losses, and the situation was becoming more and more intense. Amidst the fierce battle, Chun Xian could no longer bear it and shouted, "Young Lady Yi." Chapter 547. He was calling for reinforcements. If the others didn't act now, he would have no choice but to retreat. If they continued to fight, the entire Fallen Leaves Hall would likely perish here. The cultivation and methods of these people from Yang Kai's mansion were completely beyond his expectations. These Immortal Ascension Boundary cultivators not only had extremely pure Yuan Qi, but they were also equipped with a dazzling array of artifacts. Was this guy really an Immortal Ascension Boundary cultivator from a first-class family? Why did he feel like he was even richer than them? Chun Xian was depressed. The Fallen Leaves Hall was one of the most important halls of the Qiu family. The masters inside were loyal to the family, so the artifacts they were equipped with were naturally not bad. It could even be said that they were the best in the entire Qiu family, but compared to these Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from Yang Kai's mansion, they were still a bit shabby. On top of that, the pills these people had taken during the battle were also quite strange. Chun Xian and the other masters from the Fallen Leaves Hall were already gasping for breath, unable to maintain their Yuan Qi, but their opponents were still full of vigor and scrupulously using their Yuan Qi, not worried about overdrawing their strength. What kind of pill had such a powerful restorative effect? Although he had long known that Yang Kai's mansion had the support of Medicine King's Valley, Chun Xian hadn't realized how powerful these two forces were until now. Hearing his call, Yi Xianro, who was a kilometer away, could no longer sit idly by. The Qiu family's Fallen Leaves Hall had lost a lot of people, all of which she saw clearly, so she couldn't help coldly snorting, "A bunch of wastes." After saying so, she put on a leisurely expression and said, "Let's go." It seemed she was about to do something she was very unwilling to do. Gao Rangfeng and Kang Zhan saw her like this, then glanced over at the Qiu family's Fallen Leaves Hall and couldn't help feeling a sense of sympathy. The distance of a kilometer was quickly crossed. Before they had even arrived, Yi Xianro's tender voice spread throughout War City. "Yang Kai, you colluded with evil. Sooner or later you will fall into the demonic path. Don't be so stubborn. Obediently hand over those evil sect disciples in your mansion and accept your punishment. Out of consideration for the 8 great families' many years of coexistence in the central capital, we won't do anything to you. If you continue to stubbornly resist, you will only implicate those around you." In the midst of the fierce battle, Yang Kai's figure flickered as he jumped out of the battle circle. He quietly floated in midair and fixed his eyes on the other side with an indifferent expression. The young masters and young mistresses of the 6 great families took the lead. Behind each of them, There was a similar number of experts as the Fallen Leaves Hall. These people looked at Yang Kai, and with the exception of Yi Xianro, who had a smug look on her face, everyone else looked somewhat ashamed. Huastars sneered, "Sister Yi, you're quite eloquent." That speech instantly put Yang Kai in a dead end in terms of righteousness. Huastars asked himself if he could think of something like that. Yi Xianro seemed to have put a lot of effort into figuring out how to force Yang Kai into a passive position. "Miss Yi." After a moment of silence, Yang Kai suddenly grinned. "I haven't seen you for a few days, yet you've become so proud of yourself. Where's my second brother?" Yi Xianro's eyes flashed a trace of resentment. Last time, she had failed to seduce Yang Kai and was instead scolded by him as a broken shoe, so she naturally held a grudge against him. Her heart was filled with resentment, but she didn't show it on her face as she simply smiled and said, "Second young lord is currently in retreat, so I'm taking over all the matters in the house." Yang Kai nodded gently, his expression becoming much better. "I knew my second brother wouldn't be so despicable and shameless. It turns out there was someone else in charge of this operation. No wonder." Yi Xianro's complexion changed greatly as she cursed under her breath. Yang Kai continued to smile, a strange expression appearing on his face as he said in an ambiguous tone, "Miss Yi, I'm really sorry about what happened a few days ago, but after thinking about it carefully, I realized I was wrong. Since you delivered yourself to my doorstep, I shouldn't have refused. You're so beautiful, your body is so delicate, even if I stripped naked with you, I wouldn't have lost anything, instead I would have profited. At that time, I don't know why my brain cramped, but I didn't take advantage of you. I really regret it." Saying so, he slapped his thigh, his face filled with regret. Listening to him say this, Kang Zhan, Gao Rangfeng, and the others' expressions suddenly became strange, all of them turning their heads to look at Yi Xianro. They didn't know when Yi Xianro had tried to seduce Yang Kai, but looking at this situation, it seemed that Yi Xianro had gone in high spirits only to return disappointed. This was really the biggest joke in the world. "Little lord, you're really bold." Everyone couldn't help admiring him. If Yi Xianro had tried to seduce him, perhaps he would have fallen for her. "I've figured it out now," Yang Kai said seriously. "Young lady Yi, why don't we go find a secluded place now so I can satisfy you? My strength isn't bad, and my skill in bed isn't bad either." Yi Xianro's expression became awkward, her shoulders trembling with anger. She hadn't expected Yang Kai to be so shameless, even daring to bring up such private matters in front of her. She wanted to refute him, but she didn't have the courage to do so, so she couldn't help angrily shouting, "Yang Kai, don't try to slander me with your filthy words. How could I, Yi Xianro, be such a person?" Gao Rangfeng, Kang Zhan, and the others all turned their heads and stared at her strangely. Huastars even whistled frivolously. "You don't believe me?" Yi Xianro glared at these people, her pretty face flushed red. No one paid her any attention. "Whether you believe it or not, nothing happened between me and that bastard." Yi Xianro gasped for breath, seemingly really angry. "That's right. Young Lord Kai refused to let you in. What could have possibly happened between you two?" Huastars said sarcastically. Yi Xianro took a deep breath, and after exhaling, her anger and agitation had completely disappeared. Staring towards Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes filled with a cold light, her lips curling into a sharp smile as she gently nodded, "Yang Kai, I didn't come here to talk nonsense with you. I came here to capture you and bring you back to the central capital to wash away your evil aura and sins. This is also the will of the 8 great families." Saying so, she pointed her finger, "Capture Yang Kai. Anyone who dares to resist, kill." She had become angry out of shame and wasn't prepared to engage in a verbal confrontation with Yang Kai anymore. The 6 groups of people behind her immediately followed her orders, their momentum soaring like a rainbow. "Do you think I don't have anyone?" Yang Kai roared. Tu Feng. 7 figures suddenly flew out from the mansion, led by Tu Feng, the remaining 7 blood warriors. Including Ying Jiao and Tang Yuxian, who had been dispatched before, the 9 blood warriors in the mansion had all been dispatched. Mad Tyrant blood skill. Roars rang out as a fierce surge of vitality filled the air, causing everyone's eyes to tremble. All of War City seemed to be on the verge of collapse at this moment. Yi Xianrou's face filled with both fear and excitement as she shouted, Yang Kai, don't forget, this is the inheritance war. You have an agreement with the Yang family that Tu Feng and the others cannot intervene in the inheritance war. If you dare allow them to participate, it is tantamount to violating your agreement with the family. This is no longer the inheritance war. Yang Kai sneered, you know better than I do. The old demon, who was fighting with the Fallen Leaves Hall masters, suddenly laughed and whispered, do you really think the little lord cares about the inheritance war? The patriarch of the Yang family is nothing but a fart. If it weren't for the fact that he had so many things to worry about here, he would have already left. What did you say? A master from the Fallen Leaves Hall who was fighting with the old demon couldn't help asking curiously when he saw him muttering to himself. The old demon grinned, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. I said, you're dead? This sentence seemed to have an infinite demonic power, bringing with it a deathly aura that rushed into the master's mind. In the next moment, his movements came to a halt, his eyes going blank, his face suddenly becoming pale as he muttered, I'm dead. I'm dead, idiot. The old demon coldly snorted, taking advantage of the other's dazed state to plunge his hand into his opponent's chest, and after taking it out again, he was holding a heart that was still beating fiercely. Blood spurted out from the man's chest like a tide. The old demon's expression became more and more ferocious as he stared towards the place with the largest number of enemies and shouted, Blood sea sealing the heavens. A blood-red light shot out from behind him, and the ground around him instantly became viscous, as if it was made of blood. All kinds of gloomy auras filled the air, and in this blood swamp, everyone's movements couldn't help slowing down. Yi Xianrou's expression became horrified while Gao Rangfeng, Kang Zhan, and Meng Shan-yi were all shocked. Even Lu Qingyao's face showed a deep sense of dread. The old demon's cruel methods were not something most people could understand and accept. Before this, none of them had any idea that there was someone in this world who cultivated such an evil martial skill secret art. Smelling the thick, bloody aura, Yi Xianrou couldn't help wanting to vomit. The old demon's powerful attack instantly captured more than a dozen immortal Ascension Boundary Masters and sealed them in a sea of blood, unable to advance or retreat. How is this possible? After watching the battle for a while, Gao Rangfeng couldn't help calling out. He found that even though the 7 superfamilies had gathered more than 100 immortal Ascension Boundary 6 Stage Masters, they still weren't able to quickly defeat the cultivator from Yang Kai's mansion. Although Yang Kai's mansion's immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers, they were still able to put up a good fight. After carefully observing for a while, Gao Rangfeng suddenly realized something. Yang Kai's blood warriors. When did they all reach the immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage? This sentence also surprised the others, but when they looked closely, they found that this was indeed the case. 9 blood warriors, 9 immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage masters. When Yang Kai broke through to the immortal Ascension Boundary a few days ago, there were still 4 immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage masters, but now, after only 10 days, they had all broken through. An immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage blood warrior, after using his Mad Tyrant blood skill, would be able to exchange a few blows with an above immortal Ascension Boundary master. Although the masters from the 7 great families were also very powerful, how could they be their opponents in a one-on-one battle? Even if they joined forces, they wouldn't necessarily be able to win. It could be said that the reason why Yang Kai's mansion was able to survive was largely due to the efforts of the 9 blood warriors. They still have a peak immortal Ascension Boundary Master who hasn't fought yet, Lu Qingyao suddenly said lightly, causing everyone's heart to tighten. Chapter 548. Yes, what about that master who called himself Meng Wuya? Even now, he hadn't taken action. Why hadn't he taken action? Was it because he disdained to do so, or was it because he wasn't here? A long night is fraught with dreams. Kang Zhan's brow wrinkled. He had a bad feeling about this. Perhaps Yang Kai injuring him last time had left a psychological shadow in his heart. In any case, as long as Kang Zhan thought of Yang Kai, he couldn't help feeling terrified. Gao Rangfeng nodded gently. Over the past few months of the Inheritance War, Gao Rangfeng had accompanied Yang Zhao and fought with Yang Kai many times. Every time, Yang Kai's house would exceed everyone's expectations, creating some unimaginable achievements and brilliance. This time, it seemed that the seven great families were in control of Yang Kai's forces, but who knew what kind of unexpected change would occur in the end? Miracles were nothing new in Yang Kai's forces. "I'll go help." Hua Xing's eyes darted around, and without waiting for Yi Xianrou to respond, he rushed over. Yi Xianrou's beautiful eyes flashed as she coldly snorted, surprisingly not stopping him. "I'll go meet the little lord." Lu Qingyao stepped forward. This time, Yi Xianrou couldn't remain calm and quickly said, "Young Lord Lu, don't. You're not his." Before she could finish her words, though, she swallowed them back down because Lu Qingyao was staring at her with a cold gaze. Although she was now nominally the person in charge of the Seven Family Coalition and didn't take Gao Rangfeng or Kangzhan seriously, using Yang Kai's name to act arbitrarily, she still felt an instinctive fear towards Lu Qingyao. This was a mark left behind by living in the shadow of the central capital's first young lord. Yi Xianrou wanted to say that Lu Qingyao wasn't Yang Kai's opponent, but this sentence would naturally offend him. During the battle at Pijing Lake, I said that when the little lord broke through to the immortal ascension boundary, I would fight him again. Now is the time. Whoever dares to stop me, don't blame me for being impolite. Lu Qingyao said faintly. Yi Xianrou squeezed out a smile and softly said, "Then young Lord Lu, please be careful. I wish you victory and defeat Yang Kai." Below them, Huastars had already rushed to the outside of Yang Kai's mansion, smiling as he greeted a group of young leaders outside the mansion. Everyone glared at him. These people did not understand how the situation had developed to this point. Huastars' family had also participated in the attack on Yang Kai's government tonight. Naturally, they were not happy about it. Huastars didn't care and instead stared at Dong Qinghan and said, "Fatty, get out here. Young master has long since found you displeasing. You're as fat as a pig, yet you're still pretending to be elegant and unrestrained. How can you even compare to 1/10,000th of this young master's elegance?" "What did you say?" Dong Qinghan's expression went cold as he glared at Hua Xing. "If you're not deaf, you should have heard it." Stars tilted her head, looking sloppy. Dong Qinghan chuckled lightly, the muscles on his slightly chubby face twitching slightly as he stepped forward, cracking his knuckles as he did so. "That's right." Hua Xing laughed. "A trivial young lord from a first-class family dares to associate himself with an evil creature like Yang Kai? Just watch how this young master cripples you today." Saying so, he turned to the others and sneered, "And you idiots, if you don't want to die young, leave Yang Kai as soon as possible and scram as far as you can." Everyone's expression became extremely ugly. "If you don't accept it, then come and fight young master. This young master will wait here." Hua Xing sneered. Han Shaoqi stared at him blankly, her brow furrowed, suddenly shouting, "Teach him a lesson. Let this superior young lord know that we are not to be trifled with." The next moment, more than a dozen people rushed to Hua Xing's side, and began beating him. After a dozen breaths of time, Hua Xing was picked up by Dong Qinghan like a dead pig and thrown into Yang Kai's mansion, shouting to his subordinates, "Strip him of his clothes and throw him into the cellar for a few days. He dares to call me fat?" Seeing this scene, Gao Rangfeng, Kangzhan, and the others all wore strange looks, a very uncomfortable feeling rising in their hearts. Young Lord Hua was captured alive. What should we do? Mengshan suddenly said with a smile. "Clumsy trick." Yi Xianrou coldly snorted, not caring. It didn't matter whether Hua Xing was here or not. As long as the masters of the Hua family were here, it was fine. While Hua Xing was being captured, Lu Qingyao also came to Yang Kai. "Last time at Pijing Lake, I was unable to enjoy myself to the fullest. So today, I came here specifically to ask Little Lord for advice. I hope Little Lord can fulfill my wish." Lu Qingyao's expression was indifferent as he looked towards Yang Kai and said softly. Yang Kai nodded slightly. "Please forgive me, young Lord Lu. I'm in a hurry. Please hurry." Lu Qingyao also nodded, expressing his understanding, no longer saying anything. In the next moment, his aura suddenly erupted as his yuan qi surged violently. He gently took a step forward, and a muffled thump resounded between heaven and earth. Lu family's 9 winding steps. Last time at Pijing Lake, Lu Qingyao had used this move to fight Yang Kai. This was one of the Lu family's secret arts, a mysterious grade mid-rank secret art, and Lu Qingyao's most powerful move. However, this time was different from the last time. Last time, because of the absolute suppression in terms of cultivation, Lu Qingyao had held back when he used this move, not wanting to have an unfair advantage. But this time, Lu Qingyao was going all out, his momentum far stronger than it had been back at Pijing Lake. Asterisk dong. Asterisk another step forward, accompanied by a rumbling sound like that of a war drum, shaking everyone's eardrums, causing their hearts to throb and their bodies to tremble. Asterisk dong dong dong. Asterisk Lu Qingyao's figure seemed to grow larger and more majestic. By the time he took his 9th step, Lu Qingyao's entire body had become a giant monster. His head held up the sky while his feet stepped on the ground, like a giant, as if this world was being supported by him. 9 steps, heaven and earth destroyed. This was the Lu family's 9 tune steps. By the time he took his 9th step, Lu Qingyao's aura had reached its peak, not far from that of a peak immortal ascension boundary master. Lu Qingyao's giant foot steadily and slowly stomped down towards Yang Kai. Everyone involuntarily had the illusion that this foot would step on their bodies and crush them into powder. Some of the weaker martial artists couldn't help but shiver, their faces pale with fear. Facing such a terrifying blow, Yang Kai simply swung his fist upwards. This seemingly ordinary, straightforward punch actually contained a devastating amount of energy. The tip of Lu Qingyao's fist collided with the giant foot, and in that instant, it was as if a myriad of afterimages had appeared. As soon as Lu Qingyao's momentum collapsed, the giant figure suddenly became sluggish and fell backwards. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk with a loud bang, the giant fell to the ground, disappearing into specks of light. Lu Qingyao, who was standing midair, suddenly let out a grunt and coughed up a mouthful of blood, clutching his chest as he staggered backwards, staring towards Yang Kai in horror. "Thank you for letting me win." Yang Kai took a deep breath. "Fierce." Lu Qingyao sincerely praised. "This Lu has lost. Many thanks, little lord, for showing mercy." Last time at Pijing Lake, when Lu Qingyao used this move, Yang Kai had to use the same mysterious grade martial skill, Star Mark, to resist. But this time, with just a casual punch, Lu Qingyao had easily broken the Lu family's secret martial skill. The difference in strength between the two was obvious at a glance. Young Lord Lu is too polite. Yang Kai nodded lightly. "Although I lost, I cannot make decisions here, so I hope little lord can forgive me. All I can say is that this time, this Lu will not intervene again. Farewell." Saying so, Lu Qingyao's figure flashed like lightning and quickly disappeared into the night sky. Young Lord, young Lord. When the Lu family masters saw Lu Qingyao leave just like that, they were shocked and hurriedly called out. However, they received no response. Yi Xian Ro's face became extremely pale. In just a short 2 hours, 3 young masters and young mistresses had withdrawn from the competition. Qiu Yiming's withdrawal was caused by her, and it could even be said that she had deliberately allowed this to happen. When Huastars withdrew, she didn't stop them, nor did she care. In any case, although this person's body was here, his heart was in Yang Kai's house, so there was no point in him staying. It was better to leave early so as not to become an eyesore. However, Lu Qingyao actually leaving like this was not something Yi Xian Ro could accept. After all, Lu Qingyao held the title of the Central Capital's first young lord. His principles could influence many things to a certain extent, such as public opinion. Lu Qingyao still had some prestige in the eyes of the world. How could Yi Xian Ro not be annoyed? Now, there were only 3 people left on her side: Kang Zhan, Gao Rangfeng, and Meng Shan-yi. Whether or not these 3 were of the same mind as her, she wasn't sure. Kang Zhan and Gao Rangfeng weren't so bad, but Meng Shan-yi was more difficult to understand. "You won't also withdraw, right?" Yi Xian Ro took precautions, turning her head and glancing at the 3 of them. "Sister Yi worries too much." Kang Zhan shook his head. This time, it was the will of the 8 great families. How could we withdraw so hastily? If we really did that, it would be too irresponsible. Gao Rangfeng also nodded in agreement. Although they also had some sympathy for Yang Kai's current situation, in the end, they weren't familiar with Yang Kai, so they weren't in the mood to care too much. All they needed to do was act according to the will of their families. Seeing them express their stance, Yi Xianruo's brow furrowed slightly as she nodded. Then, sister, you can rest assured. In such a big scene, sister, you will not be able to handle it alone. I will need the assistance of several elder brothers. She couldn't help lowering her posture, completely different from her previous performance in Yang Zhao's house. Qiu Yiming, Hua Xing, and Lu Qingyao withdrawing one after another had affected the mentality of the masters from these three families. With their own young lord and young lady not here, these masters couldn't help feeling like they were making a wedding dress for someone else, so they couldn't help lowering their guard and trying to protect themselves. This was especially true for the masters from the Qiu family. They had been the vanguard and had suffered the most losses, so how could they be willing to go all out now? Since the arrival of reinforcements, they had been waiting on the sidelines, never confronting the enemy head-on. These masters were all extremely shrewd, so how could they be willing to do something that would cause them to suffer a loss? The Seven Great Families coalition appeared to be a solid block of iron, but in fact, it was full of flaws and loopholes, making it somewhat laughable. Chapter 549. The intense battle continued. The losses of the Seven Family Coalition were getting heavier and heavier. The 9 Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage Blood Warriors who had used their Mad Tyrant Blood skill had become their biggest obstacle to defeating Yang Kai. Time and time again, the bloody battle continued, but they were still unable to repel these 9 Blood Warriors. The 9 of them were divided into groups of 2, each of them capable of holding back an entire family's cultivator. As for Yingjiao, he was constantly guarding Yang Kai, purging any enemy who dared to approach him. Yi Xianruo, Gao Rangfeng, and the others' expressions all changed. Because the Blood Warriors were able to maintain their Mad Tyrant Blood skill for a long time. According to the information they had received, the Yang family Blood Warriors' forbidden technique could only last for half an hour at most. However, even after this time had passed, the 9 Blood Warriors still didn't show any signs of exhaustion and instead fought more valiantly. It wasn't until this moment that everyone realized that there was a reason why the Yang family had stood at the head of the 8 great families for so many years. Although they were all masters from super families, the 7 Family Coalition couldn't do anything to these 9 Blood Warriors, making them both anxious and angry. In the middle of the battle, Yang Kai was also constantly observing the situation. Although the 9 Blood Warriors were incomparably fierce and Old Demon was no pushover, the number of Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters in the mansion was decreasing. The reduction of these people's numbers would greatly affect the outcome of the battle. Ling Taisu and Meng Wuya hadn't taken action yet. Yang Kai could understand, because once the 2 of them took action, the situation could develop to a point of no return. In War City, there were more than just these 2 top masters. Yang Kai didn't approve of the 2 of them taking action now. These 2 were more suitable as deterrents. In this battle, until the end, no one knew what the result would be. A white figure flashed from the side, and Yang Kai felt a familiar aura, quickly retreating to join up with her. Turning his head, Yang Kai saw Su Yin rushing over. Qiu Yiming is fine. She's resting. Su Yin said softly. Yang Kai nodded. I'll help you. All right. Su Yin originally didn't intend to participate in this battle, but the other side had too many people on their side, and Yang Kai had already made it clear that this was no longer the inheritance war. So how could she just sit still? After settling Qiu Yiming down, he immediately came to her aid. Along with him were the 4 elders of High Heaven Pavilion. The strength of these 4 people was not bad. After joining the battle, they immediately gained some advantages. The mysterious grade mid-rank mirror artifact was taken out by Su Yin, and a bone-chilling cold instantly spread out as she poured her yuan qi into it. Towering snow-white peaks began to appear on the mirror's surface, and the world inside the mirror was covered in a thick layer of silver, giving off a chilling aura. Rays of light blossomed, and a huge barrier suddenly enveloped the 7 families' experts. Kong Zhan's eyes suddenly trembled as he exclaimed, "It's that artifact." 10 days ago, 4 peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the Nan family and Xiang family had been trapped by this artifact and frozen into ice sculptures. Now, seeing this scene again, Kong Zhan suddenly felt terrified. What's so special about this artifact? Yi Xianro quickly asked. Kang Zhan's expression became dignified as he explained everything he knew. Listening to his story, Yi Xianro's pretty face also paled. Nearby, Gao Rangfeng and Meng Shan Yi also wore cold expressions. Such a powerful artifact, who could break it? As they spoke, the barrier covering the ground suddenly shattered and two figures walked out. Everyone stared at them, and sure enough, these two people were Yang Kai and Su Yin. As for the experts who had been shrouded in the enchantment, they had all turned into ice sculptures at this moment. They stood there quietly, in all kinds of strange poses. It was unknown whether they were still alive. From beginning to end, only half a cup of tea worth of time had passed. But this was not the end. Su Yin, who had just dealt with a dozen masters, once again poured her yuan qi into the mirror, and under the horrified gazes of Yi Xianro and the others, a similar barrier appeared. This time, more than a dozen people were enveloped in it. Impossible! Yi Xianro screamed. Such an artifact consumes an incredible amount of yuan qi. Even if she's an immortal ascension boundary master, it's impossible for her to use it twice in a row. With Su Yan's own ability, it was impossible for her to use it twice in a row. If she really did so, it was likely she would exhaust all of her yuan qi, and even if she could trap her enemies, she wouldn't be able to do anything to them. In the end, she might even be captured by her enemies inside the barrier. However, she still had Yang Kai by her side, and the two of them cultivated the yin-yang joyous unification art. Yuan qi was constantly circulating around their bodies. This level of consumption was something Su Yin could afford. A burst of uneasiness rose in Yi Xianro's heart. Relying on this mysterious grade artifact alone, Yang Kai and Su Yin could deal with most of their opponents. If they allowed her to use it a few more times, who would be left? Just as she was panicking, the barrier broke a second time, and more than a dozen people were frozen into ice sculptures. Qua. The light once again bloomed, and the masters from the 7 families who couldn't avoid it were enveloped by the mirror barrier for the third time. Yi Xianro finally panicked, her expression becoming ugly as her thoughts raced, but she couldn't think of an effective way to break this barrier. For the first time, she felt a deep sense of powerlessness and couldn't help thinking that if the second young lord was here, with his temperament and means, he might have been able to come up with a way to restrain this move. Although this move was simple and monotonous, it was very effective, at least against the 7-family coalition. Enough! An angry roar suddenly sounded from the void, bringing with it endless majesty. Everyone who heard this roar involuntarily stopped what they were doing. A terrifying pressure was born. Looking in the direction of the pressure, everyone discovered that in the void, there was a huge palm print that seemed both real and illusory. This palm print slowly descended, its target being the barrier created by Su Yan's artifact. Pong. The palm print slammed into the barrier, causing the ground to tremble and everyone to lose their footing. With a loud crash, the seemingly impregnable barrier shattered like a broken mirror, revealing the figures inside. Yang Kai and Su Yin both let out a muffled groan at the same time, their faces suddenly going pale. The mirror artifact could be said to be shared by the two of them. It had been refined by Yang Kai and was now being used by Su Yin, so having the barrier forcibly broken had caused some damage to both of them. Some of the masters who had just been enveloped by the barrier saw this scene and felt as if they had been saved from a desperate situation, joy filling their faces as they quickly fled. They didn't want to be frozen into ice sculptures. Seeing this scene, Yi Xianro's face couldn't help showing a look of joy while Gao Rangfeng, Kang Zhan, and the others all opened their mouths wide as they stared towards the sky. There, 8 figures appeared at the same time. These were the 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters who had been sitting in the Seal Temple all this time. All 8 of them stared at Su Yin and Yang Kai with different expressions, some showing surprise, some shock, and some fear. Yang Kai raised his head and stared at them coldly. The appearance of these 8 people was both Yang Kai's expectation and Yang Kai's surprise. One of them slowly retracted his raised hand. He was the one who had slapped out that huge handprint. Yang Kai deliberately glanced at him and suddenly remembered that this person was one of the top masters who didn't like him before. Old ancestor. Yi Xian Ro called out happily. The old man nodded gently to her. Gao Rangfeng, Kangzhan, Mengshan Yi, and the others quickly bowed. After more than 10 days, 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters had appeared once again. What their purpose was self-evident, causing all of them to feel both relieved and somewhat ashamed. If the Seven Family Coalition had been able to destroy Yang Kai's mansion, there would have been no need to provoke these 8 people. They probably also realized that with the current strength of the Seven Family Cultivator, there was no way they could deal with Yang Kai's mansion, so they had no choice but to appear. This was also the result of Yi Xian Ro's improper deployment, otherwise, such a situation would not have occurred. Yang family little brat. The square-faced above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master stared at Yang Kai solemnly and said, "Last time, we didn't cripple you on the spot because you were a young lord of the central capital and gave you a chance to turn over a new leaf. Now, not only have you not shown any signs of repentance, you have instead become even worse, even allowing your subordinates to kill my 8 great families' masters. Do you want to rebel?" Yang Kai took a deep breath, calming the tumbling blood in his chest, and said loudly, "With a blade pressed against my neck, should I just die or resist? If it were senior, what would you have done? If you hadn't done anything wrong, how could my 8 great families treat you like this? How could your young family not care about you? Fools make mistakes and remain stubborn. I don't think I've done anything wrong." Yang Kai stared at him coldly. "If you're worried that after I die, I'll become a monster like the Demon Lord, I'll forfeit this inheritance war and not compete for the position of Yang family patriarch. You don't need to worry. The 8 great families will not allow a black sheep like you to appear. Your existence is a stain on the Yang family and a stain on the 8 great families," the man coldly declared. "In the end, you want me to submit?" Yang Kai sneered, "Sorry, I'm a bit of a cheap man. I can be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. If you want to talk things over with me, then we can all talk. But if you insist, then we'll fight to the death. Neither of us will be able to win." "Impudence!" the square-faced master coldly shouted. "You don't have the qualifications today. No matter who it is, they won't be able to protect you. Brother, you're already so old, yet you're still competing with a junior. Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" A light voice suddenly sounded and 2 figures flew out from Yang Kai's house. It was Meng Wuya and Ling Tai-su. Meng Wuya smiled indifferently and said, "This is a child's business. We don't need to intervene, right?" Meng Wuya. The square-faced master stared deeply at Treasurer Meng, his expression unchanged, as if he had long known that Treasurer Meng and Ling Tai-su would appear. "I don't know what secrets you're hiding, but you alone aren't qualified to stop my 8 great families." When Yang Kai broke through to the Immortal Ascension boundary last time, the masters from the 8 great families had also been provoked, but at that time, they hadn't acted against Yang Kai. Firstly, it was because Yang Kai was still under their control, so there was no need to shed all pretense of cordiality. Secondly, it was because Yang Kai had Meng Wuya and Ling Tai-su by his side. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.